Boom, a massive pillar of energy tears through the sky, slamming into the earth with a deafening roar. At the bottom of the smoking crater, a legendary sword, glowing with an otherworldly light. A voice echoes from the brilliance, calling out to Julian. He's frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs as the voice demands, "Do you truly believe you are worthy?" He stares at the blade, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and desperation. All his life, he's been a slave to the cruel, irrational whims of fate, and now this. His hand trembles as he reaches out, the raw power humming against his skin. This sacred relic. It actually appeared and spoke those very words to him. Then the blade's voice rings out again, cold and clear. Opportunities must be granted with absolute fairness. Julian grips the hilt with everything he has, and a violent surge of energy explodes through him. "Is this not justice?" the sword asks. The sheer force of the magic is agonizing, nearly tearing him apart. Julian grits his teeth, fighting through the pain just to keep his grip on the weapon. Flashback, a sun-drenched day at the capital's grandest fortress. Crack, the sound of practiced swords clashing echoes across the training grounds. Two young men are going all out in a duel. Watching them, Julian can't help but think how twisted and unfair this world really is. With one fluid motion, the golden-haired prodigy strikes. Julian's training sword is ripped from his hand, spinning through the air before thudding into the dirt. Julian collapses, clutching his throbbing, injured hand. "Damn it, Julius," he snarls. "Take this seriously for once." "Am I not even worth your full effort?" he demands. Julius just looks at him, perfectly calm. "Of course not," he replies. "In fact," Julius adds, "you're the only one in the entire Royal Vanguard Academy who even dares to challenge me anymore." Julian is fuming. "That's because you toy with them just like you did to me." Julius just shrugs. "I was holding back, Julian." "But compared to before, you've improved," Julius notes. Julian just bites his lip, annoyed by the obvious pity in his rival's voice. He lunges back to his feet and grabs his blade again. "It's that look, that patronizing attitude, I hate it," he yells, attacking with desperate, suicidal fury. Julius parries every strike without a care in the world. Nearby, students whisper, "Julius is incredible. Julian doesn't stand a chance. Everyone else goes down in a single hit." One student tilts their head. Is it because they both share the same name? It's painful to watch. Our hero is giving it everything he has, but he's clearly struggling just to stay in the fight. "Well, Julius is definitely more handsome," another girl giggles. Just then, a sword is sent flying high into the sky, as if trying to reach the sun itself. Another loss for Julian. He slumps against a stone wall in the shade, completely drained and defeated. Gasping for air, he realizes it's been 3 long years since Julius transferred here, and no matter how hard he trains, he still can't close the gap. They might share the same name, but in reality, that boy is different from him in every single way. Julius, he's the perfect hero. Looks, talent, personality, he's literally a fairy tale prince come to life. Julian doesn't buy the commoner story for a second. Julius belongs in the high nobility. Is it really that fun for him to stay here and humiliate Julian every day? Suddenly, a shadow falls over him. It's the golden boy himself, reaching out a hand. "You all right, Julian?" Julius just stands there smiling, that perfect, annoying smile. If only he were a jerk, Julian could at least hate him properly. With a heavy sigh, he takes the hand. "Julian," a voice calls out. Our hero looks up, instantly bothered by the new arrival. A girl in fine silk storms over and slaps Julius's hand away. "Back off," Julian snaps. Julius looks baffled, but the girl, Claire, tells Julian to wait. "I saw everything," Claire says, her voice sharp with annoyance. "You picked a fight with Julius again, didn't you?" She sighs, looking him over. "Honestly, Julian, why bother? You know exactly how this ends every single time." Julius tries to step in. "Now, Claire." But she ignores him completely, her eyes locking onto a wound on Julian's hand. She grabs his wrist. "Wait, you're bleeding. Let me see it. I'm going to take care of this right now." Julian jerks his hand back. "It's fine, drop it." "No, it's not," she insists. We have to disinfect that before it gets worse. It's none of your business, Claire. Stop worrying about me. He snaps, leaving her standing there in stunned silence. He turns his back and walks away, leaving them both in the dust. Hours pass, and a heavy, quiet night settles over the vast academy grounds. Thwack, the sound of wood hitting wood breaks the silence. Even in the dead of night, Julian is still out there, punishing a tree trunk with his sword. He swings with pure frustration. If only he were blonde, or had a powerful family name to back him up. If only he had a master on that guy's level, or noble blood in his veins. Would anything finally be different? He delivers one last, desperate blow and snap. His training sword shatters into pieces. He stares at the broken hilt, his blood boiling. In the end, all he has is effort. And for what? Because in this cruel, irrational world, there are some barriers that hard work alone can never, ever break down. He pauses, remembering something. Today is Julius's birthday. The pride of the academy is probably at some lavish gala right now. He tosses the broken wood aside and collapses under an old tree. He wonders, should he even bother giving it his all tomorrow? He's already wasted 3 years of his life here. What's one more day in this endless nightmare? Leo collapses onto the grass, clutching his head as the weight of the world breaks him. He starts to sob, wondering why he even bothers fighting anymore. If fate is decided before we're even born, then what's the point of trying so hard? He looks up at the massive, glowing moon and whispers, "Oh, goddess." He screams into the void, demanding to know if his life and his sweat actually mean anything at all. Then, silence. He just sits there, staring at the cold moonlight in the dead of night. He feels like a fool. There's no way the heavens are going to answer a guy like him. But then, a blinding light suddenly tears through the sky. Something enormous and terrifyingly bright, like a fallen star from the heavens, streaks toward the earth. Somewhere else in the academy, a student asks about Leo's whereabouts. Lady Chloe is clearly annoyed. None of the other squires in the dorms have seen him, and she thought he'd at least show up to the celebration. She looks worried, wondering where he could be hiding, but the blonde Prince Alistair just teases her. He tells her she's wasting too much time thinking about that commoner again. Chloe completely ignores the prince. She hitches up her skirts and declares she's going to find him right this second. Sir Gilbert, an old knight, remarks that it looks like His Highness just got rejected. Alistair snaps back, telling Gilbert never to call him that, even when they're alone. He explains that if anyone overheard, his secret identity would be totally blown, and besides, he doesn't feel like he's earned that royal title yet. The old man just smiles. Royal blood is destined to shine brightest during trials, he says, before congratulating the boy on his 17th birthday. Just 1 year remains. 1 year until the ancient prophecy of the Valerius kingdom finally comes to pass. He explains that on the day, an heir of the royal bloodline officially comes of age. The reign of the High Inquisitor, who rules the current king through fear, will finally come to a violent end. And the citizens will finally witness the return of Roderick, the legendary sacred king of old. Leo asks the old knight if he's talking about the great hero from 300 years ago. He tells the man his expectations for him are way too high. Gilbert just stares off, saying they'll find out next year, but for now. He needs Chloe, a genius already wielding 4th-tier arcana, and Leo. Leo is a man who has nothing, yet his mental fortress is stronger than anyone else's. Gilbert wants both of them standing by his side. The old man whispers the word, prophecy. On the day a man who bears the name of the lion reaches adulthood, a blade that shatters evil will descend from the stars. In the center of a massive, smoking crater, a sword pulses with pure energy. Leo stares at it, his body tense. A sword, here. Gazing at the beautiful weapon, he can't believe his eyes. Did this really just fall from the sky? Suddenly, the weapon speaks. "Rise!" Leo jumps, looking around nervously as his heart races. Who's there? The sword asks if he's blind, pointing out it's right in front of him. Leo freezes, his eyes locked on the glowing steel. This is beyond bizarre. This blade is shining as bright as the sun and talking to him like a living person. He wonders out loud if this could be a legendary holy blade. Without a second of hesitation, the sword replies, "That's right." Then it drops a bombshell. Leo is the one who summoned it here. He's stunned. He actually called this thing. The sword explains that she heard his heart. He's right. The world is unfair. The people who have everything just get more, while those with nothing lose the little they have left. However, true opportunity must be granted fairly to everyone. Those who don't put in the work have no right to complain about life being cruel. Only those who set their very lives ablaze are worthy of a chance. Then the blade demands an answer. Are you, Leo, the one who questioned the goddess of fate, truly worthy? Our hero closes his eyes, forcing his heart to steady. He narrows his gaze, focusing every ounce of his will. Finally, he answers, "Yes." He strikes his chest with his hand, his voice thick with newfound determination. He is indeed worthy. The sword finally gives in. If that's the case, he must take her. She's going to give him the one thing he's always wanted, the chance to prove his words. Leo knows exactly what it means to hold a holy blade. With this weapon in his hand, he might actually be able to change this broken world. He thinks back to the man who looked down on him while he was face down in the dirt. His reality has been nothing but unfair. He remembers every single day of his life. The training, the sweat, the fact that he never missed a single day of practice. Determination taking over, he starts sliding down into the crater. As he reaches the sword, the sheer power radiating from it is overwhelming. He mutters to himself, "This is all so unfair." How until now, everyone judged him by his birth, completely ignoring his effort. He worked his fingers to the bone to destroy this reality he couldn't accept. He refuses to let his determination and all that hard work be turned into worthless trash. The weapon watches him. "Then why," she asks, "are you standing before me now?" Leo looks her straight in the eye. She asked if he was worthy, and he's going to prove it. He's going to show that effort matters and that everyone deserves a fair shot at greatness. When our hero says he's ready, the sword responds with a "good," and a massive explosion of energy erupts behind him. As the blade glows with blinding light, it calls him a hero, saying he has proven his integrity. Then it commands him, "Pull her out right now." Leo is confused. Hero, like the ones chosen by an oracle, the sword just scoffs. This has absolutely nothing to do with some dusty old oracle. It is simply her own will. She chose him for that powerful spirit, the kind that refuses to bow, even to those of noble blood. It was never about the gold or the hollow fame for him. No, this was about something deeper, standing tall against his own blood, challenging fate itself, and proving that his convictions were worth more than any title. He's the one, the guy who checks every box and actually proves he's worthy of the hero's mantle. Now, his new companion tells him it's time. He has to draw her out as her light begins to burn even brighter. This wasn't just luck. This was a right he'd bled for, an opportunity granted fairly by the heavens. With a face full of pure determination, he reaches out and grips the hilt. The weapon finally speaks her name, 𝒂𝒐𝒍. She's no ordinary blade, but a twin soul to the legendary Holy King, 𝑺𝒐𝒂𝒅𝒆𝒔 of House Kala's. She is the light meant to guide this entire era, and her first command to her new master, Leon. Together, they're going to tear down every bit of evil in their path. Somewhere in the shadows, a voice wonders if they've truly been summoned. Honestly, a holy relic teaming up with a commoner from the streets was actually starting to look like a winning bet. He challenges her, asking if she's really questioning why he dared to defy the prophecy. He scoffs. The name Leon means lion, and that kind of strength isn't exclusive to some royal bloodline. The other nobles, they don't even come close to his standards. Sure, they've got the talent and the destiny, but they lack the raw grit and maturity to actually get the job done. And since Elsa isn't exactly complaining, he figures she's starting to take a liking to Leon too. He smirks. Is that how it is, then? He lets out a laugh, seeing something this genuine. Yeah, that's becoming a real rarity in these kingdoms lately. He tells her to relax. With her legacy in his hands, Leon is going to blow the last hero out of the water. It's finally time for those bastards to pay back every debt they owe. "Take a good look at the sky," he says. "Isn't that your job?" But then, bam, our hero snaps awake in a completely different place. He's back in his own bed. He blinks, looking around and wondering if that entire epic encounter was just some wild fever dream. Still half asleep and literally drooling, he sits up and glances to the side. There she is. That stunning, legendary sword is just casually leaning against his wall. He tries to shake the sleep from his head, but reality hits him hard. It wasn't a dream. The sword actually speaks, repeating that this was the 1 in a million shot he'd earned. He stares at the weapon, feeling the nerves kick in. She doesn't sugarcoat it either. Just because he's holding her now doesn't mean he's suddenly a god. In fact, the road ahead is going to be way more brutal than the trial he just faced. That's the price of a great destiny. It's a cruel life, maybe even a cursed one, where he might have to sacrifice the woman he loves or the friends he'd die for. She reminds him that he chose this thorny path all on his own just to escape a mediocre life. Leon just stares at her, repeating the words. "Wait, thorny path? I thought this was supposed to be a golden opportunity." That actually catches the sword off guard for a second. She blinks her little sword eye, huffs, and basically says, "Fine, whatever." No time for talking. She tells him to get his gear and move his target to the training hall immediately. She needs to see exactly how he handles a blade. If she's going to teach him properly, she needs to know if his current level is pro or total disaster. Our boy is sweating now. He can hear it in her voice. This isn't just practice. This is a test. She glances at the sky, noting that it's still pitch black out. The sun hasn't even thought about rising yet. Soon after, Elsa asks why he's acting so twitchy. Leon groans. Even if it's early, they're still at the Knight's Academy. A commoner walking around with a glowing legendary sword. Yeah, he's going to stand out a bit too much. He's spiraling, worried about what kind of insane excuse he'll have to cook up if a fellow student or a guard bumps into him. His master realizes that even in her sword form, she's a bit of a literal red flag. "Don't sweat it," she tells him. "I've got a solution." Leon just blinks. A solution. Out of nowhere, the sword erupts in a blinding flash of light. In an instant, she turns into pure, humming energy and sears herself right onto the back of Leon's hand. The boy stares at his skin, eyes wide. There, etched into his flesh, is the glowing mark of the sacred sword. 𝒂𝒐𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓𝒔. Elsa explains the trick. He can now use his own hand as a hidden sheath. The mark is invisible to everyone but him, meaning she can give him instructions 24/7 without anyone knowing. Leon asks the real questions. Does that include when I'm sleeping? His master just shrugs. Sometimes she sleeps, sometimes she doesn't. But look, it's not like she can do much while he's passed out anyway. Leon suggests she could at least pull guard duty at night, but Elsa finds the very idea of a holy relic being a watchman total blasphemy. Fed up, the master tells him to stop the yapping and show her his skills. Leon warns her she'll probably be disappointed, but the sword's reply is a total curveball. "I won't be." Our hero freezes. He definitely wasn't expecting her to say something like that. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 tells him straight, given the environment he grew up in, he's done an incredible job. She's seen every ounce of effort he's poured into his training his whole life. What kind of master blames a student for things they were never taught? That hits home. Leon feels a fresh surge of determination, focuses his mind, and grips his practice blade. He steps into the demonstration, unleashing a strike so powerful it whistles through the air. He follows up with a blur of energy-filled blows, but midway through the sequence, he realizes something feels different. He's practiced these moves hundreds of thousands of times, but as he keeps swinging, it hits him. The power is flowing into his hands for one reason: someone finally placed their trust in him. Then out of nowhere, Elsa screams, "Stop!" It catches Leon completely off guard, leaving him tense and a little embarrassed. He stammers, trying to ask what he did wrong, but 𝒂𝒐𝒍 cuts him off. "Your sword," she warns. "It can't handle that kind of pressure." And just like that, crack, his blade shatters into a dozen jagged pieces right before his eyes. As the shards hit the floor, something strange manifests in front of him. Elsa sounds genuinely shocked as she asks if he's been using it without even realizing. She explains that those basic drills helped him master the flow, but she never imagined it was possible for someone who hasn't even unlocked their aura yet. Arthur wants answers, but Lady Elspeth shuts him down fast. No shortcuts here. His skills won't grow just by wishing for it. She's blunt about it. She'll teach him the real secrets once he actually matures and stops acting like a total novice. It hits him. He's nowhere near ready for that high-level magic yet. Elspeth admits his basics are solid, so now, it's all about mastering how his body actually moves. Arthur's confused, though. Mastering my body, isn't that just swordsmanship? She hits back with a total roast. You think you can swing a blade without using your hands, boy? Arthur's left standing there, completely embarrassed. She explains that body control is the literal soul of the martial arts. Sure, he's trained hard, but this is a whole different level of intensity. Time for a stress test. She points to the field and gives a simple, brutal order. Run. For how long? Arthur asks, until she says stop. And every time she barks a command, he has to execute the movement instantly. Running on one leg, sprints while doing handstands, the works. Arthur's a bit spooked, even if he's confident in his own stamina. He's never done handstand laps in his life. It sounds insane, and he has no idea why he's doing it, but if this makes him a legend, he's in. Watching from the shadows, the old mentor sees a masterpiece in the making. Arthur is an incredible blank canvas, just waiting for a master's touch. There's an old saying from the Western Isles, Arthur is like a perfect vessel, and it's finally time to fill it to the brim. If he inherits even a fraction of the legendary hero's techniques, he'll easily become a knight commander of the realm. But after 300 years of waiting, a mere commander isn't enough. His successor needs to be able to slay ancient dragons like they're common pests. He's not sure how strong the Dark Monarch is these days, but maybe half of Arthur's true potential will be enough to end him. Elspeth just laughs. Hey, why the shock? I've already decided your fate, so pay close attention. For Arthur, the gates of hell have officially opened. Cut to the Royal War College, and our hero is fast asleep at his desk. Arthur! Elspeth's voice cracks like a whip. He bolts upright, panicking, swearing he was listening and definitely wasn't napping. Back in the classroom, he's fighting for his life just to keep his eyes open and pay attention. That physical test absolutely drained his strength, but he knows he can't afford to miss a single second of Elspeth's guidance. The sword finally has a plan. She asks him a simple question. What do you think you're actually lacking? Arthur guesses swordsmanship or maybe his aura reserves, but Elspeth just sighs. Wrong. It's your eyes, she says. Arthur's jaw drops. My eyes. She drops an ancient proverb. Eyes, feet, courage, strength. Observation is the crown jewel, followed by movement, and then bravery. Arthur watches in total disbelief. Strength. According to the legend, strength is actually the very last priority. It's not that raw power doesn't matter, obviously. It's just that without the others, it's completely wasted. Some masters argue the order, but for her, the eyes are king. Arthur goes quiet, thinking, and then starts rolling his eyes around in circles like a maniac. He thinks he can level up his vision by doing weird eye exercises. Honestly, it looks absolutely ridiculous. Elspeth just groans. I'm going to show you exactly how useless your sight has been until this very moment. Arthur is just lost, completely and utterly confused by what she means. It's a beautiful day at the academy, but Arthur is being tortured by a lecture on how to see. Elspeth tells him to look straight ahead. Use the professor at the board as your focal point, she commands. Memorize everything for exactly 10 seconds. Arthur locks in. He notices the dark blue of the chalkboard behind the man. A middle-aged professor, gray hair, piercing green eyes. He catches every detail. Time's up. Eyes closed. He concentrates hard, but then she drops the hammer. How many lines of text were written on that board? Arthur is crushed. You told me to look at the teacher, he protests, feeling cheated. I said he was the focal point, not the only thing to look at. Arthur realizes he didn't actually see the board at all. It was right there in his field of vision, but his brain just deleted it. He doesn't remember a single thing except the man's face. 10 full seconds of staring, and he's got absolutely nothing on the background. She asks him why he failed. He's defeated, he doesn't have an answer, but the reason, it's simple. He only looked at what he thought was important, ignoring everything else. Most people waste their vision, filtering out what they think is noise before they even process it. She tells him to expand. Don't just focus, absorb. Memorize every single shape reflected in his eyes like a painting. Relax your gaze, she says. That's the only way he'll finally discover how to truly see the world. The goal, do it 24/7. 10 seconds just won't cut it anymore. Arthur wants to scream impossible, but hey, he knew this wouldn't be easy. No turning back now. Lady Alara points above the blackboard. Another 10-second sprint. Arthur just nods. Let's go. He focuses, deeply. It's enough to draw stares from the whole class. Even his rival, Cedric, watches with a look of genuine concern. Sunset at the Royal Academy. Our hero, looking less like a knight and more like a total zombie. His head is pounding, feels like his skull might split in two. Meanwhile, Alara's just like, perfect, things are going great. She brushes off his eye strain. Just dry eyes, she says. Or maybe he's just tensing up his face for no reason. But that headache, that's different. It's his dormant power waking up, shattering the ice that's held it back for years. Think of it like muscle soreness, she explains. Growing pains for the soul. Arthur's like, so, it's just a brain ache. And the blade just shrugs. Basically, yeah. Technically, brains don't feel pain, but whatever. He should just roll with it. No time for logic anyway, because Alara's already hyped for the next round like a total maniac. He sighs and agrees. Then, pop quiz, Alara points to the chandelier above. How many candles, kid? Arthur guesses 2. Wrong, 3, you idiot. Alara, not pulling any punches today. Next question. That guy who just walked by 3 seconds ago, did he have glasses or not? Arthur's brain is absolutely fried. He gets it right. Then, was he wearing a tie? Room 12 on the left was the lamp lit. Surprisingly, he's actually keeping up. Then she asks about the room right above it. Arthur stammers. Yes, no, He's officially losing it. They march through the halls until they finally hit his quarters. Safe at last. Arthur lets out a massive, silent scream inside. He collapses on the floor, clutching his eyes. The pain is absolutely brutal. Alara admits it was acceptable for day 1. At least he didn't beg for a break. Credit where it's due. Arthur asks if she would have actually let him rest. Her answer, a flat no. He can't remember the last time he was pushed this hard. She warns him, comfort is the enemy. Stagnation. Repetition only takes you so far before you hit a wall and stop growing. Muscle memory is great, but there's a catch. Your body eventually finds a way to cheat, to make the training feel easy. Arthur's confused. Find an easy way. How? The body gets lazy, she explains. It adapts to the routine. That's why you have to keep changing the game to stay sharp. He realizes the truth. Those running drills, that was the reason. Alara just smirks. Bingo. She needed him to feel uncomfortable, to notice the things he usually ignores. Arthur goes dead silent, soaking it all in. Every life path shapes you differently. Your bones, your nerves, it all develops based on how you live and train. Sailors get balance. Hunters get instincts. Nomads, they see for miles. It's all about specialized growth. It finally clicks. Sharpen the strengths, fix the flaws. Alara isn't just training him, she's rebuilding him from the ground up. His strengths, insane stamina. Years of grinding have made him a human tank. Plus, his iron will and those rock-solid basics. He's got the foundation of a true master of the blade. But his weakness, he's too stiff, too repetitive. He's missing that vital mental and physical flexibility. Arthur brings up essence and secret styles, but Alara just looks annoyed. Like, really? Swordplay is just about how you move steel, she says. Adapt your basics to the moment, that's the real art. Sure, there are legendary styles out there, but then she gets a bit prickly and irritated. Bam, she headbutts him. Who'd teach a secret style to someone with nothing but a promise of loyalty? Fair point. Rubbing his forehead, Arthur admits she's right, all while she watches him like a hawk. As for essence, forget it for now. Did Cedric beat you with essence? She asks, besides a commoner using that power. That would raise way too many eyebrows. It's too dangerous for the public to see just yet. Once they leave the Royal Academy, then they'll talk power. For now, master your vision. Focus on how you see the world. Don't you want to crush that guy as soon as possible? She asks. Arthur's eyes light up. Absolutely, I'm getting hyped. But she just shuts him down. Not enough. Arthur's stunned. What? Why? She asks if he's even been listening. Even with focus, he'll eventually get used to the grind. It'll become just another boring routine. He remembers the nervous teacher from earlier. Alara's right, boredom is a killer. The same old drills just won't cut it anymore. Arthur's got a really bad feeling about this. He stammers, asking what they're going to do next. Alara just grins. Oh, nothing major. Every mistake meant a new punishment. Alara was going to drill the lessons into his head until he didn't have a second to breathe. The nightmare starts tomorrow. Alaric's heart sank. Pure, unadulterated dread washed over him. Pain as a teacher. Alara claimed she wasn't just being cruel. She called it corrective conditioning, a fancy way of saying he'd learn to be right or suffer the consequences. His willpower was a start, sure, but she said he needed a real shove to reach the next level. Our hero could barely find his words. He stuttered out a response. If the blade was right, if the pain was coming anyway, he might as well man up and face it head-on. Fine, I'll build the resilience I need. Let's just get on with it. Alara gave him one last look, her spectral eyes narrowing. You're absolutely sure about this, kid. He gave a shaky thumbs up. Bring it on. Then, a blood-curdling scream, total, absolute agony. Wait, that was only 5 seconds, the spirit asked. Too late. Alaric was already face down on the bed, completely out cold. First-time jitters, apparently. Alara admitted she messed up the calibration but promised she'd hold back and go easier, next time. With a chilling smile, she warned him the intensity would only go up if he kept failing. Just get it right, and the pain stops. Simple, right? She's all fired up for tomorrow, while Alaric lies there like a fried circuit, convinced this blade is straight-up demonic. Dawn breaks over the Royal Academy. Our hero is already back at it, giving his all with that spectral spirit hovering over his shoulder like a curse. Later, during the morning lectures, even the professor felt uneasy. Those intense, strange stares from Alaric were starting to make everyone in the room sweat. Back at the barracks, he's pushing his body to the breaking point. Suddenly, Alara tests him. How many pigeons are on the dorm roof? 10, he grunts. Which one flies first? The 6th, he says without a second's hesitation. How many on the window? None, Alaric snaps. That's a raven, not a pigeon. Not bad at all. A month in, and his senses are sharp enough to spot a raven at a distance. He barely passed, but he passed. Hope flared up in his chest. Alaric asked if that meant they were finally done for the day. Time to celebrate. 1 month of hell finally over. But then, a voice. Julian, the golden-haired prodigy, appears out of nowhere, catching him totally off guard. Silence hung between them for a long, heavy moment. No one moved. Alaric finally turned, a spark of defiance in his eyes. It's been a while, Julian. It had been weeks since he'd seen the guy. He'd been too busy surviving Alara's hellish training to worry about old rivalries. Julian noted he was still training even through the lunch hour. Typical of you, he mused, looking unimpressed. He claimed he came out of worry, but Alaric wasn't buying it for a second. Worry? About what exactly? It had been a month since the last challenge. Julian thought Alaric had quit like everyone else, but looking at his face, the fire was still burning. Is it that obvious? Alaric asked. Julian just gave a small, knowing smile. He'd seen plenty of broken losers. The look on someone who actually thinks they have a shot at winning. That's something else entirely. Alaric took that as a compliment. Good for you, so you saw what you wanted. Why don't you head out now? Julian played it off, acting wounded. Ouch! Cold much? He suggested they catch up properly, claiming it had been too long since their last chat. Pushing his luck. Alaric asked what there was left to talk about. Julian just smiled. 10 minutes. That's all he needed. Alaric sighed, eventually giving in. He sat down beside the blonde noble. For a while, they just watched the academy grounds in silence, appreciating the view. Then Julian dropped the bomb. He asked if Alaric had heard the whispers, the rumor claiming he wasn't just some commoner. A rumor, huh? Alaric chuckled. Why bring it up now? Was he supposed to start bowing and using formal titles? But Julian shook his head. He didn't come here for that. This wasn't about status. He wanted to talk as the Julian who was hiding his name, not as some high-end mighty noble superior. That caught Alaric off guard. He relaxed his posture and nodded. All right, of course. Julian leaned in, his voice dropping. Do you know why I even agreed to duel you in the first place? Alaric remembered those humiliating losses. Julian could have ignored him. A high-ranking student wouldn't lose face by ignoring a commoner's challenge. He could have walked away without ever revealing his true bloodline. Every duel had been a choice, an act of goodwill. It stung, the generosity of a victor, but as Alaric prepared to fire back, Julian suddenly cut him off. We should just end this already, the blonde boy said. Alaric's heart skipped a beat, a wave of nervousness hitting him. End it, he asked, completely incredulous. Julian looked away. There was no need to keep dragging this out any longer. Prince Alaric lays it down. The next duel will be their final showdown. Pure skill, real steel, and absolutely no magic allowed. Liam feels the weight of it. Real swords, no arcane help. He tries to wrap his head around the stakes. With a cold smirk, Alaric adds the kicker. If Liam loses, he becomes the prince's personal servant for life. Liam's heart sinks. This isn't just a spar anymore. It's a high-stakes wager for his very freedom. He's skeptical, though. What's the guarantee? He asks. There's no magical contract, just a verbal promise. Alaric nods. For anyone else, a spoken word might mean nothing, but not here. He knows Liam is a man of stubborn pride, the kind of knight who'd never break his oath. Alaric's banking on that honor. Lose the duel, and Liam belongs to the crown. Liam confirms the terms, but he's not done. If I lose, I serve you, Liam repeats, making sure. But then his eyes flash with a new light. But what happens when I win? Oh, he's definitely got his motivation back now. Alaric doesn't even blink. He promises Liam anything, gold, forbidden scrolls, royal secrets, as long as it doesn't shame his family. We're talking legendary sword styles, hidden mana techniques, basically the keys to the kingdom. Liam smiles. Deal, I'll pick my prize on the day we fight. Alaric just tells him to signal when he's ready. They need 3 days to prep the arena. Both men walk away with ice in their veins. Narrator voice. The moment we've been waiting for has finally arrived. The commoner chosen by the sacred blade versus the prince fighting for the throne. The real war starts here. But wait, Liam's looking a bit shaky. Lady Aurelia, the spirit within his sword, senses the nerves and asks what's up. Are you actually scared? She asks. You were doing so well a second ago. Why the cold feet now? Liam shakes his head. It's not fear, exactly. He just wants to know if all that hellish training actually worked. Aurelia is puzzled. Liam looks at his scarred, calloused hands, a month of absolute torture in the woods. I've worked so hard, he whispers, but I honestly don't feel any stronger than when I started. The sword stays quiet for a beat, watching him with a knowing, heavy expression. Then she speaks. You might not see it, Liam, but you've changed. You're much more powerful than you think. She explains that his vision is a hidden strength, when he hasn't learned to tap into properly yet. But she's got a surprise waiting. Before their talk ends, she asks about his physical exam today. Just you wait, she says, stretching out. Something's about to happen that'll blow everyone's minds. She's practically smirking, betting that our boy is about to pull off the impossible. Liam's still a little worried, though. He has no idea what he's walking into. The instructor barks orders. Line up by your numbers. If you're sick, get out. The rest of you, start your engines. Liam is sweating bullets. During the last trial, he barely scraped by in 9th place. At this academy, the nobles always take the top spots. For a guy like him, 9th was the absolute limit. 𝒂𝒏𝒆𝒅𝒔 asks who's ranked first. 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒔, Liam replies. The sword isn't surprised. The prince actually trains, unlike the other rich brats. Those other noble kids, spoiled. But 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒔 is the real deal, even if he hasn't worked as hard as Liam. It's time for the 800-meter dash. 2 brutal laps around the academy field. 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒔's record, a staggering 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's elite level. Liam's best time was 1:40. A 20-second gap might as well be a mile in a race like this. But 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒔 is beaming with confidence. Don't be scared. You've got a legendary blade on your side now. Liam takes a breath. All right, I'm trusting you. The boys step up to the starting line. The flag drops, and boom, they're off. Everyone is sprinting like their lives depend on it. But one person is on a completely different level. He's moving so fast the others are left in a daze. Even Prince 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒔 is stunned into silence. Liam is absolutely flying down the track. He's pushing himself to the absolute limit, leading the pack like a blue blur. The girl with the stopwatch can't believe it. Liam finishes, she screams. 1 minute and 29 seconds. Liam is losing his mind with joy. Meanwhile, 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒔 is actually looking a little rattled for once. The instructor marches over, suspicious. Did you use magic? He grabs Liam's arm, searching for any trace of mana. Leo watches closely as the night examiner pumps mana into his body, a clever trap to see if he's hiding aura. If he were using it, the test would instantly expose the lie and dispel his power on the spot. Complete and utter shock. The examiner is stunned that the boy hasn't touched aura yet, but his physical growth in just a few weeks is impossible. What kind of hellish training did you do? He demands, unable to believe his eyes. Leo plays it cool, looking almost shy as he gives his answer. I just stuck to the basics, sir, and honestly, I took way more naps than I used to. The knight flips through the official records, his brow furrowed. The boy's old schedule was pure madness, a training volume that was completely abnormal for any human. He wonders aloud if all those years of overwork finally healed during the break, giving his body the chance it needed to actually grow. But he quickly shakes his head. That's pure nonsense. Meanwhile, the other trainees are fuming with envy, and Julian, the blonde prodigy, looks visibly disturbed by the whole scene. Leo leans in and whispers to his blade, 𝒂𝒐𝒍, asking what the hell is actually going on with his body. The sword just sounds smug. Exactly what I told you would happen. Leo is sweating now, practically begging the holy weapon for a real explanation. But before giving up the secret, she asks him a question. Tell me, boy, where do you think true physical strength comes from? All while the examiner fumbles with his papers. The young man doesn't even hesitate. From the muscles, obviously. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 practically scoffs at him. She explains that in this world, every knight obsesses over muscle mass, but that's barely half the journey to true power. She breaks it down, how the human body is wired. Every muscle is connected to the nervous system, like a complex machine. True strength isn't about looking like a giant. It's about the neural connections that fire those muscles. It's about the mind's link to the body, not just the size of the arm. Leo is staring blankly into space. He's never heard anything like this science in his entire life. Muscle density is mostly genetic, and there's a hard limit to how much mass a human body can actually pack on. A limit that Leo had already smashed into years ago during his brutal, mindless training sessions. So 𝒂𝒐𝒍 reveals the truth. She was upgrading his nervous system, not his muscles. Leo's still lost. But how exactly did a sword do that? He didn't do any special drills or heavy lifting. Did you do something to me while I was passed out? The weapon's answer is chilling. It was all part of the punishment I gave you. Leo freezes, completely and utterly stunned. He slips back into that private mental void where only he can see the blade. Around him, the world goes silent as he struggles to process the horror of her words. Something dormant inside his soul had been forcibly unleashed. That's the real reason his muscles felt like they were being ripped apart every day. Every ounce of agony he felt during those failed mental training sessions. That was his nervous system being rewired for legendary strength. "Why didn't you tell me?" he demands, his voice trembling. The sword's reply is cold and brutally honest. "Because if you knew the truth, you would have been too depressed to finish." Leo's face turns into a mask of pure, unreadable conflict. 𝒂𝒐𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔 reminds him that mastering the vision was his only way to escape the pain. Suddenly, Leo flashes back to an old memory of a teacher. Then he remembers a moment with a fellow student, finally realizing that the absolute agony of the punishment was the only path he could have taken. 𝒂𝒐𝒅 knew him too well. Without that level of desperation, he never would have found the focus he has now. "You're welcome," the blade says smugly. "I did exactly what was expected of a holy sword, and look at the results. You should be thanking me." Leo shudders. He's starting to wonder if this thing isn't a holy sword at all, but something far more demonic. He questions if this blade really holds the soul of the legendary hero Roderick. Because if it does, then Roderick wasn't a hero at all. He was a total psychopath. Suddenly, a roar of cheers snaps him back to reality. And there it is. Just as expected, Julian, the golden boy, just shattered his own personal record. The blonde knight shoots Leo a look of pure, smug triumph. Leo can feel his blood starting to boil in response. The frustration is justified. Second place. He's climbed the ranks, but he still couldn't take down his biggest rival. Toppling a genius in just 1 month is a pipe dream, and he knows he should be happy with the progress. But deep down, it still stings. Still, the facts are insane. Leo went from being a middle-of-the-pack nobody to the official #2 student in the academy. The fire is back in his eyes. "I can win this," he thinks, later that night back in the quiet of the dorms. He's already looking at the next mountain to climb. What's the plan for tomorrow? What kind of training are we starting? 𝒂𝒐𝒅 explains that the mental training was just the beginning. It was about way more than just memorizing patterns. His physical body is as ready as it's ever going to be. Now, he needs experience. Leo gets nervous. Real combat is a different beast entirely. The sword's solution is simple and terrifying. "In that case, we're leaving the academy tonight." Leo's eyes light up with hope. "Finally, you're going to teach me the ultimate sword style." 𝒂𝒐𝒅 just laughs. "Keep dreaming, kid." She explains that any sword style is useless without aura. He needs to learn to assimilate that energy first, because the basics are all he can handle for now. Martial arts without the power of aura. At the end of the day, those are nothing but cheap parlor tricks. Look, even those, legendary, secret techniques only work if you've never seen them before. Alaric explains that once a hero's moves are read, he's basically an open book. And he asks if Liam really thinks a guy like Julian would fall for such cheap tricks. Our boy is getting frustrated, asking what he's even supposed to do then, and Alaric's answer is simple. Stop overthinking and use your emotions. Remembering Julian's crushing victory and his own personal records, the ancient blade reminds him that a sword forged through years of blood and sweat is the most dangerous weapon of all. Liam's physical stats have finally hit that peak level, meaning even his golden boy rival won't be able to just brush him aside anymore. After a long, dramatic pause, the sword finishes his grand speech with a classic. "Now go out there and tell him to suck it." Alaric insists he needs some real-world combat experience and wonders if anyone's dumb enough to pick a fight. But Liam shuts that down, saying nobody at the Night Academy is that crazy. Fast forward to the next day, and our hero is still playing back Alaric's advice in his head. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, asking if he's the peasant named Liam. And there they are, a pack of bullies looking down on him from the stairs. As Liam looks them over, he spots the crest on their uniforms, House Beaufort. Great, high-ranking nobles. They're absolutely fuming, demanding to know how a commoner like him managed to snatch the second-place spot in the rankings. They're convinced he used some cheap trick to fool the instructor, but they're making it clear they won't be played so easily. Liam just sighs to himself. Seriously, jerks like this really are everywhere, and he asks them what exactly their problem is with the leaderboard. He tells them if they've got a bone to pick, they should go complain to the instructor, leaving the trio in total shock that a nobody would dare talk back to them. The bullies scoff, wondering aloud how they're supposed to know what kind of dirty tactics a peasant uses, especially since he never swore loyalty to a house, calling it suspicious that he was even ranked 9th from the very start. They claim the true Liam is finally showing his face and demand to know which powerful family is secretly backing him. Liam realizes pretty quickly that these guys aren't actually listening to a word he says. To them, he isn't even a person, just an annoying weed in their perfect noble garden that needs to be ripped out. Then another figure appears behind the group on the stairs, telling his friends to calm down and reminding them that, peasant or not, they're all students here. The crowd that had gathered to watch the drama starts whispering in total admiration of this magnanimous newcomer. This is Lord Edgar, and he starts lecturing about how noble punishment is actually a form of dignity, then asks the crowd if they agree. Of course, everyone starts sucking up to him immediately, calling him the true pride of the Beaufort family. Alaric asks if this guy is the final boss of the group, and if he's from some major house. And Liam confirms it. That's the second son of House Beaufort, the guy who's been stuck in second place for every physical exam. He's clearly bitter that Liam came out of nowhere and stole his spotlight. It's the same old story, nobles punching down and the weak trying to survive, and Edgar puts on a fake sad face, saying it's a shame they had to meet like this. The noble tells Liam he might feel wronged, but dignity demands action, so he extends a hand and tells him to accept their little proposal. Liam doesn't bite, telling the guy he wants to hear the actual terms before he agrees to anything. The other nobles start barking at his disrespect, but Edgar silences them with a single wave, suggesting they settle this with a few matches under an instructor's watch. Leon looks him dead in the eye. He knows exactly where this is going. They both flash these fake, calm smiles, but Liam sees right through it. Even with an instructor there, this whole setup is a massive trap. Since Edgar didn't mention any rules against using aura, it means he's planning to use his highborn magic to absolutely crush him. If Liam calls him out now, they'll just accuse him of lying and trying to trick the academy staff. And if he walks away, they'll just use their influence to drag his name through the dirt anyway. Liam glances over to the side, looking for an exit. And there he is, Julian, the blonde rival, watching the whole thing from the middle of the crowd. For a split second, Liam thinks about Julian stepping in to save him, but then he grits his teeth hard. He knows that relying on his rival's help would be no different from begging for scraps. Imagining that shame, a humiliation way worse than anything these bullies could do, Liam looks Edgar in the eye and accepts the duel. Edgar raises an eyebrow, genuinely surprised that the peasant actually had the guts to say yes. But Liam has his own conditions. Captain Hellman has to supervise, it's one opponent per day, and if he wins, they never mention his skills again. He throws the challenge back at him. Can a great noble handle those terms? Liam suggests Captain Hellman because that demonic instructor sees through every lie, and funnily enough, somewhere in the castle, the captain feels his ears burning. In the end, Edgar agrees to the terms. Liam doesn't care who's watching the fight. He's just annoyed he can't spend more time beating these guys into the floor. Back in the quiet of his chambers, Julian sighs, still shaken by the duel. That snake Alaric had a look in his eyes he'll never forget, battle experience he never expected to gain this soon. Excalibur just smirks. As far as she's concerned, the results speak for themselves. Julian hesitates, glancing down at the ancient blade. Do you really think I can take him, without even using the glow? The sword's voice echoes in his head, blunt as ever. Probably not, she muses. After all, he's never actually squared off against a knight who can channel mana. Suddenly, the ancient spirit has a brilliant idea. Want me to make things a little easier for you? Julian just blinks, completely lost. Wait, what? Excalibur snaps her fingers, buzzing with excitement. Trust me, she chirps. This is the simplest way to get you up to speed. Poof, a glowing screen flickers to life right in front of him. It's got everything. Julian's name, a pathetic level 18, his basic skills, and a class title that actually stings. The hero who still can't use the glow. Julian stares, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. What on earth is this thing? The sword just scoffs. What does it look like, genius? It's your raw potential, plain and simple. She swipes the screen, and Alaric's stats pop up. Now, check out the numbers on that spoiled brat Alaric. She admits it's totally biased, though she wrote these stats based on her own legendary standards, so objective isn't exactly the word. Julian is stunned. Is Alaric really that much of a pushover? He figures since the guy is from a top-tier noble house, he must have been pumped full of magical elixirs and elite training his whole life. But 𝒂𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 just shakes her head. Magic potions, please. If you can't actually absorb the power, you're just average at best. Besides, Julian's hellish training. That brat hasn't seen anything like it. She explains that most people would see a guy without the glow and label him a total amateur. Basically a low-rank knight with no real teeth. But Julian, he's about to shatter that ceiling. His insane grit and rapid growth mean he's surpassing those limits faster than anyone realizes. 𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 adds that, with her guidance and his stubborn will, he can crush those fools even without a drop of mana. Julian can hardly believe what he's hearing. So, you're saying I won't lose physically? He asks. If that's the case, then he might actually have a shot at this. Exactly as the sword predicted. She just stands there, silent and blank, waiting for him to let the reality of his own strength sink in. Julian's eyes burn with a new fire. No more looking down. From now on, he's aiming for the absolute top. There's no way he's losing to a coward like Alaric. But he still has one nagging question. Seriously, though, why is my title the hero who still can't use the glow? 𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 just shrugs. Don't like it, then get stronger. Fast forward to a gorgeous morning at the main gates of the academy. Julian is making his way through the corridors when a voice stops him cold. He turns to find Sir Valerius, the instructor, watching him with a keen eye. The knight notes that Julian has changed a lot in just 1 month. He admits he would have stepped in if the boy were being reckless, but looking at him now, he doesn't think that'll be necessary. He gives Julian a knowing look. You're ready for this, aren't you? Julian plays it cool. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to, sir. The instructor just smirks. Right, keep playing dumb. Just go out there and do your best. Julian is still totally confused about what's going on. Getting into the spirit of things, Valerius tells him to go teach those arrogant idiots a lesson and asks if Julian understands. Now Julian gets the message. He heads into the grand hall, already packed with spectators, and walks in looking like he's ready for war. The second he steps inside, a sneering voice cuts through the crowd as a noble glares him down. It's Lord Godfrey. How dare a mere commoner keep me waiting? He barks. You're acting like the rules of this kingdom don't apply to trash like you. Julian doesn't even blink. He ignores the noble completely, turns to the instructor and says, Let's begin. The man nods. This is a duel of honor, the instructor declares. Both of you are putting your names and your reputations on the line. I stand as the official witness. He asks Godfrey what he wants if he wins. The noble's face turns red with rage. I want this peasant to confess to his crimes. Julian just watches him with a cold, serious stare. Then the instructor turns to Julian. And you, what do you want from this match? Julian's answer is simple. I want this to be the last time he ever bothers me. The instructor claps his hands. All right, it's settled. Both of you 2 steps forward. Take your positions. In the crowd, Julian's friends are terrified. He's at such a massive disadvantage. Everyone knows even a wooden sword can be lethal if it's infused with the glow. 𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 whispers, Want to see his stats? But Julian shuts her down. No, it doesn't matter how strong the guy is. Godfrey is just Alaric's lapdog. Julian doesn't need to borrow any special powers to deal with someone like that. Suddenly, boom, Godfrey charges across the arena with a primal scream, swinging his wooden blade with everything he's got. Julian reads the move instantly. A diagonal slash, top right to bottom left. It's so obvious it has to be a trap, right? Maybe a feint. He holds his ground, waiting for the attack to land, watching the wood whistle down toward his skull. And then a realization hits him. Wait, why is this guy moving so incredibly slow? With one swift motion, Julian dodges the strike and cracks him right across the head. The room goes dead silent. The instructor is stunned, and Godfrey's friends look absolutely terrified. Even Julian's own allies can't believe what they just saw. As for Godfrey, he's frozen solid, a massive welt forming on his forehead as he starts to drool and tremble. Absolute destruction. Even Lord Cedric and Sir Alistair are stunned by that move. Lord Oswald is just standing there, frozen with a mark on his brow, drooling and shaking like a leaf. Still feeling the nerves, our hero Leo glances back, wondering what on earth this kid's problem is. Then thud. To everyone's shock, the boy drops instantly, hitting the dirt like a felled oak tree. While Leo stands there wondering if it really ended that fast, his opponent groans in the mud, struggling to wheeze out a single word. You. Dragging himself up with sheer spite, the boy barks at Leo, telling him not to get cocky over a lucky shot, and that he only slipped up because of a stupid mistake. Fuming, he demands a rematch right then and there. But Captain Helm isn't having it, declaring that Geoffrey of House Hemmings lost, and he won't tolerate any more pathetic outbursts on the field. Leo just gives a calm smile and says, "All right then," a response that catches both the angry boy and the captain completely off guard. Geoffrey lets out a mocking laugh, sneering that for a commoner, at least the kid knows his place. But Leo, he's actually getting excited now. "Fine," he says. This time, he's not holding back. Suddenly, a voice from within his blade, the spirit Alara, whispers to him, warning him not to end this fight in a single strike this time. The tension is thick as the two square off again. Captain Helm gives the word, "Begin." Alara reminds Leo that this is his first real chance to test his blade sight in live combat. She notes that Geoffrey should be grateful Leo was merciful enough to end the first round quickly. Leo just nods. Got it. In an instant, the boy lunges, throwing everything into a wild, over-the-top swing. But Leo, he handles the attack like it's nothing, total ease. He focuses, letting the teachings of blade sight take over. Suddenly, the world slows down. He can see every twitch of Geoffrey's muscles, the placement of his feet. He can even see the movement of the boy's pupils. He's reading the future. Alara explains that because he's mastered the initial tell, Leo knows the move before Geoffrey even makes it. Geoffrey keeps swinging like a madman, and Leo keeps dancing around him. But then, things take a sharp turn. A wooden blade, actually cutting hair, Leo feels a strand fall. He realizes Geoffrey has started tapping into his aura, but even with that power boost, Leo can still read him like an open book. Screaming in a blind rage, the boy tells him to try and dodge what's coming next. Alara just sighs. Imagine being this reckless against the guy who just humbled you. Talk about an amateur move. The kid's a mess. He doesn't have a clue how to manage his stamina for a real fight. As he defends, Leo realizes that even using aura to boost physical stats has its breaking point. Then, after a heavy block, our hero spots it. A massive opening. He strikes without a hint of mercy, slamming the wooden sword right into the boy's leg. Geoffrey howls in pain, his fury reaching a boiling point. He scrambles back, trying to put some distance between himself and Leo. Clinging to his bruised leg, he screams that Leo is a fool for not finishing the job when he had the chance. He yells at the top of his lungs that Leo doesn't have what it takes to actually bring him down. But a second later, Geoffrey gets absolutely shredded by a lightning-fast flurry of blows. Alara asks Leo what he thinks, and he just agrees with her. If you're going to practice blade sight, you really can't beat a moving target. Geoffrey drags himself up one last time before desperately gasping out that he yields. Captain Helm calls the match for Leo, and the crowd absolutely loses it. Everyone is cheering, except for Geoffrey's little clique, who look like they've just seen a ghost. Later that night, the whole camp is buzzing. All anyone can talk about is the duel between Leo and Lord Alistair's inner circle. Word is Leo started challenging them one by one, starting with Geoffrey, and he systematically dismantled them all until they were sent limping to the infirmary. Now, the only one left standing is Lord Alistair himself. People are starting to whisper, could the high-end mighty Alistair actually lose to this guy? Elara mocks the previous opponents, calling their elegant fencing style soulless and empty. She's honestly embarrassed for them, considering they were using aura and still failed that badly. But Leo knows today is going to be a different story. Elara warns him that Alistair is the real deal, and he cannot afford to drop his guard for even a second. Leo steps into the arena, meeting his final opponent. Alistair is standing there, dead serious, with a terrifying aura radiating off him like heat. Elara notes that the guy has finally dropped the arrogance. Leo just nods. He can feel the change in the air. Leo realizes that with aura, Alistair is physically way stronger than him. He remembers a detail from the status window the sword showed him earlier. It listed his blade sight, but since it's only level 1, he's worried it might not be enough to bridge the gap. In this world, the techniques you don't know are the ones that kill you. There's a real chance his special vision won't be able to track Alistair's moves. Looking strangely satisfied, Alistair admits he didn't think he'd actually have to step up. Leo just keeps a cool head and asks, "Is that so?" He tells Alistair he already knew it would end up like this, which visibly gets under the noble's skin. Alistair thinks Leo is just the perfect warm-up to sharpen his skills before his real duel with his rival. He figures that while Leo is talented, without aura, he's fundamentally outclassed. If Alistair is at the level where he can coat his steel in aura, trying to block those hits with a wooden practice sword is basically suicide. Leo knows he can't win a head-on clash. He decides the best play is to provoke the man and wait for a mistake. Then, Captain Helm gives the signal. The match begins. Out of nowhere, boom. A massive streak of energy whistles right past our hero's face. He didn't even see it coming. A thin red line opens up on Arthur's cheek. He's stunned. Was that pure sword intent? Across the arena, Alistair levels his glowing blade right at our boy's chest. Arthur's heart sinks. The speed gap here is just insane. He's starting to wonder if he can even touch this guy. Then Alistair drops into a low stance. That terrifying aura of his, it's practically suffocating the entire stadium now. Arthur grits his teeth. He knows Alistair is a total scumbag, but there's no denying it. He's a true-blooded heir of House Sterling for a reason. Alistair just smirks. No wonder the others folded so fast, he sneers. He says he would have just crushed a typical commoner under his boot and moved on. But he thinks Arthur might actually be worth recruiting. He offers him a deal. Join House Sterling right now, and all this bad blood can just disappear. He tells Arthur to forget their little grudge. But wait, something's moving. Fast, Arthur isn't listening to a word of that nonsense. Close one, by a hair's breadth, Arthur's blade whistles past Alistair's face. Before anyone can blink, Alistair repositions, but there's a fresh cut on his cheek. He's absolutely fuming now, spitting out a venomous "you." He's officially lost it. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he calls Arthur an arrogant brat who only won because he picked up a few useless tricks. Arthur just gives him a cold smile. Is that right? Behind him, Lady 𝒂𝒊𝒏 is fuming. She repeats it back, pure poison in her voice. Useless tricks. She calls out to Arthur, and he answers instantly. She's offended. No, she's beyond that. Did this little weakling really just call her legendary arts useless? Arthur flinches a bit as Lady 𝒂𝒊𝒏 goes off. She says people claim mountains and rivers change in 10 years. But after 300 years, she's being mocked by a brat who probably still wets the bed. Suddenly, a dark, suffocating pressure erupts from Arthur. She asks if he can see the kid with the pretty white teeth over there. Arthur stammers out a quick, "Yes, ma'am." A teacher being mocked by a student? That's the ultimate insult. Lady 𝒂𝒊𝒏 lays it down. If that brat's teeth are still in his mouth by the end of this test, Arthur's the one who's getting punished. Talk about pressure. Our hero doesn't need to be told twice. 1 or 2 teeth, Please, he's planning on taking every single one of them. Alisdair actually looks startled. Where did this sudden explosion of fighting spirit come from? Like a lightning bolt, Arthur launches himself forward. He's a blur of steel, raining down blows so fast that Alisdair can barely keep his guard up. Alisdair is reeling. He can't believe the sheer weight behind these attacks. Up in the stands, the crowd is losing their minds. Alisdair is actually being pushed back. But over in the VIP section, Sir Leon shakes his head. Sure, Arthur's on the offensive, but look closer. Alisdair hasn't been forced out of the ring yet. Not even close. Arthur's feeling the burn. This sucks. He's pushing himself to the absolute limit, but that aura Alisdair's using, it's like hitting a brick wall. Sir Leon watches intently. If Arthur doesn't end this soon, it's going to turn into a battle of endurance, and that's a fight he can't win. Alisdair is pure rage now. He snarls that Arthur is like a persistent cockroach and that he should have stayed face down in the dirt where he belongs. But Arthur isn't backing down. He fires back, telling Alisdair he should probably look in a mirror before talking trash. It's time. To bridge the gap in strength and speed, he activates the seer's sight. Everything slows down. He starts predicting Alisdair's every twitch. Arthur knows he needs to be faster. If he can just see the path of the strike a fraction of a second earlier. He narrows his focus. He needs to read every muscle, every shift in weight, and every breath, until the world around him starts to warp. This is wild. It's like they're suddenly fighting underwater, every movement heavy and deliberate in slow motion. Alisdair strikes with near-light speed, but Arthur blocks it perfectly. He slides right into a mirrored stance, matching Alisdair move for move. Yes, Arthur can feel it. The plan is actually working. Alisdair is losing his mind. He screams, demanding to know how Arthur is doing this without a drop of aura. Even the examiner is baffled. How is a boy with zero magic pushing a noble heir this far? Then Alisdair's face twists into a wicked grin. He chuckles, saying he can't believe a nobody is forcing him to use his trump card. Arthur's instincts scream at him. Whatever is coming next, it's bad news. Alisdair ignites a new power around his blade. Arthur recognizes it instantly, runebound fencing. This is high-level noble magic. It's frustrating. This guy has every advantage, thrusts, stabs, slashes, all enhanced by magic. Arthur knows he can't afford to waste even a single heartbeat. Alisdair lunges. Arthur's seer's sight tracks the tip of the blade. It's a straight stab. He thinks, I've got this, I can dodge. Alisdair comes in with everything he's got. Arthur twists his body to evade, but then something goes wrong. It was a trap. The stab was just a feint. It's a specialized technique designed for when an opponent tries to dodge. It's the Mortimer strike, a brutal follow-up aimed right at the ribs. If this lands, the fight is over. You can't swing a sword with a shattered chest. Even with his special vision, Arthur realizes he's stuck. The sword's path is locked in. There's no way out. For a split second, Arthur thinks, this is it. I'm going to lose. But then his eyes ignite with a fierce, golden light. He looks like a legendary warrior possessed. One thought echoes in his mind, louder than the roar of the crowd. Move. Arthur slams his feet into the stone, so hard his clothes literally rip from the sheer force of the impact. He isn't dodging. He's launching himself straight up, soaring right over Alisdair's head. Alisdair looks up, his face pale with pure shock. He's wide open. From high above, Arthur swings down with everything he's got, and you better believe Alisdair felt that one. Leo drops behind the boy, who just stands there, completely stunned. He actually got hit. He's fuming now, glaring at our hero with pure rage. The crowd starts whispering. He only tagged the left arm. One arm against two. That's gotta be a massive disadvantage for Ewan, right? The blonde Leo, well, Seraphina speaking through him, tells Chloe to ignore the arm. The real blow? It's mental. The legendary phantom fencing of House Blackwood just failed, and that shock is devastating. Ewan's not done yet. He thinks he can still salvage this, aiming for a two-handed frontal strike to regain the lead. And right as he lunges, that wooden sword reaches its absolute limit. Between the impact and his aura-charged attacks, it's over. His plan? Snap Leo's blade and force a win. He charges in, screaming that Leo has been a puppet in his hands this whole time. Know your place, commoner. Then, bam, an upward strike from Leo connects perfectly, sending Yuan's weapon flying. The boy looks lost, like he can't even process what just happened. But there's no time to think. A brutal blow catches him square in the mouth. Blood, spit, and teeth, literally flying in every direction. Talk about a reality check. The audience goes wild. Everyone's cheering for the underdog, and Chloe looks absolutely thrilled for her friend. Even Sir Hector looks satisfied, as he officially declares Leo the winner of the duel. Later on, Seraphina tells her disciple he did a hell of a job. Yuan got wrecked by a useless technique. Maybe now he'll learn to pick his words more carefully. Leo wonders if a guy like that can actually change after one loss. But hey, they made a sacred oath, so everything should work out. But then Seraphina drops a bombshell. She was actually surprised by him. Now Leo's the one looking confused. She explains that he just stepped through the door of acceleration. He's progressing way faster than she ever imagined. Leo's just lost. Acceleration. Meanwhile, Sir Hector is literally picking teeth up off the floor. Yeah, he definitely knocked out quite a few. A bit later, our hero is walking through the halls, massaging his aching shoulder. He asks Seraphina if that, acceleration, was what he used to dodge Yuan's phantom fencing. She breaks it down. You know those moments where the body moves slower than the mind. In a state of acceleration, everything changes. Your reflexes move faster than your actual thoughts. It's not just about speed. She asks him, how does he think Master Knights move so fast? Leo's guess, it's because they've mastered aura right. Seraphina says he's only half right. Without aura, your body wouldn't even be able to withstand its own power. Normally, knights learn acceleration only after mastering aura. But Leo, he did it backwards. He used it before he even started training his aura. Even if it was just in his legs, and even if it was messy, it was still incredibly impressive. It means he instinctively pushed past his human limits through nothing but sheer, raw willpower. Leo smiles but then pauses. Wait a minute. He remembers her saying his body shouldn't handle it, but he feels fine, maybe because it was incomplete. The blade basically confirms it. If he'd used it across his whole body, his internal organs would have been turned into mush. Leo's face goes pale. Suddenly, he's a lot more worried. Isn't that a little dangerous? Seraphina just tells him it's about time, and he needs to start taking care of himself for now. What time? He asks, and then boom. The backlash hits him like a freight train, sudden heavy damage from the side effects. The sword just laughs. What else? It's the muscle pain from hell. She warns him, be grateful you're only feeling this. Don't you dare use it again until you learn aura, or you'll literally die. Every inch of him is screaming in agony. Leo groans, yeah, I figured that out. Another day at the academy. Leo's walking across campus, trying to blend in with the other students. But the atmosphere is different. Girls are whispering as he passes by. Everyone's talking. Rumors say he was a lab rat fed on secret elixirs. Others are convinced he's a secret weapon, sent directly from the royal palace. Then he bumps into the same group of noble bullies he humbled earlier. Yep, they're definitely the ones spreading these wild stories. Seraphina mocks them. Of course they have excuses for losing. Noble pride, right? Leo just sighs. If they had any pride, they wouldn't be bothering him. The blade agrees, but then Leo spots someone waiting for him. It's Chloe, looking as gentle as ever. Hi, Leo, she says. He's a bit surprised. Chloe. A little while later, they're outside the building. Leo's finally smiling again. He asks how she's doing. Aren't you supposed to be in alchemy class? Don't tell me you're skipping. Chloe calls him an idiot, as if she'd skip. Turns out the teacher was sick, so class was canceled. She asks if he really thinks she'd ditch just to meet up with him. Then she goes quiet and smiles. Leaning back, she mentions that something about him has changed. Leo's just confused. Then she asks the real question, has he been avoiding her? because out of nowhere, he started picking fights with half the nobles in the school. Chloe lets him have it, asking if he has any clue how worried she and Alaric were. Leon just takes it, head down, feeling the weight of the scolding. But inside, he's actually amazed. He realizes just how much time has passed for them to finally talk this openly and comfortably. Then it hits him. He finally gets it, the jealousy the other Alaric felt, being eaten alive that Leon was the one by her side. He remembers that suffocating feeling, that brutal inferiority complex, believing he had absolutely nothing special to offer. Back then, he hated everything, a world that didn't reward effort, and he blamed himself for every bit of it. He vividly recalls the moment the sword appeared. It challenged him right then, offering a single chance to prove his words were true. Chloe mentions the gossip at the academy. His name is everywhere now, but the talk isn't exactly praise. Rumors claim he only leveled up because he stumbled onto some magic blade. Suddenly, Chloe stops. Our hero is actually crying. She freezes, total shock. The tension in the air is suddenly very real. She tries to backtrack, softening her voice. She tells him not to mind the rumors, that the stuff about the sword is just talk. Leon just shakes his head. It's nothing like a simple magic sword. Chloe watches him, her worry only growing deeper. She thinks back. Even if Master Eldrick was rude and difficult, she was the one who pulled him up from rock bottom. Meanwhile, the sword spirit Eldrick is just chilling, eating a cookie. He calls Leon a brat, thinking his apology was enough. Eldrick wonders how this kid managed to grow so much. But for Leon, if a hero saves the world, then Eldrick is his hero. Right then, he makes a vow. He'll become a knight worthy of the sacred steel and blow past every expectation Eldrick has. Chloe just stares, completely lost. She has no idea what's going through his head right now. Even Eldrick admits he doesn't fully get it. One minute he's talking to a girl, the next, his spirit has matured. He wonders if, as a perfect being, he isn't supposed to understand. But the sword's inner voice, she doesn't care about the reason. To her, this vessel, this boy, is finally ready to be truly forged and cultivated. Suddenly, a chill hits Leon, pure goosebumps. His friend calls out, worried, as Leon looks like he's seen a ghost. Later that night in the dorms, Leon lies awake. He's changed, no doubt. Chloe's words about him looking better keep looping in his mind. Dee told him the nerves were gone. That for the first time, he was actually looking ahead. To her, the old Leon was always looking up at others, but this Leon, he's looking forward at his own path. Leon is stunned by her words. He starts thinking it'd be nice to actually talk to his rival, Alaric, every now and then. There's no one in that noble, ear being honest, no one to truly stand by him. Fine, Leon whispers, I'll see what I can do. Curled up in the dark, he whispers a quiet apology to Chloe. He's terrified he can't pull it off. He thinks their next duel will be his last. Meanwhile, the blonde Alaric gazes at the stars. Boom, next morning, a training dummy gets absolutely pulverized. Our hero is back at it, another wooden sword shattered to splinters. Master Eldrick watches, wondering if even a high-grade training blade can survive this kid's intensity. It's not just the technique. Leon's style is becoming so raw, so powerful, that the wood just can't handle the strain. Leon knows a training sword is a toy. He tells Eldrick he has to push. A trump card only works once. If he uses the same old moves, a genius like Alaric will read him like an open book and counter him instantly. He has to evolve. He has to read Alaric's mind and shatter his techniques before they even land. Eldrick asks if seeing Alaric's status was that much of a wake-up call. On the screen, level 25, elite skills, noble blood. Eldrick points out the massive gap. Can an intermediate aura user really stand a chance against that? He reminds Leon that Alaric can manifest an energy blade, levels most knights don't hit until their 30s. Leon crunches the numbers. He's slower, he's weaker, but then he sees the one advantage. He has more stamina. He's built for the long haul. Instead of fear, a fire starts burning in his chest. He's not unbeatable, Leon says. The determination in his voice is absolutely chilling. Eldrick smirks. That's the spirit. He promises to coach him through every detail to prep for this final showdown. Leon is hyped, but then he gets serious. Master Eldrick, if I lose this duel, what's the plan? The sword spirit flinches. Silence. He tells Leon he's not answering that question. Leon wants to know why. Eldrick explains this is a test. The trials ahead were always meant to be harder than the rewards. Leon feels a knot in his stomach. Isn't this a bit much for a first trial? Eldrick looks him dead in the eye. This fight is the turning point. Win, and every single secret will be revealed. The day drags on as Liam keeps grinding through his brutal training. But then the sky cracks, and a torrential downpour hits. In the shadows, a mysterious voice whispers that the results have surpassed even their wildest hopes. A man chuckles, knowing the candidates had potential, while Lord Julian stares out the window at the storm, still stunned that Baron Elmont actually lost. Prince Arthur turns to Sir Gilbert, noting the old knight finally seems convinced by the results after being so skeptical before. Cracking a small smile, the veteran replies that 3 years is nothing for a true prodigy, especially one who just took down the second son of a powerful count. Despite having 0 aura, there's no denying it anymore. This kid's potential is absolutely terrifying. He mentions Julian sent word today. He's ready. Finally, the old man says, his voice thick with anticipation. Sir Gilbert, Arthur speaks up, asking for a massive favor. He plans to see Liam crush Julian and then claim the boy as his personal knight. He looks away, his mind on Lady Clara as the rain hammers down on the Royal War College. Liam strides through the dark corridors, just as a massive bolt of lightning tears across the sky. He's on edge, joking that even the heavens are setting the stage for his execution. Elias adds, "A hero's fate is at stake. The gods are watching." Instructor Hector nods as Liam arrives right on time, though the eerie silence of the academy is definitely unsettling. Turns out, this whole private setup was actually Julian's special request. Unlike his usual flashy matches, it seems the noble wants 0 distractions for this specific fight. Elias scoffs, remembering how Elmont tried to humiliate Liam publicly. This time, just one hidden witness in the shadows. Liam frowns, asking who exactly is lurking in the dark to watch them. The sword laughs, knowing the truth, and when he hints it's Lady Clara, Liam's heart nearly stops from the nerves. He panics, asking why she'd be here, but Elias just sighs. Julian is playing a much deeper game than Liam realizes. Since Julian thinks Liam is a rival for Clara's heart, he wants her to watch him assert his dominance. It's a classic power move, 2 men fighting over a woman to prove who's truly superior. Then he remembers the stakes. If Julian wins this duel, Liam belongs to him as a subordinate. Fury boils inside Liam as he flashes back to their secret meeting under the ancient tree where this whole crazy bet started. A duel for total submission. If he loses, he's basically Julian's servant for life. So Clara isn't just watching a fight. She's watching Julian draw a line between the master and the follower. It's cold, meticulous, exactly the kind of high-stakes trap a noble like Julian would set. He doesn't care about Liam's feelings or Clara's. This is pure, high-class noble arrogance at its peak. Manipulating hearts and shifting pieces on a board. He doesn't see people as equals, only as political tools. Liam clenches his teeth, wondering if this disgusting manipulation is what it truly means to be a lord. If that's the case, he's absolutely repulsed. Elias notices his shaking fists. Liam is beyond pissed. He shouldn't have played along. Now, he's going to have to beat some humility into that arrogant fool. Inside the arena, the two stand face to face before the judge. Julian smirks, claiming Liam is running late. Liam stares him down, cold and focused. "No," he retorts, "you're just early." He glances around, asking where the secret guest is hiding since Julian made such a big deal about it. Julian just smiles, saying the observer is tucked away so Liam won't have any excuses when he eventually loses his focus. Liam lets out a dry, ironic laugh. "Is that so? Then let's get this over with right now." But Julian stops him, pulling out a small vial and swallowing a strange pill right in front of him. Liam is baffled. Turns out it's an 𝒂𝒓𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔. Julian doesn't want his power to accidentally trigger and ruin the fairness of the duel. Liam tenses up. This guy isn't playing around anymore. The instructor hands over the training blades. The air is heavy. Time to begin. Liam locks eyes with his opponent. The usual arrogance is gone, replaced by a chilling, deadly seriousness. Hector gives the signal. Go. Swords collide with a deafening crack as Julian lunges and Liam barely shifts into a guard. Nerves are screaming, but there's no time to think. Julian is already charging back in like a predator. A barrage of lightning-fast strikes rains down. Liam deflects them, but his arms are already starting to feel the weight. He realized it too late. He underestimated Julian's raw strength. If he keeps taking these head-on, he won't last 30 seconds. No breathing room. The young Lord Julian lunges forward with everything he's got. Arthur grits his teeth, barely managing to catch the blow on his blade. It's terrifying. Julian's blade isn't moving like steel. It's like a lashing whip. This noble is leagues ahead of anyone else he's ever faced. But there's something else, too. Something hidden beneath the surface. Arthur tries to activate his heightened perception, but it's no use. Julian is moving so fast he's just a blur in his vision, impossible to track. Breathe, he tells himself. He needs to stay calm and rely on muscle memory from every single time they've crossed swords before. The assault is relentless. Watching from the sidelines, Lord Geoffrey is absolutely stunned by the sheer ferocity of the exchange. Is this really a student duel? Even without using magic or aura, their technical skill is already putting veteran knights to shame. Arthur's head is spinning. This guy isn't just strong, he's a total monster on the battlefield. Julian is internally reeling, wondering when this commoner got so powerful, while Geoffrey can't take his eyes off the spectacle. He knew his young lord was a prodigy, but he never expected Arthur to actually keep pace with a genius like that. The strikes keep coming, one after another. Arthur senses a double-layered rhythm to the attacks. There's a secret technique hidden here. He pushes his eyes to the limit, finally seeing the opening. He lunges, timing his counter perfectly with Julian's next strike. Sparks fly. Arthur takes a jagged gash across his chest plate, but Julian's eyes go wide. A lock of his own blonde hair drifts through the air, sliced clean off. Arthur resets his stance immediately. Those blonde strands fall slowly to the dirt as the entire arena goes dead silent. Julian looks genuinely annoyed now, reaching up to touch the missing lock of hair with a cold glare. Arthur catches his breath. He'd been wondering why Julian's power seemed to dip after that initial explosion of speed. Suddenly, the realization hits the noble like a brick. This wasn't a mistake. Arthur is trying to drag him into a war of attrition. He watches Arthur steadying his pulse. Julian lets out a cold smile, wondering if he's actually walked right into the boy's trap. The tension is thick enough to cut. Both fighters lock eyes, neither willing to blink or back down. Arthur knows he has to stay close and burn through Julian's energy. One tiny slip-up, and it's game over for him. No magic tricks, no flashy spells, just pure, gritty perseverance against an elite opponent. Julian can feel Arthur's sheer willpower radiating off him. He needs to crush that spirit now, or he'll never truly win. If he doesn't break him here, Arthur will never submit to his authority or acknowledge his superiority. Julian shifts his stance. It's an arcane step. Geoffrey nearly falls out of his chair, recognizing a secret technique reserved only for the royal bloodline. Arthur feels the pressure mounting. He knows a dangerous method to force his blood and muscles past their physical breaking point. Julian knows it's an incomplete version since he can't tap into his aura yet, but half power is still enough to end this. Arthur pushes himself to the edge, cranking his focus up to the absolute maximum to survive. Julian charges like a lightning bolt, unleashed. Arthur barely parries the devastating strike, his arms vibrating from the sheer impact. Too shallow, Julian thinks. He can't believe it. Did this commoner actually just dodge a direct hit at that speed? Clutching his stinging arm, Arthur wonders if that was really a high-speed skill without any aura. Suddenly, Aleastair, the sentient blade, whispers a confirmation in his ear. Arthur nearly jumps out of his skin. He steadies himself and whispers back to the sword, "Are you for real?" The blade explains that the human body is a temple of untapped potential. Physical techniques can push speed and strength way beyond normal logic. There are ways to harden skin and boost stamina that don't need magic, so he shouldn't underestimate what he's seeing. But there's no time to chat. Julian is already back in his face, his blade raised high for the kill. "Don't you dare look away," Julian screams, furious at Arthur's calm face. Arthur just scoffs, asking if the noble is finally getting serious. Arthur is internally screaming, "Calm my ass, I'm losing my mind." The sword's interruption completely broke his flow. He recalls Aleastair's warning to forget common sense right as Julian's blade grazes his cheek, drawing fresh blood. No, the sword didn't distract him, it woke him up. Arthur plants his feet firmly, anchoring himself to the arena floor. Julian looks focused, but there's a flicker of nerves in his eyes. He's starting to feel the pressure. Arthur realizes he's only 5 steps from the edge of the ring. Julian has been driving him back, but now, the tables are turning. Lord Geoffrey can feel it. The entire atmosphere in the arena has shifted. Something big is about to happen. There should be no way to counter Julian's high-speed movement. Arthur's only plan was to survive the onslaught and wait. He had to cling to every bit of stamina he had left, waiting for the right moment to strike back. He was waiting for the noble to burn out from that explosive speed. Suddenly, Arthur lets out a smirk. "Well, this isn't very fun anymore." Julian freezes, completely caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone. Now, Arthur narrows his eyes and prepares to finish it. Leo knows there's only one thing he can truly trust, the raw strength he's built with his own 2 hands. And Julian, for the first time, that noble boy realizes Leo looks absolutely massive, a real threat. Julian just grins, looking hyped. "That's it," he says. "This is exactly who he is." He's determined to make Leo his subordinate no matter the cost, so he kicks it into high gear and activates his flicker step once again. Lord Alaric is watching closely, thinking Leo has to be at his breaking point. Using that kind of speed repeatedly without any aura, total madness. But Julian, he's actually loving the tension. Julian's convinced that if Leo is a true hero, this pressure should be nothing. Meanwhile, our hero is looking back at every moment they've shared, thinking to himself, "Julian, you still don't get it. You don't know the real difference between someone born with natural talent and a guy like me, who swings his sword every single day of his life." Outside, the world is ending. Thunder is rolling and lightning is tearing up the sky. Then, the charge. Leo flies forward with total focus, meeting Julian head-on as he does the exact same. Then crack, a deafening impact. A sword shatters into a million pieces, spinning wildly through the air. A second later, the dust clears. Leo is still standing there, blade perfectly intact. Julian is frozen in pure shock, realizing his own sword has been smashed to bits. The broken shards bounce across the arena floor. Julian stares at the empty hilt in his hand, completely floored, wondering how this was even possible. Alaric nods, satisfied. He knows all that hard work finally paid off. See, the whole duel came down to a little trick Leo picked up from Sir Elmont's rising strike. It's a wild, unconventional technique, specifically designed to mess with your opponent's upper body timing. Leo explains this while remembering the exact second he finally brought the noble down. But there's more. He tells Julian the most important part. The number of swords they've both broken is worlds apart. Looking down at the devastated noble on the ground, Leo admits that because Julian is a genius, his body can ignore its limits. "But I know the limits of a blade," Leo adds. He even mentions that if they'd been using real steel, the result might have been totally different. Then Leo steps closer, leveling his sword right at his fallen rival. He smiles. "I won, Julian." Sir Gilbert starts clapping, grinning as he confirms it. Victory goes to Leo. Alaric realizes something else in that moment, too. If Leo had lost, he'd be Julian's servant forever. So Julian asks him, what does he want now that he's actually won? Julian remembers his own promise. He'd give Leo anything he desired, as long as it didn't stain his family's noble reputation. Everything else was on the table. Totally satisfied, Leo realizes he doesn't actually need anything right now. Julian sighs, accepting the loss. He chose this fight, so he's ready to face the music. A promise is a promise, Julian says. So tell me, Leo, what do you want from me? But Leo just gives him a relaxed smile. I'll tell you later, he says, leaving the noble completely stunned. He explains he hasn't really thought of anything yet, so he'll just let Julian know when he does. That cool with you? Julian and Gilbert are staring at him like he's crazy, but Julian just laughs it off. Fine by me. The adrenaline is fading, and Leo is feeling the sting. He finished the fight without using his acceleration skill. But man, Julian really pushed him too far. Suddenly a soft voice echoes, "Oh, light of mending." Grant rests to the weary. It's Clara. She's right there, using her healing magic to patch Leo up. Leo's hyped. He already feels the weight lifting. Exactly what I'd expect from a Tier 4 healer, he says, thanking her for being their witness. But Clara looks miserable. She's actually crying, telling him she just doesn't understand either of them. What if you'd lost? She snaps, making Leo jump a bit. She wipes her tears, though, admitting he's grown incredibly strong. Then she drops the big question. Are you really planning to leave the Royal Academy? Leo's caught completely off guard. How did you even find out? He asks. Clara just sighs. She knows him like the back of her hand. He's such a fool. Leo looks peaceful, almost happy, but he admits he thought she'd try to stop him. That just makes her more annoyed. She can't believe he'd even say that when he never planned on listening to her anyway. He's always been this way, shattering the limits everyone else thought were impossible. And in the end, he always makes it happen, even if it took a little longer this time around. Leo argues that he actually did it pretty fast, but Clara insists he took way too long. She goes quiet for a second, then our hero starts laughing, and before they know it, they're both laughing like crazy. He tells her he's good for now, and that she should go beat up Julian for him. Clara's confused. Shouldn't she heal him instead? Leo explains that as stubborn as Julian is, he's probably in total shock and feeling pretty depressed right now. He says a little encouragement from his girlfriend is exactly what'll turn this loss into the fuel he needs to grow. I'm leaving Julian in your hands, he says. Clara is left speechless, just watching her friend walk away into the distance. Out of nowhere, she screams his name across the courtyard, desperate to know his plans now that he's leaving the academy. He just gives a cocky wave over his shoulder. Sorry, love, for now. That's a secret. The girl looks stunned for a second, her jaw dropping at his vague answer. Then, she slowly brings her hands together, whispering a quiet prayer for her friend's safety out in the world. Valerius chuckles within his mind. He never thought he'd see the day when a mage, someone who usually scoffs at the divine, would actually be caught praying for a mere mortal. Arthur just smiles to himself. She's a good soul, Valerius. The sentient blade pulses, asking if he's finally finished cutting ties here. The boy takes one last look at the towers and nods. Yeah, everything is done. I just always wanted to be someone special, Arthur admits quietly. Valerius echoes the word back to him with a hint of curiosity. Special, you say? He'd been desperate back then. Every waking moment, every drop of sweat, he'd given absolutely everything he had just to keep up. He wanted to stand equal to the elite knights, but class barriers and raw talent, those felt like impossible walls. He'd lost his way in the shadow of those chosen ones, convinced he just wasn't good enough to breathe the same air. But then he met Valerius, and suddenly, everything in his life started shifting for the better. The blade ripped that deep-seated inferiority complex right out of his heart. It finally allowed him to step out from the shadows of those two legends and breathe. Now, it's hero time. And honestly, who in this entire kingdom could possibly be more special than the man holding the ultimate weapon? Valerius observes the boy and calls him out for being a total materialist. Arthur just smirks. Disappointed, the sword scoffs. Not at all. What's wrong with wanting a bit of gold and glory? Seriously, what's wrong with wanting the whole world to scream your name? The blade explains that raw ambition is the heartbeat of human life. It's the fuel, the dreams that push people to keep moving forward when things get ugly. As long as you don't turn into a villain, that drive is what makes a human truly great. And that is exactly why the sword chose him in the end. But then comes the bombshell. Arthur wasn't actually supposed to be the hero. It was the other guy, Julian. Arthur freezes, eyes wide. Wait, what did you just say? Valerius drops the truth. Julian is actually the legitimate heir to the 𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓𝒔, Prince Cedric. He was the sword destined to rebuild this rotting empire from the ground up. His full title, Lord Julian Cedric von 𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒔. He was designated as the legendary hero over 150 years ago. Arthur is reeling, pure shock. He realizes Julian is the perfect protagonist of this world. If Julian was the chosen one, does that mean he's not the main character anymore? He stands there, wondering if his whole journey has been some kind of cosmic mistake. Arthur shakes it off and asks if that big fight wasn't supposed to be his test. Valerius confirms it, and honestly, he did damn well. Look, there's no law saying a hero has to be some golden boy chosen by an ancient prophecy or an oracle. If a man carves his own future through sheer strength and willpower, that's a hero too. And Julian, he's dead wrong for thinking destiny is everything. Arthur goes quiet, reflecting. Valerius asks if he's feeling guilty now, like he stole someone else's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Arthur just laughs. Not a chance. Julian was born with everything. Why on earth would he feel bad for a guy born with a silver spoon in his mouth and a crown waiting for him? It's just not happening. Even the sentient blade seems a bit taken aback by that level of cold, hard confidence. Then Arthur drops the hammer. It's Julian's own fault for losing to a guy who had nothing while he had every advantage in the book. Valerius is genuinely surprised. This kid's ego is something else. He adds that, at the end of the day, it was he who was chosen by the soul of the great Saint Roderick. The divine blade picked him. So if that's the case, he's just living up to the world's expectations. Valerius finally lets out a satisfied sigh. He definitely picked the right one. The very next morning, Arthur hands in his papers. He's officially leaving the academy for good. His instructor is gutted. Seeing his best talent abandon the knights to become a mere adventurer. It hurts, but he offers to write a glowing letter of recommendation as a parting gift. He mentions that Arthur's beatdown of Lord Blackwood's clique inspired everyone. Commoners and nobles are actually working together now. He changed the entire academy. Finally, he walks out the gates, knowing in his gut he'll probably never have to step foot in that place again. He's hyped for the change of pace. Next stop, 𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓𝒔, the Free City. That's where the real adventurers gather. High above, a majestic eagle circles, watching something below. It glides silently over the canopy of a massive, emerald-green forest. Under the blazing blue sky, a figure comes crashing through the undergrowth like a madman. Arthur bursts out from a thick bush, looking like he's been through war. He skids to a halt, gasping for air. Finally, free from that hellish woods, he collapses to his knees, pure relief washing over his face as he leaves the despair behind. Then he sees it, 𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓𝒔, right there in the distance. He can finally sleep in a real bed after roughing it in the wild for 15 straight days. Valerius scoffs at him. Hellish, you should be grateful, kid. That forest was the perfect training ground for you. Oh, I'm so grateful I could cry, Arthur fires back, dripping with pure sarcasm as he crawls toward civilization. For 15 days, they've been trekking through that dense forest on the way to 𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒔. It was his first time actually camping out in the brutal wild. Goblins were jumping him every 5 minutes. Because things were so hairy, Valerius finally let him use the divine blade instead of that wooden practice sword he'd packed. Arthur didn't just survive, he conquered. He used those 2 weeks in the woods to master the blade's weight and get used to the raw power of the sacred steel. Valerius grumbles that he actually took a full week longer than expected to get the hang of it. Talk about a tough coach. Arthur just shrugs it off. Hey, thanks for the workout. Those goblins were giving me trouble from day one, though. Valerius asks if he managed to drop 10 of them in under 10 seconds. Even if you did, it's only because of that brutal footwork training I drilled into you. Leon is feeling himself. After surviving that forest, he's convinced his power level has skyrocketed and he's ready for anything. Honestly, our boy just wants to go on an absolute rampage and wipe every monster off the face of the map. His sword, 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔, laughs at the enthusiasm, but tells him to chill and wait for the right moment, which obviously piques Leon's curiosity. The blade explains it like this. Leon is basically an unfinished clay jar, and slaying monsters is the water meant to fill it. But here's the catch. Try to fill a jar that isn't fired and finished yet. It's just going to leak everywhere and waste all that effort. Leon nods, taking the lesson to heart like a true student of the blade. Fast forward a bit, and we finally see it. A massive, beautiful kingdom rising up behind high stone walls as Leon approaches the guards. He steps through the gates, soaking in the vibe of the crowded streets and the noise of the bustling market stalls. Safe at last, Leon breathes a sigh of relief, realizing his academy student ID carries some serious weight with the city watch. Then 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔 drops a bombshell. By the way, this place is a total bandit den. Leon nearly trips. Wait, a city of outlaws. The sword explains that these rogue cities have been popping up for 300 years. Not massive metropolises, but big enough to be trouble. It's a mess of a place, totally disorganized, and let's just say the local security isn't exactly winning any awards for safety. Feeling like a total rookie again, Leon tenses up. 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔 just asks if he's looking for a place to sleep. But Leon's got priorities. No inn yet. First stop is the guild to get registered before the afternoon rush hits. 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔 agrees. Leon wanted the adventurer life, and while being a mercenary is an option, it's just not the same vibe. Mercenaries are basically hired muscle with zero freedom, and that's definitely not what our hero is looking for. He's got zero interest in playing politics or getting stuck in some noble's power struggle. Plus, there's a bigger goal. He wants to flex those hero privileges and hunt down monsters on his own terms. It's the best way to grow. Still, the sword reminds him that it'll be a long, long time before those ancient seals on its power finally break. Leon realizes he's actually lucky. He met 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔 a full year before the oracle predicted, giving him a head start on his training. Right now, almost all of 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔's divine authority is locked away behind those stubborn seals. Normally, a sacred sword wielder is a walking tank, fast recovery, basically immortal, and overflowing with holy energy and aura. But since Leon hasn't tapped into his aura yet, he's got a mountain to climb before he can use 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔's true form. By late afternoon, there at the Adventurers Guild, the receptionist smiles, finishing up his paperwork under the name Leon. She checks his academy credentials, and that recommendation letter from Sir Helmet. Impressive stuff for a new recruit. You're starting at rank D, she says. Leon just blinks. Rank D? Is that good or bad? She breaks it down. Rank decides your paycheck and your peril. But hey, she thinks he'll climb the ladder pretty fast. To hit rank B, you've got to master an aura weapon, and Leon is floored that aura is literally a requirement for promotion. It's not just about moving energy inside. An aura weapon means you can project that power outside your own body. We're talking about a blade that shatters boulders and slices steel. This is where a warrior becomes a true superhuman. Leon's head is spinning. If that's just rank B, how insane must a rank A or S adventurer actually be? 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔 is actually enjoying this, noting that the guild is a melting pot of different races from all over the continent. That's when Leon feels the weight of a dozen different stares burning into his back from across the hall. He looks around and sees them, feline beastmen, sharp-eyed elves, and figures cloaked in shadows. 𝒂𝒏𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔 identifies werewolves and even high elves, marveling that races who were at war 300 years ago are now working together. Rise, the receptionist, gives him a kind smile and asks if he's okay. Leon just stammers out a quick, "I'm fine." "All right then," she says, "you're all set. But to become an official member, you've got to finish one trial mission." Leon leans in, waiting for the catch. And oh, there's a big one. 0 reward, a total freebie. He asks if she's serious, and she confirms the guild needs to see your worth first. It's a rite of passage, really. If you want the recognition, you've got to pay the price in sweat. 𝒂𝒔𝒂𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓𝒔 just telling him that life isn't a fairy tale, while Leon grumbles for the sword to shut its trap. The sun is shining over the city, but Leon's first job is a lot less glamorous: the entrance to the dark, damp sewers. Down in the tunnels, Leon is putting in the work, splashing through filth and taking on waves of subterranean monsters. He never imagined his legendary journey would start with exterminating giant rats, but here we are. 𝒂𝒔𝒂𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓𝒔 critiques his form, noting his style is meant for duels. Against a swarm like this, he needs to keep swinging. The old blade starts preaching again, claiming there's no better way to train than carving through every enemy in sight, whether they're crawling on the dirt or soaring through the sky. Leon just sighs, thinking that a piece of sentient steel really shouldn't be handing out life coaching. But since he already signed up for this glamorous job of scrubbing out the sewers, the sword tells him there's no backing out now, much to our hero's pure annoyance. He keeps swinging, wading through the filth and tearing through those nasty creatures until finally, the last one hits the floor. But then, something catches his eye. Deep in the nest, there's a ratman that looks different. Leon turns to the blade, 𝒂𝒔𝒂𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓𝒔, asking why on earth a rat would grow a horn. "That, my boy, is an evolved species," the sword explains, leaving Leon with a million more questions. Apparently, if a monster survives long enough or binges on enough magical resources, they mutate, kind of like how a regular goblin becomes a terrifying hobgoblin. Naturally, Leon gets a bit tense. "So, do I need to worry about this thing?" The sword explains that the horn is basically a magical antenna. The bigger it is, or the more of them they have, the more devastating their special ability will be. Right on cue, the beast begins to glow, channeling raw power into its horn. Leon's sweating now, frantically asking if there's any way to know what kind of nightmare he's about to face. 𝒂𝒔𝒂𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓𝒔 just gives him a learn-by-doing attitude, casually mentioning that, luckily for him, this particular monster's ability is actually pretty pathetic. Leon's like, "What are you talking about?" Only for the sword to reveal the big secret: the ability is nothing but a curse. Before he can even process that, the creature lets out a bone-chilling roar and unleashes its trump card, a plague curse. The dark energy surges straight for our hero. It slams into the sacred sword and clink. It's gone, nullified instantly like it was nothing at all. Leon can't help but grin. "Is that it? Looks like you ran into the wrong opponent today, rat." With a wild look in his eyes, he orders the beast to hand over that horn. Cut to later at the Adventurers Guild. Our hero walks in, hauling a massive, bulging sack over his shoulder. He drops the bag on the counter with a heavy thud, nearly giving the receptionist, Rise, a heart attack. She opens it up and gasps, 23 kilos of monster tails. She does the math out loud. That's 230 kills. Leon just gives her a cool nod. "Yep, sounds about right." But he's not done. He pulls out another small bundle and unwraps it, revealing a set of gleaming horns. He casually mentions their ratman horns, explaining that out of the 200 he hunted, about 4 of them were the fancy, evolved type. He asks if the guild buys those 2, and Rise is so stunned she can barely breathe. She finally stammers out a yes and starts counting out his reward. The total, a cool 13 silver coins and 50 copper. Leon's stunned. That's way more than he bargained for. Rise explains that those horns are actually a high-demand luxury item in the kingdom. She's absolutely floored, telling him she's never seen a rookie pull off a haul like this on their very first mission. Our boy gets a little bashful as she keeps piling on the praise, saying she would have been impressed if he'd just managed to kill one single ratman. But to take down 4 evolved elites at his age, She tells him he's officially amazing, and honestly, she's not wrong. Leon tries to play it cool, but you can tell he's absolutely glowing from the compliment. Finally, she makes it official. "Congratulations, Mr. Leon." She hands him his new emblem, marking him as a D-rank adventurer of the free city of Blaine. He asks if this little badge works everywhere, and Rise nods. There's a catch, though anybody rank B or lower gets pushed to the back of the line if they try to work in other territories. Leon just stares at the emblem, totally satisfied. She explains it's just a way to make sure people don't just go around quest shopping for the easy jobs. He gets it. To him, that emblem is more than just metal. It's proof he's no longer a sheltered academy student. He's a real adventurer now. Rise tells him to come to her whenever he's looking for work, promising to pull whatever strings she can to help him out. Clutching his emblem, Leon flashes a satisfied smile. If that's the case. He strolls out of the guild, just as the late afternoon sun begins to dip below the horizon. 𝒂𝒐𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓 sounds pretty amused, noting that the receptionists probably think he's some highborn holy knight in disguise. Leon's just like, "Wait, what? Why?" The sword points out that he took a dirty, low-paying job that everyone else avoided. Exactly the kind of humility training noble knights do before they're officially knighted. And since Leon actually is a hero wielding a sacred blade, 𝒂𝒐𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓'𝒔, she's technically not even wrong. Leon wonders if she'd pass out if she ever learned the truth, but he knows he has to keep his real identity a secret for now. "Who's gonna tell her?" the sword jokes. "Imagine her story, the girl who managed a legendary hero. In 20 years, she'll be a guild legend just for knowing you," 𝒂𝒐𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 continues. "She could probably retire just by selling her memoirs." Leon just sighs. He didn't lie to her, she just jumped to her own conclusions. But the more he thinks about it, the more it makes sense. This isn't just a quest, it's a journey. He's training his body while actually helping people who need it. Since he'll be staying in Blaine for a while, he figures being a mysterious knight is a hell of a lot better than living under a cloud of suspicion. Leo looks at Alistair and drops a bombshell. He isn't going anywhere until he hits silver rank. The ancient blade is actually stunned. Leo wants to know the timeline, and Alistair's answer is cold. 100 days. That's all it should take. Our hero is definitely caught off guard by that. 100 days, that's fast. But here's the catch. Alistair was actually planning to go easy on him for at least 6 months. But since Leo is in such a rush, fine. The easy mode is officially over. Even if it's for the sake of the grind, the sword spirit can't get over the shame. His legendary successor, scrubbing sewers just to rank up, he calls it an absolute disgrace to the blade's legacy. Leo doesn't care about the pride, though. At least the dirty work brought in some solid gold. He's just wondering what kind of logic the sword is using anyway. Alistair lays it out. Leo needs to get as strong as possible, and he needs to do it fast. The target? A dragon. He needs to slay at least one to even be relevant. Leo is panicking now. A dragon? Talk about a massive difficulty spike. But Alistair shut him down. He's mastered the basics of vision and footwork, and now it's time to level up. From here on out, it's all about real combat. Alistair explains the hero's privilege. It's essentially a cheat code that lets Leo absorb the raw power of every monster he kills. Think of it like an experience bar. He's literally stacking points with every kill. Leo starts connecting the dots. He remembers that strange surge of energy he felt after the last fight. This is the link between monsters and spirit essence that Alistair mentioned. He always knew that the elite elixirs and training methods of the great noble houses were effective, but this is on a whole different level. Then Alistair drops a dark truth. Honestly, anyone could technically absorb monster power and turn it into valor. But the greedy kings and nobles of the past sealed that knowledge away. They wanted to be the only ones with that kind of power, keeping the rest of the world in the dark. Leo realizes the gatekeepers of that secret are all dead now. Only Alistair knows the truth. This new power makes him a monster-slaying machine. 1,000 verminkind wouldn't even be a warm-up at this point. The sword promises that once he gets used to the process, they'll hunt bigger game. And eventually, that dragon. Leo is just standing there, completely frozen in shock. Wait, you're actually serious? Leo asks. Alistair is visibly annoyed. Of course I am. He reminds Leo that his sacred blade isn't some glorified mop. Using a legendary weapon to purify sewer water and clean up filth. It's completely insane and a total waste of power. Leo thinks back to the sewer incident. He actually asked Alistair to use his holy light just to wash the smell off him. And yeah, the sword did it, leaving Leo sparkling clean. But Alistair clearly still holds a grudge about being used as a showerhead. Leo finally asks the big question. Why is he so obsessed with hunting dragons? The answer is simple and terrifying. Their future path leads straight to the Dreadmount Peaks. Leo's heart drops. The Dreadmount Peaks? That's dragon country, a cursed land where the giant kings rule and no human dares to tread. He asks why they'd even dream of going to a demon-infested realm that entire kingdoms couldn't conquer in the past. Alistair just gives him a confident look. He promises that he'll be there to guide him every step of the way. There's a personal reason, too. Alistair's physical body was left somewhere in those mountains, and his memories are a total blur. They've got 6 months to get strong enough to reclaim what was lost. Leo processes the madness. He's basically going on a suicide mission into the unknown to find something the sword can't even remember. But Alistair just smiles. Everything will be fine. They aren't just going to wander in there. Leo is going to be trained until he can protect himself against anything. Just trust me, the sword says. I am the sacred blade after all. And seeing that confidence, Leo finally cracks a satisfied smile. Leo agrees. So far, the sword hasn't steered him wrong. But then Alistair drops the hammer. Good, now get ready for hellish training. And just like that, our hero is absolutely terrified again. A while later at the Adventurers Guild, a couple of local thugs are talking trash. They see Leo and mockingly ask if the cat is going back to hunt rats today. Leo is fuming. Did that idiot just call him a cat? The other guy laughs, saying he heard the kid has been stacking up mountains of rat corpses every single day. Leo realizes his reputation for hunting verminkind has backfired. Instead of a fierce warrior, the guild now knows him by a ridiculous nickname, the Cat. He ignores them and drops a heavy pouch of loot on the counter. Rose, the guild clerk, smiles and notes that the haul is a bit smaller than his usual mountain of rats. Leo shrugs it off. He couldn't find many this time, and the ones that did show up were few and far between. He thinks the verminkind are actually starting to fear him. Rose nods. Even those pests have a bit of survival instinct. They've learned that Leo is a death sentence. Leo tells her he's done with the rats and wants to see the real missions. Rose gets excited. She's been waiting for this. She's already handpicked 4 specific jobs for him. Leo and Alistair look over the papers, trying to figure out their next move and which path to take. Suddenly, one specific document catches Leo's eye. He looks closer and notices the paper is yellowed and ancient. Alistair points out that if a mission is this old, it means it's incredibly unpopular and has been ignored for ages. Alistair smiles. That's the one. Leo takes the mission, and a little later, he's walking through the city streets. The target is a rock slime. These things live near the city walls and literally eat the stone for breakfast. It's a serious problem. If they're left alone to keep munching, the entire defensive wall will come crashing down eventually. The mission came from the defense captain of Blackwood, so Leo figures it's a straightforward job with no chance of a double cross. He reaches a small gate in the wall and shows his paperwork to the sentry. But the guard looks at the stone slime mission and jumps back in confusion. He never put in a request for this at all. Arthur's confused. How can an official seal from the adventurers all be wrong? The captain just shrugs it off as a mistake, but then a stranger approaches. Are you the lad who cleared out those undercity vermin? Arthur nods. Yeah, that was me. The man's impressed. He starts venting about knights who only take easy jobs and still call themselves warriors. Ridiculous, isn't it? He asks, looking for Arthur to agree. Later, our hero is patrolling the inner city walls. He's thinking about that man's promise. Better results mean better coin. Time to grind. But he's a bit worried. The way that guy talked, this doesn't sound like a walk in the park. The blade chimes in. Stop whining. Didn't you want the extra gold? Arthur grumbles about the damp, slippery floor. One wrong move and I'm down. The sword laughs. In other words, perfect footwork practice. Wait quiet, Arthur whispers. Down the hall, 3 slimes are bouncing his way. 3 of them, Arthur's nervous. The blade snaps at him to use his enhanced vision. See, if these were regular slimes, people wouldn't be terrified of them. These are different. Arthur agrees, but whoosh. A stone flies past his face. He barely dodges it in time. The rock actually embeds itself in the stone wall. A projectile, Arthur's panicked. The blade yells, focus, look ahead. A slime lunges. Arthur blocks instinctively, but the impact, heavy. It nearly shoves his sword back into his chest. Rocky slimes, he mutters. Now the name makes sense. The blade gives him the lowdown. You know the drill. Aim for the core at the center. Destroy that, and it's game over for the slime. But here's the catch. Arthur looks closer. It's packed with stone fragments, layers of natural armor protecting the heart. This thing was built for war. The blade scoffs. No wonder most adventurers run the other way. Normally, you'd need a mace to crack that shell. Swords usually just bounce off, but these slimes use the stones to cover their soft spots. It's a literal evolution to counter guys with blades. Suddenly, pebble machine gun. The slimes start spitting a barrage of rocks. A storm of stones closes in. Arthur raises his sacred blade, desperately defending as the slimes creep closer. He's struggling. The blade notes they're smart. They know he can't block every shot, so they're aiming for his vitals. So Arthur, the sword asks, what's your move here? Analyze it. Arthur watches. They fire from 5 meters out. Then there's a small window before the next shot. If he closes the distance now, he can get a hit in. But there's a massive problem. He can't cut through that stone armor. He has to find a gap and snipe the core. I have to slice it, he decides. The blade is surprised. Arthur realizes that if he uses his vision, he can wait for the stones to shift. Then, he'll thrust his sword through the tiny opening in their defense. But those rocks are constantly moving. Finding that split-second gap, not gonna be easy. Arthur actually smirks. Crisis or opportunity, right? The blade adds that when they prep to fire, their internal flow stops for a beat. The mucus hardens and halts. That's the moment. Wait, did you pick this fight on purpose for training? The sword just scoffs. Took you long enough. Arthur grips his hilt. Fine, let's see if I can actually pull this off. He charges, sacred steel gleaming in the dim light. He pushes his vision to the limit. One strike, bam. He slices right through the gap, shattering the core instantly. But he knows if his timing is off by even a fraction, he's the one getting shattered. Move lightly, the blade warns. They track vibrations. More rocks come flying at our boy. Your new footwork technique. This is exactly what it's for. Arthur weaves through the projectiles, getting closer. I can do this. I've got this. It's working. The movement is perfect until, oh no, he slips. What the? He looks up just in time to see a mass of jagged rocks hurtling toward him. Time to lock in. With everything he's got, he forces himself back onto his feet. Stay alive, Arthur. Just in time. He sidesteps a lethal barrage of stones, his sharp eyes locking onto the monster's core before shattering it without a shred of mercy. Moments later, the entire tunnel is painted in slime. The blade speaks up, doubting Leon even realized he was moving on pure instinct. It worked out in the end, but Leon's confused. What are you talking about all of a sudden? He asks. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 replies that it's all about that last insane move. Level 2 footwork, and our hero is stunned. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 explains that mastering balance on level ground and dampening vibrations are just the basics of this tier. If the floor changes, you have to adapt. It's about more than just standing still. You have to master the terrain itself. Whether the ground is frozen solid or a boiling surface, a true knight uses the environment as a weapon. That's the core of this technique. The main point of this movement style is pure adaptability, becoming fluid enough to turn a death trap into your own personal playground. Even if it was pure luck, he dropped into a wide stance, lowering his center of gravity to stay grounded when the ground got rough. "Wasn't that the plan?" 𝒂𝒐𝒍 asks. By abandoning his rigid upright posture, he became flexible enough to strike or dodge in any direction he wanted. New environment, new posture, simple as that. If the world shifts around you, your body has to follow suit. Everything he knew until now was built for flat training grounds. But out here, the movements he was using just won't cut it. In a place with cramped ceilings and slippery floors, he has to move differently. He needs a style suited for the shadows and the muck. A lower stance definitely feels more natural, Leon admits. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 just smirks. Turns out real combat practice is making the training go way better. Then our hero reminds himself he's talking to a demonic blade. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 just looks at him, totally incredulous. "What the hell?" the sword scoffs. Leon is reeling. If this is only level 2, he can't believe the beginner standard is this ridiculously high. The sword drops a bombshell. Maybe he shouldn't be dodging every attack anymore. Leon's jaw hits the floor in pure shock. "A pebble won't kill you," 𝒂𝒐𝒍 mocks. He needs to learn how to take a hit and minimize damage now, so he can survive a real war later. He explains that the boy needs to start absorbing impact with his body. The same hits he's been desperately trying to block and failing. Stop relying on raw power bursts for everything. If he finds the perfect timing, he'll be able to slice through anything with precision. Save those energy bursts for the big crowds. If there are only 1 or 2 enemies, he needs to rely on his own blade. Annoyed, Leon snaps back, telling the demonic sword he might as well just ask him to go die already. The blade just laughs. "It's for your own good, kid. Get too comfortable now, and you'll be dead meat when the real monsters show up." Leon grumbles that he's nowhere near comfortable, so why the extra pressure? But the sword insists that by his ancient standards, Leon is basically lounging in luxury. Meanwhile, at the inner city walls, the guards are keeping a close eye on the entrance. "3rd week now," one guard notes, leaning on his spear. "What time did he head into the tunnels today?" Before the 10 a.m. shift change, his partner replies. They're actually impressed. The kid is a total workhorse for someone so young. They remember when he could barely handle a single stone slime. Now, he's coming back with a full sack of cores every single day. Even if the rewards are trash, his dedication is wild. Suddenly, the guards perk up. He's finally coming back out. Our hero emerges from the darkness, looking dead serious while lugging 2 massive bags of slime. The crowd is absolutely stunned by the haul. "Today's the last day," Leon announces. While the soldier gives a shaky smile, Leon explains he's finally cleared out the areas near the wall. Slimes are slow to reproduce, so the kingdom won't have to worry about another infestation anytime soon. He drops the bags, the final fragments of the rocky slimes. "Tell the guild the mission is officially complete." The soldiers just glance at each other, staring at the mountain of slime fragments as Leon walks off into the city. "So, am I ready?" Leon asks as he walks. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 gives the nod. It's time. They've gathered enough energy from those stone slimes. Now, Leon is finally ready to take his first real step into learning aura. Sometime later at the inn, 𝒂𝒐𝒍 admits things moved way faster than he originally expected. Slimes are pure mana-based creatures, and since no one touched that mission for ages, the training sped up like crazy. Now, the real aura work begins. "You're a late bloomer for aura compared to the other knights," 𝒂𝒐𝒍 points out. "So, are you actually ready for this?" Our hero doesn't hesitate for a second. "Of course," he says, his eyes burning with pure determination. Highborn noble descendants usually get a baptism at birth, opening their circuits and using expensive elixirs to force start their mana flow. It's why the gap between commoners and nobles is so massive. Developing aura without that head start was almost impossible in the old days. But the sword has a warning. There's one more thing Leon needs to know before they start. If someone tries to clear out clogged mana circuits after the fact, it can be lethal. One wrong move, and he could end up dead, and that thought terrifies our hero. But 𝒂𝒐𝒍 calms him down. Leon has been absorbing mana this entire time, prepping his body for this very moment. And more importantly, Leon has the ultimate edge. He's got the sacred sword on his side. The sword's power will shield his vitals and mend his flesh, but the catch, it's going to hurt like hell. Pure, unadulterated agony. Sir Alistair warns him plainly. If he blacks out for even a second, it's game over. The rite will fail. Success rests entirely on his willpower. Then, the mentor unleashes his true power right in front of our hero. Leon watches these floating lights with worry. Then they sharpen into lethal blades of radiance. Without warning, one dives from the heavens and pierces his back. He lets out a gut-wrenching scream, coughing up blood as the light tears through him. While he's pinned there by that glowing blade, the other swords begin to circle. Then boom, all of them strike at once. Leon is fighting for his life to stay conscious, the pain etched across his face. Alistair watches in pure shock. To think you'd actually withstand 10 swords of light, the mentor mutters, stunned by the kid's grit. Leon is slumped on the ground, clinging to consciousness despite his brutal injuries. As his aura awakens, Alistair looks out the window with a grim thought. Now that the energy is flowing, the presence of those hiding within the city walls is becoming much sharper. Later that night at the inn, Leon finally breathes it out. This is it, aura. He can actually feel the energy dancing outside his skin and refined power circulating through his heart. It's like he's been handed a second soul, a power totally separate from his muscles. He feels like he can take on the world. But Alistair shuts that down fast. Don't get cocky. Leon's confused, but the spirit of King Roderick is watching, genuinely impressed. Even knowing the awakening depends on mental strength, Leon just shattered every expectation the old king had. Roderick gets a bit quiet, looking almost sad, reminding him that the hero's training was supposed to be his burden to carry. But hey, it worked out. And really, the stronger the new hero gets, the better it is for everyone, right? The real question is how he's managing to pull off both paths at once. Alistair even took a shortcut by linking him to the Holy Sword. He knows Leon is the true successor to King Roderick's legacy. So, he tells the king's spirit to just sit back and watch how this all unfolds from the heavens. Then, pointing a finger at Leon, Alistair drops another truth bomb. He admits he thought Leon would collapse after 5 swords. The baptism was just meant to clear out the main energy pathways. To actually master aura, he's got to clear the smaller veins too. Right now, he's just a child with a bit too much power and no control. You've still got a long way to go, kid. Leon just scratches his head, knowing the old man is right. Even if his body feels the same, that energy is unmistakable. Alistair explains that's his aura sense kicking in. If he focuses on that flow, he can basically map out everything around him. Leon's eyes go wide. Wait, that is way too cool. Alistair smiles. Glad you're happy, but we need to talk business. Did you know aura has different attributes? Most humans fall into the basic 5, metal, beast, wood, fire, or water. But Leon, he's different. I'm actually shocked, Alistair admits. You ended up with the exact same attribute as mine. Leon is buzzing with curiosity now. Alistair interrupts his rambling with a nod. Yes, your aura belongs to the sun. It's the power of pure light and heat. This is a top-tier, high-class attribute. It's all about splendor and overwhelming power. Leon starts literally jumping on the bed. He's got the same power as the legendary hero, but Alistair tells him to calm down for the summary. With a snap of his fingers, he pulls up the status window. It's official. Leon has finally mastered the basics of aura. He's sitting at level 22 now, and his skill list is starting to look pretty scary. Leon stares at the screen in disbelief. Not only does it look different, but how did his aura skill hit level 3 already? Alistair explains that since he was using 𝒂𝒐𝒅𝒆𝒔 before he even knew what aura was, he already had a head start. He was already tapping into that power way back then. You're already miles ahead of a beginner, the mentor says. Plus, his martial body hit level 2 now that his pathways are open. Time to finally teach him the real swordsmanship he's been missing. Leon is absolutely beaming. He's finally doing it. He's going to learn the legendary style of King Roderick himself. Can we start right now? He asks, eyes practically sparkling. Alistair chuckles. Heavens, you're fired up. Better than being lazy, I guess. But then Alistair's face goes serious. There's something Leon needs to know. This city they're in, it's crawling with his enemies. Leon freezes. Wait, what? Alistair narrows his eyes. I can feel them, somewhere in these streets. They're waiting. These are the hero's true nemesis, traitors to their own kind, plotting to hand this world over to eldritch horrors from the void. They're nothing more than lowly insects crawling in the shadow of every great hero. Tense, Leon asks for the name of this hidden threat. Alaric scoffs, saying such filth don't deserve names. But if you must call them something, he spits, call them the vile. Leon's blood boils as he grips his hilt. The hero's enemies. But the sword warns him he's nowhere near ready for a head-on clash. Our hero takes a steady breath, his resolve hardening into cold steel as he reaches a final conclusion. Then I'll just have to get stronger. He's already decided his path. He's becoming a true hero. Alaric just stares, weighing the boy's heart. The ancient warrior explains they'll likely lie low for now, but time is a luxury they simply don't have. They'll make their move within 2 months, tops. Right now, hunting beasts is nothing more than a warm-up for the real war ahead. The vile aren't an enemy a hero can just avoid. From here on out, he'll have to throw himself into the mud and blood. Leon takes it all in, looking grim. The next morning at the guild, Rosemary rushes over, saying the city guard reached out. She was worried sick after he vanished for 4 straight days. Leon just blinks. Did he really keep a lady waiting that long? She studies his face, sensing a shift. There's something different about him today, a new weight in his eyes. Leon mentions he had a bit of an epiphany during his hunt. Grinning, she says she knew it, and that she has one more surprise for him. Our boy is totally lost. Pardon, did you say? One more. She beams, handing him a shining new silver medal. Yes, congratulations on your promotion to rank C, Sir Leon. He looks at the beautiful emblem in his palm, surprised. Don't rank C promotions usually require a grueling combat evaluation? Rosemary nods, but explains that his work against the Ratmen and those rocky slimes was absolutely legendary. Between his performance and the glowing letters from the Lord and the Captain, the guild decided to waive the whole thing. Talk about a speed run, promoted after only 2 missions. Leon can't help but feel a massive surge of pride. Alaric grunts that it's not a bad start. A better rank means better intel on where the vile are hiding their heads. Show me the rank C jobs, Leon says. Rosemary is ready, spreading out the latest bounty scrolls for him to inspect. She's impressed. He just got promoted and he's already hunting. These paladins really are built differently, aren't they? Alaric laughs internally. She's definitely misreading the situation, though holy power and the Sonora arts do look remarkably similar to outsiders. Leon asks for the sword's take. It's a mixed bag, some decent pay, but nothing that smells like a lead on the vial. Should we just train until a clue pops up? He mutters, while Rosemary watches him talk to thin air, totally confused. She offers to show him different categories, since he's only looking at the rejected pile that nobody else will touch. But our hero stops her right there. He pauses, thinking for a few seconds, then asks for anything involving the slums or quests with a particularly nasty reputation. Rosemary pales. The slums, most are just poor, but the district in Blackwood is a whole different, terrifying beast. It's a hive of thieves, informants, and assassins. A lawless nightmare where the king's word means absolutely nothing. Leon realizes it's a massive, self-governing criminal zone, but Rosemary quickly adds that there are 0 guild requests for that area. Why? Because that's mercenary work. Real adventurers are supposed to stay out of the gutter and human politics. She sounds nervous. Leon curses his luck. Adventurers aren't supposed to get involved in messy human conflicts. Slum riots and back alley stabbings. Those are just people problems, not the kind of glory an adventurer seeks. He can't drop everything to become a restricted mercenary now, but poking around the slums without a reason will get him flagged. Finally, Rosemary pulls out a dusty parchment. What about this one, Sir Leon? It might be what you're looking for. Our hero takes it and scans the details. A haunting. Ghost armors are terrorizing an abandoned mansion on the edge of town. It's basically cursed property. Haunted suits of ornamental plate mail are making it impossible for the owner to sell the place. Rosemary warns him the reward is low, and most rank D hunters can't even scratch the possessed steel. But Leon's holy blade will cut through them like butter. Plus, the manor sits right by the slums, the perfect cover story. Having a valid excuse to be in that neighborhood is everything if he wants to stay under the radar. No matter how tough the slumlords think they are, they won't dare pick a fight with the Adventurers Guild. Mess with them, and you might have a legend knocking on your door, and those guys are basically national-level weapons. Rosemary gives him a sweet smile as Leon scratches his head, feeling a bit embarrassed for being so difficult. He thanks her with a grin, promising to make it up to her soon. She just waves it off all in a day's work. Rose tells Sir Alaric to grab the coin for those stone oozes, plus a fat bonus the captain threw in just for him. Our hero weighs the purse in his hand. Solid. He looks pretty damn satisfied with that haul. But then he stops. Something's on his mind. He asks Rose if he can make one more request, and she tells him to go ahead. His face goes stone-cold serious. "Tell me," he says, "where exactly is the Cathedral of St. Jude?" Rose goes pale, she's terrified. The cathedral," she stammers. Alaric just nods. He's got business to settle there. Tension fills the room. Alaric knew she'd react this way. See, everyone thinks he's a holy knight now, just like Lord 𝒂𝒒𝒅𝒔 claimed. And here's the thing. Holy knights and their squires aren't supposed to ask the church for help unless things have gone completely south. We're talking heretics. People who spit on the goddess. When they show up, the church drops everything and brings the hammer down, no matter who's involved. That's why the ruthless Iron Guard gets deployed. Rose finally whispers the location. The end of the Bishop's Quarter, northeast, the 13th building. Our hero offers a quick thanks and heads out. He's on a mission. Rose just stands there, practically drooling in shock. Then it hits her. If a holy knight is hunting for the church, a true enemy of the faith is among them. She nearly collapses right there on the floor. This is way above the guild's pay grade. She needs to report this immediately. Meanwhile, Alaric's sword, 𝒂𝒑𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅, sounds impressed. "Cunning," he says. It's the perfect move. Alaric keeps his cover, knowing a low-level report wouldn't make the guild budge, but this changes everything. Alaric isn't so sure. Once the guild starts moving on its own, did he really keep his identity a secret? He's playing a dangerous game. He figures he could show 𝒂𝒑𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 to the high priests if he absolutely had to, but that's a total last resort. Plus, the ancient seal on the sword hasn't been fully broken yet. And Alaric, he's not ready. He needs to level up his skills before he walks into a cathedral claiming to wield the legendary blade. Anyway, onto the job. Alaric asks about these hollow suits. Are they just haunted pieces of armor walking around? The sword sounds surprised. No, now Alaric is confused too. 𝒂𝒑𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 explains they're a rare phenomenon. They move because of ancient sorcery or because someone pumped a massive amount of power into them. No soul, no ego, just cold metal puppets programmed with one single instruction: destroy all intruders. Alaric thinks for a second. Could a mage just use a dispel spell? 𝒂𝒑𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 shuts that down fast. They weren't made with simple magic, so that won't work. Think of it like a building. You can remove a pillar, but that doesn't make the entire pile of bricks disappear. Long story short, a mage is basically useless in this fight. Our hero shrugs it off. Well, the ones we're facing shouldn't be a big deal. He looks at the blueprints. Silver-coated iron, the sword scoffs. If they're so easy, why haven't they been beaten yet? Usually, the King's Guard would have handled this long ago. That thought, It makes Alaric feel a little uneasy. But then he spots it. A note on the parchment. Their regeneration is insane. Even if you smash them to pieces, they reassemble in under 10 minutes. Most warriors just run out of steam or break their weapons. So they retreat, every single time. 𝒂𝒑𝒅𝒏 finally understands this iron alloy is much stronger than it looks. Alaric rolls up the scroll. Only one way to find out, he says. Let's go. Night falls over the city. They finally arrive at the Shadow Docks, the slums of the kingdom. Alaric is stunned. It's crowded, way more people than he ever expected to find down here. He calls out to 𝒂𝒑𝒅𝒏. The sword answers. He's been feeling something nasty since they stepped foot in this place. Is someone following us? The sword says no, or he would have warned him. But he's got a hunch. Alaric wants to hear it. It's the sun aura. It makes Alaric hypersensitive to everything around him. These thugs, they see a kid and think he's an easy target. Their pure malice is triggering Alaric's aura like a siren. Alaric shudders, knowing that actually makes him feel even more uncomfortable. He can't believe that stabbing sensation is just people wanting to hurt him. 𝒂𝒑𝒅𝒏 warns him to stay on guard. Most of these intentions are small time, but some are dangerous. Alaric nods. I get it. The sword reminds him that humans are always wary of strangers, especially here. Watch your back during this mission. A little worried, but determined, our hero keeps walking into the dark. A haunting moon hangs over the estate. Leon arrives at his destination, staring up at a massive, terrifying manor that looks like it hasn't seen life in decades. Alaric scoffs, saying this dump wouldn't sell for a copper even without the haunted gear inside, and Leon can't help but agree. Beneath thin, dusty cloths, several suits of armor suddenly stir, awakening from their long slumber. Leon pushes deeper into the manor, stepping into a massive hall choked with thick cobwebs. He draws his sacred blade, feeling ready for whatever is lurking, and uses the weapon's glow to cut through the oppressive dark. Leon's loving the utility, but Alaric grumbles, telling him to pack candles next time since he can't go around acting like a torch in public. Our hero just grins. Fine, next time. Suddenly, the blade snaps forward. At the far end of the corridor, a heavy suit of plate mail begins its slow, menacing approach. Arcane light flickers in its visor. A heavy weapon slams down, splintering the floorboards as the metal sentinel glares at the intruders. Leon's actually excited. This is his first time squaring off against a halberd. It's a versatile killer. It slashes, thrusts, and crushes, all while boasting a massive 6-foot reach. That weapon covers the ground Leon would need 2 full strides to close. The armor shifts, preparing to end the boy. Leon braces. He knows that reach advantage only matters if there's a real warrior behind it. With a sharp, precise strike, he meets the attack head-on. No matter how scary that halberd looks, a 30-kilogram empty shell isn't going to win a contest of pure strength against him. He leans in. If the armor wants to close the distance itself, it's going to pay the ultimate price. His first counterattack starts tearing the metal apart, but Leon can tell he's just getting started. In a flash, he unleashes a brutal flurry of strikes on the enchanted plate, sending shattered iron raining across the floor. Alaric asks if that was his acceleration skill, noting that despite some minor edge deflections from the speed boost, it was decent work. Leon admits he can only hold that speed for a few seconds. Without his aura, his movements feel way more natural. But there's a problem. The guild report claimed these things regenerate even if you smash them with a warhammer. Leon stares at the junk on the floor. The report mentioned abnormal regeneration, but these pieces aren't moving an inch. Alaric suggests the report was a total sham. Leon knows that's a Class 2 crime within the Knights Guild. If a false report leads to a death, the guild puts a massive bounty on the person who lied. It doesn't make sense. Who would risk their life and career just to dodge a disciplinary mission? Now that he's thinking about it, this whole job has felt wrong from the very beginning. Even if these things were tough, a veteran like Sir Galahad should have cleared them easily. Alaric wonders if some armors are just different. Leon nods, deciding to stay on guard, But Alaric warns him that caution is moot. The enemies are already coming to them. Glancing down the hall, dozens of glowing eyes pierce the shadows as a small army of animated steel marches forward. The visibility is trash. Leon asks Alaric to crank up the brightness so he can actually see the threat. Alaric complains about being treated like a common flashlight, but he flares up, bathing the corridor in intense magic light. Brilliant, holy radiance floods the entire room, erasing every shadow. It's incredible. The light is blindingly bright to anyone else, but for Leon, it's perfectly comfortable. Suddenly, ear-piercing shrieks erupt. The armors start howling in pain, desperately clawing at their helmets to cover their eyes. Leon is genuinely baffled. What the hell is their problem? Smoke begins pouring from the armor's visors. Enraged, they snap out of it and charge Leon with everything they've got. Leon's reflexes kick in instantly as he parries the incoming storm of steel. These bastards are actually coordinating their attacks. Their rhythm is easy to read, but their execution is flawless. There's something weird here. If these were living knights, he'd be in trouble, but how long do they think these robotic patterns will work? Suddenly, Alaric shouts a warning. Leon's focus slips for a split second, and a blade nearly takes his head off. He ducks the killing blow just in time, leaping back to create some much-needed breathing room. "What gives?" he snaps. Alaric drops a bombshell. These aren't your typical living armors. Leon, clearly annoyed, demands to know what they actually are. Alaric tells him to stop being lazy and use his special vision to see the truth for himself. Leon activates his eyes, and his jaw drops. There's something wrong lurking inside those shells. He spots the strange vapor, and Alaric explains that the black smoke is pure malefic energy. It'll literally eat his life force if it touches his skin. Leon's solar aura can tank it for a bit, but honestly, getting touched by that stuff is a one-way ticket to a very bad time. Leo wonders if the Holy Blade's light was the trigger, and 𝒂𝒐𝒍 confirms it's more than just a reaction. If these things were just raw dark energy, the light would have vaporized them, but mindless armor shouldn't be able to scream. There is zero reason for hollow steel to tremble before the light. Only one thing shows that kind of fear toward purification. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 drops the bombshell. These things are possessed by actual evil spirits. He explains they are wraith knights, born when a lingering soul hijacks a suit of armor, their sanity rotting into pure hatred for the living. Thinking back to the scrap he just finished, Leo realizes why the one he cleaved stayed down. The spirit was broken. Usually, these haunted shells are relentless. They keep dragging themselves up until their lingering rage is completely burnt out. There are only a few ways to stop a wraith knight for good. Rip the spirit out with high-level sorcery. Cut the spiritual anchor, or blast them with holy light. Luckily, Leo's holding the ultimate holy weapon. But here is the problem. There are way too many of them. Leo thinks it might be smarter to pull back and come back at high noon. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 is suspicious. The numbers don't add up. There is no way this many appeared by simple luck. Leo asks if it's a setup. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 explains that creating a wraith knight is actually incredibly difficult with a tiny success rate. Even with top-tier enchantments, it's a gamble. So whether it was a fluke or a ritual, seeing this many means hundreds, maybe thousands, of souls were fed into this mansion. Leo is horrified. That's impossible. No way that many people are dying in this city without anyone noticing. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 clarifies that a spirit's reach is actually pretty pathetic. They can't wander far, and they don't last long in our world. They couldn't even make it to the next district. Leo's face goes pale. There's only one place close enough. The Warrens, the lawless slums where people vanish every day. It's the one place where money and blood can buy anything. Leo's fist clenches. He absolutely cannot let this go. But he knows the truth. He's a rookie hero. This conspiracy, it's way out of his league right now. Even his trump card, getting the church to intervene with the Holy Blade, is useless if he can't identify the shadow organization behind this. So he makes a call. They aren't waiting for morning. He's pushing forward against the steel horde right now. He figures that surviving a midnight brawl against superior numbers is exactly the kind of trial he needs to grow. Our hero dives back into the fray, his blade carving through cursed plate. A short while later, he's standing over a mountain of junk. Through the shattered windows, the first gray light of dawn finally begins to break. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 notes that the cleanup is done. Leo sighs as the sun hits his blade, admitting that being surrounded wasn't the worst training. The sword asks if he was practicing for his blind spots, and Leo nods. His instincts are top tier, but human eyes have limits. He can't see what's coming for the back of his head. He can't spend his whole life fighting with his back to a wall. 𝒂𝒐𝒍 actually sounds impressed for once. He tells him that a third-rate fighter is a slave to the environment. A second-rate fighter learns to adapt. But a first-rate knight, they make the environment their weapon. Leo takes a deep, satisfied breath. As he leaves the manor, he knows this was necessary. If I'm going to protect the Warrens, I have to be ready for anything. The slums are a death trap of hidden blades and malicious intent, far worse than a few haunted suits of armor. He knows the killers there will target his blind spots every single time. If he only relies on his eyes, he's already a dead man. On a beautiful morning elsewhere in the city, a young boy is sobbing his heart out. Something has clearly terrified the kid. A man in a heavy cloak steps out of the shadows. The boy looks up, wiping his eyes. A second later, the kid's face goes white. He covers his mouth to keep from screaming as a massive, scarred man towers over him. The air in the street turns heavy. Every bystander freezes, terrified by the sheer presence of this man. As he marches past with his thugs, whispers follow him. It's 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂, the undisputed king of the most vicious gang in Blackwood. One of his men reports that they checked the outer districts as ordered, but every scout they sent disappeared. He explains the manor was crawling with danger, so they kept their distance. He asks if they should push further in. But 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 shuts him down. He tells them to just watch from the shadows. Getting too close has already brought enough heat. Taking a seat on his grimy throne, 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 barks for the next report. A man mentions they were checking the drainage in the lower districts. Amidst the filth, they found a mountain of human remains. They estimate at least 30 people were butchered that day alone. 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 leans forward, his voice like gravel. And what did our sorcerer have to say about that? One of the thugs mentions something bizarre. Even a ritual of the blackest arts shouldn't be capable of what they witnessed. Baron Sterling looks rattled. He snaps at his men to gather every piece of evidence and draft a formal report for the High Church and the Guild to force their hand. Pacing frantically, the man groans that if this mess isn't sorted, the gold they were promised by the slave traders is going to be cut right in half. Then bam! A spray of crimson coats the other guy's face as the one whining about his gold drops stone dead on the floor. Sterling just scoffs. A man dies when he doesn't know when to back off, just like that greedy bastard. The henchman is shaking. He couldn't even see the blade move. It was like his master just flicked his wrist and life vanished. Sterling warns him that those people are different. You don't use them, you don't talk to them. Hell, just being near them is a death sentence. It doesn't matter if they're religious zealots, lunatics, or spies from the southern kingdoms. There is absolutely no reason to cross paths with that lot. The boss growls that it's game over if the church gets involved directly, because if you trade coins with those monsters, they'll hunt you to the edge of the world. We're talking about the church's personal butchers, the Knights of the Iron Shackle. Sterling shakes off the tension and asks for the latest news. His man nods quickly. It's about that ruined manor in the lower district. Rumor has it some lone adventurer has been heading there constantly on a private contract. Lord Alistair leans in, intrigued. As the man mentions, this has been going on for over a week now. He explains the rookie has already earned a reputation for clearing out vermin and slimes. They used to call him the Stray, but now they're calling him the Sweeper. The henchman figures it's because the kid takes all the filthy, bottom-tier jobs that no one else will touch. Sterling smirks. A sweeper, huh? An adventurer who isn't afraid of the gutter might be exactly the kind of tool he can use. Night falls over the capital, and back at his cramped room in the inn. Our hero isn't exactly sleeping. He's pushing his body to the breaking point until he finally collapses, completely drained. Sir Cedric asks how it felt. If he could finally sense the aura flowing through his veins, Julian gasps out a yes, claiming the sensation was nothing short of divine. Cedric admits he's impressed. An honest, hardworking man is worth 10 lazy geniuses, and the kid's actually keeping up with the hellish training. Julian groans that it feels like he's dying and being reborn with every single session, but he doesn't feel stronger, just glad to be alive. Cedric tells him to check for himself. With a snap of his fingers, the mystical status slate flickers back into existence. Julian's confused. His sword mastery is hitting intermediate levels, but his aura rank is still bottom tier. Didn't he start there? The enchanted blade pipes up, saying his growth is actually insane. Well, what do you expect when you've got a legend like Sir Cedric as a teacher? He explains Julian is mastering skills in days that take others years, but the boy is worried. The heptagram style is nowhere to be seen. Looking annoyed, Cedric snaps that you can't claim to know a style if you haven't mastered the very first form. He needs to realize that. The heptagram style, better known as the Vanguard, was the secret art created by King Roderick in the Age of Heroes. Legends say you're only a true master once you can chain all 7 forms of the arcane style together in one fluid motion. Julian says he needs at least one form before he has to face Lord Mordred. If he combines both blades, wouldn't that give him the edge? But the sword shuts him down. Without reaching master rank, trying that would literally kill him. Julian just sighs. He knows he can't become a god in 2 months to take on the slums, so he needs a desperate trump card. There's no point carrying an aura weapon if he's too weak to swing it properly. Cedric watches him, weighing the boy's resolve. Julian grits his teeth and tells him to start again. He'll train until his heart stops if he has to. The sword loves the spirit, but tells him the session is over for tonight. A bit let down, Julian asks why. Cedric glances toward the window. Because, he says, we have some very unwelcome visitors lurking outside. Julian freezes and moves to look. Cedric confirms it. Those guys definitely aren't here to book a room. Julian worries they're after him, but Cedric doesn't sense any monsters or bloodlust, and none of them seem particularly skilled either. By the look of them, they're just common thugs. Julian wonders if they're from the slums, and the sword agrees they don't look friendly, but they aren't looking for a fight yet. Knowing he can't ignore them, Julian decides to head down and meet them face to face. One of the men sneers, asking if he's the one they call the sweeper. Julian nods. The other thug offers a fake apology for the late hour, but explains they're acting on orders from their master and asks for his cooperation. Julian's mind races. What kind of master is looking for him? The man in rags nods. Yeah, they're with the Black Vipers. Our boy watches them strike these ridiculous poses, looking more like a group of traveling minstrels than actual thugs. He remembers the rumors about Baron Seelas, the man who rules the lowlands, splitting the city's underbelly into 3 warring territories. The leader points a finger right at Alistair's chest. He says the big boss wants a word. They were told to play nice if he refuses, but honestly, he suggests Alistair just comes along quietly. Lead the way, Alistair says without missing a beat. The thugs, totally caught off guard by how easy he's making this. He figures if the Baron wanted him dead, he wouldn't have sent an invitation like this. Not yet, anyway. Besides, dropping the name of a local warlord is a golden ticket, the perfect chance to finally see the darkest corners of the kingdom's slums. Eldritch's voice echoes in his head, reading his mind. Alistair just looks up. The moon is massive tonight, lighting up the cold stone streets. He's betting the Baron has a job for him, the kind of dirty work you can't exactly post on a public quest board. As he follows the group, he makes a silent pact. If this man tries to use him as a pawn, well, he'll just play the player. They step into a local tavern, and the guide points the way. Suddenly, bam, an old man scrambles past and slams right into the lead thug. Apples go flying everywhere, rolling across the dirty floor. The poor guy is shaking, stuttering out apologies like his life depends on it. The thug's face turns red. "You absolute filth," he snarls, looking ready to snap. He starts laying into the guy with his boots, calling him a sewer rat. Alistair's hand twitches toward his hilt, but Eldritch whispers, "Wait. Not now, hold it in." Alistair is fuming. The hell is wrong with? But the sword cuts him off, telling him to keep his emotions on a short leash. If he shows that murderous intent before meeting Sela's, the whole plan falls apart. Alistair takes a breath and forces the rage down. A moment later, he's back in control. "I'm good," he mutters. They finally arrive at the hideout deep in the heart of the district. Alistair surveys the room. "So this is the Black Viper's nest." Eldritch scoffs. They certainly didn't spend the budget on a maid service. He notices the walls. Are those sword gashes? He scans the room, looking for any sign of a fight. The place looks like a wreck on purpose. Eldritch points out it's the oldest trick in the book, decorating with violence to show everyone who's boss. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms behind him. "So you're the street sweeper everyone's talking about." Alistair spins, blade flashing, but the giant just blocks the steel with his bare wrist. This beast of a man just grins, holding the edge of the blade like it's a toy. Absolutely terrifying. "Street sweeper," he chuckles. "That name doesn't do you justice." For the first time, Alistair feels a cold sweat down his spine. Then the air pressure shifts. The big guy pulls back for a strike. Alistair freezes, time slows down as he thinks, "This is it. I'm dead." Boom, the man unleashes a punch that could shatter a castle gate, but it stops, just an inch from Alistair's nose. He didn't even touch him, but the sheer force of the wind cuts Alistair's cheek. Smoke and dust kick up everywhere, blinding the room. Alistair stands there, heart hammering. He couldn't move. If that punch had landed, his head would have been wiped off the map. He wonders if this is what it feels like to be hunted. The giant laughs. "You've got balls, kid. I'll give you that." "I thought a rank C adventurer would have folded like a deck of cards," he adds. Then he gives Alistair a friendly, heavy tap on the chest. "All right, that's enough. I've made my choice. You're the one." Alistair wipes the blood from his nose, staring him down. "Chosen me for what exactly?" Sela's, the predator, grins. "For a job. I'll give you exactly what you're looking for. Don't act like you didn't know why you came here." "And what exactly do I want?" Alistair asks. Sela's just smiles. It's the look of a man who's done his homework. "Back at the Royal Academy of Knights," the Baron begins, pacing the floor like a wolf. "You were the top-tier commoner, always second to the highborns. But you spent your days knocking those arrogant nobles off their high horses. Then you walked away, joined the guild, and started making a name for yourself that even the lords of the realm couldn't ignore." Alistair realizes he's dealing with the king of the Undercity, Baron Sela's the predator. This guy has eyes and ears in every shadow. Sela's laughs. "I know why you quit the academy. You weren't interested in being a puppet on a string or bowing down to some pampered duke." Alistair and Eldritch both go silent. This guy, he's actually got him figured out, or so he thinks. "So you beat the hell out of those aristocrats and chose the life of a sellsword instead. Unlike the fools chasing gold, you were playing the long game, positioning yourself to be a player that the powerful simply couldn't ignore. That's how you hit rank C after only 2 missions. Efficiency, precision, talent." Alistair flashes back to the grimy reality, fighting giant rats and sewer slimes just to get his badge. Sela's asks, "Am I right or am I right?" The two of them just stand there, stunned. Alistair's thinking, "Holy hell, this guy has the most epic, incorrect version of my life story ever." "You weren't after the coin," Sela's continues, totally convinced. "You had one goal from day one, it's obvious." He leans in, eyes gleaming. "Glory, fame, the kind of reputation that lets a man rise above his birth and look the nobility right in the eye." Lord Valerius is convinced that's the only reason Alistair didn't hesitate to show up in these lethal slums. He's basically calling him out, isn't he? The guy is absolutely buzzing with excitement, practically vibrating with the thrill of the situation. But then he drops the act. Dead serious now, he tells Alistair that if he takes the job, his wildest dreams will finally come true. Our hero just nods along while thinking, is this guy for real? Valerius is literally just making up his own version of reality. Sir Cedric whispers that it sounds like insane rambling, but weirdly, it makes sense. Look at his record. The missions, the risks, anyone would think Alistair is just some glory hound chasing a name for himself. Alistair realizes Valerius is misreading him completely, and in a totally different way than Lady Alara does. But hey, why fix what isn't broken? This guy could be an enemy later. If he wants to believe a lie, Alistair might as well use that to his advantage. So he agrees to listen, at least for now. But man, the look Valerius gives him, pure intimidation. The meeting continues under the moonlight. The boss explains that the people in the Shadow District are wary of outsiders, but they aren't exactly closed off. It's survival of the fittest here, period. Plenty of fools who don't know their place come crawling into the slums trying to grab power. That's why he didn't even blink when things started shifting 4 months ago. Until it got bloody. They hit Districts 23 and 25, piling up over 200 corpses in a single day. Alistair freezes. He remembers those cursed suits of armor. Is this blight energy connected to that abandoned mansion and the Wraith Guards? Valerius keeps talking. Turns out 3 big players run these slums. There's a lone shark they call the Golden Pig, a guy named Baron Midas. Then there's an unknown assassin, the Grave Warden, who no one has ever actually seen. And of course, Valerius himself, sitting at the top of the food chain. Alistair figures he's only impressed with Valerius because he met him first. Seriously, you can't tell how dangerous someone is just from an edgy nickname. Anyway, Districts 23 and 25 were Midas's turf. With 200 deaths and a mountain of lost debt, the Baron is absolutely livid about his shrinking pockets. He tried to play it smart and hired mercenaries, rank D all the way up to B, but every single one of them wiped out. Our hero is floored. He demands to know who these monsters are, but Valerius just shrugs. He has no clue. Alistair's mind is racing. If they can massacre that many mercenaries, the kingdom should have them on a watch list. This isn't just a skirmish, it's a slaughter. And if Valerius is telling the truth, then that massive horde of phantom armors in the mansion starts to make terrifying sense. Valerius adds a chilling detail. Everyone who went looking for answers is dead, except him. He says Midas is too terrified to move, and the Grave Warden is just sitting back with his goons, trying to avoid a full-scale war. Valerius admits he'd be complaining too if he hadn't seen the carnage himself. He gets it. Alistair narrows his eyes. So what? It's just a stalemate now. Valerius sighs. It's frustrating, but yeah. That's exactly why he sought out the fame-hungry adventurer. After testing him, Valerius was certain. Alistair has a habit of running toward the fire instead of away from it. He was betting on that reckless courage, but Alistair sees right through it. Valerius wants him to be a hired blade, to basically betray the knight's order and be his puppet. The boss just smirks. He likes Alistair's brains, says it'd be a nice change of pace to have a smart lackey instead of the idiots he usually employs. But Alistair isn't biting. Sorry, he says, gangs aren't really my style. He sees the game being played. Valerius is scared of losing his throne to these newcomers and wants to use Alistair as his personal outside muscle. The blight is the immediate problem, but Alistair knows Valerius could become an even bigger threat down the road. Fine, Alistair says, but how do you plan on getting the order involved? That's when the man slides over some documents. Alistair picks them up, and his blood runs cold. He looks closer, and the shock is written all over his face. The papers are a mountain of evidence. People in the Shadow District aren't just dying, they're being sacrificed to the blight. Sir Cedric is horrified. We're talking hundreds, maybe even thousands of victims if the worst is true. Alistair feels sick. These people live outside the city walls, forgotten by the law. No one even knew they were missing. Cedric watches him closely as Alistair asks if they can just hand this over to the order right now. Valerius shuts that down fast. The high-ranking knights are stubborn as mules. They'd never trust intel coming from a slum lord like him. And that's the catch. That's why he needs Alistair. Valerius confirms it. He's going to turn Alistair into the evidence, living, breathing proof that the Order can't ignore. That's cold, Alistair mutters. It doesn't matter to Valerius if he lives to tell the tale or dies and becomes a martyr. Either way, the boss gets what he wants. Valerius starts laughing, a loud, uncontrollable sound. He leans in one last time. So, kid, are you in? Alistair calls him a shameless bastard, because to Valerius, Alistair is just a tool. Alive or dead, the mission is the only thing that matters. Lord Sterling asks if he's in. Boom! Alistair slams the table, confirming it. He admits gathering intel in these slums is a nightmare. But agreeing to this mission might just save hundreds of innocent souls from a grisly fate. Sterling tosses 2 items onto the wood. Take them. Alistair asks what they are. It's a dagger bearing the Lord's own crest. Show that to any thug in the kingdom, Sterling says, and they won't touch you. Only the Undertaker would dare. Alistair thinks the blade feels cursed. He hands it back, and man, Sterling is pissed. He starts cursing the boy out. The captain explains the bag is full of magical scrolls. Use them in a pinch, or sell them for gold, his choice. Consider these resources an advance on your payment, the Lord growls. Alistair hesitates, a question burning. He remembers that punch Sterling pulled back during their earlier scrap. Did you plan on stopping that strike from the very beginning? He asks. Sterling just stares, eyes cold as ice. A slow smile creeps across his face. Yes. Night falls over the capital. Alistair heads back to his tavern. Alone in his room, Alistair is restless. That mercenary captain really left a mark on his pride. Lord Sterling, the guy is a monster. Alistair realizes he's nowhere near that level yet. He needs more training fast. He turns to the holy blade, Alaric, asking if anything in the stolen files stood out. Plenty, the sword replies, but they need more intel. If this darkness spreads, the whole kingdom is going to burn. Alistair checks, so the blade wants to see the truth with its own eyes. It confirms the plan. He thinks to himself, sneaking into a place where 500 seasoned knights were slaughtered. Yeah, easier said than done. He tells the sword he needs a partner, someone loyal, someone money can't buy, who'll watch his back without question. Alaric sounds worried. Aren't you setting the bar a little high there, kid? Alistair ignores the doubt. And one more thing, he adds, they have to absolutely loathe evil. The sword knows only one spot for that, the 30th parish in the East End. Another morning breaks for our duo. Standing before a weathered stone building, Alistair wonders if this is the actual sanctuary. Why build a chapel in such a dump? Alaric explains the church always sends its best to the forgotten corners of the realm. Greed blinds the rich and power breaks the weak, the sword says, but these clerics, they don't care about any of that. They are righteous, simple as that. They follow the goddess, not gold. They won't be swayed. Translation, they'll see right through your lies, Alistair. He realizes he's stuck. He doesn't want to play the rookie hero card, but he's got to tell the truth. He'll have to reveal his true identity. But since it's a priest, his secret should be safe behind the seal of the confessional. He notices the people, shabby clothes but bright eyes. No one is stealing. They actually trust each other here. Must be the bishop's doing. Alistair wonders what kind of man could inspire this kind of peace. He steps up and knocks. Who's there? A voice calls. Alistair says he's an adventurer with a word for the bishop. Then, he feels it. His aura starts acting up. It's vibrating, reacting to the sheer power coming from the other side of the wood. The door swings open. Pointed ears, silver hair. The man introduces himself as Bishop Valerius. Both of them freeze, an elf, running a human parish. Valerius is sipping something warm, his hands covered in old, faint bruises. The bishop smiles. Shocked to see an elf in these robes, Alistair tries to play it cool. It's rare, the elf admits, but the goddess loves all her children. He serves her with everything he is. Now the shock hits. Valerius already knows him. His reputation as a problem solver is spreading. The clean water in the district, that was him. The sickness levels are plummeting. I'm certain the heavens are smiling, the elf says. Alistair feels awkward but honored. The bishop's tone shifts. You had a message for me. Alistair pulls out the documents. Take a look at these. Valerius starts reading, his gentle expression slowly hardening into a mask of pure, righteous fury. The church must act, Valerius growls. Alistair's eyes light up. Finally, some real backup. The bishop sighs, pointing out that their source of information is, unfortunately, pretty shady. Because of that, the High Cathedral will probably just ignore it and send their own, trustworthy inquisitors to check things again. That would take way too much time, and Alaric knows it. They need to move now. Our hero asks if there is anyone skilled enough to investigate the lower wards with him, specifically districts 23 and 25. But Bishop Silas just shakes his head. Apologetically, he says no one in this local branch actually knows how to fight. Sure, they know healing and support magic, but in a street fight, they would be completely useless. Alaric feels his heart sink. This was his last shot at getting some real backup. But then, Silas gets this look in his eye. He says since it is unavoidable, he will go himself. Alaric and Cedric are absolutely floored by that answer. Silas isn't backing down. He insists he cannot let outsiders handle church business alone. And just because he is a high-ranking bishop doesn't mean he is afraid to get his hands dirty. Alaric is skeptical. He was expecting knights, not an old priest. The bishop looks almost offended. He asks the boy if he really looks that unreliable. But then Alaric notices them. Battle scars, everywhere. That is when it starts to click. Silas stretches out his arm, and suddenly, the air shifts. He starts channeling a massive red aura into his palm. It is a fire aura so dense it is reaching its absolute limit. The heat is literally melting the air around them. This technique, it can shred star steel like it is nothing but wet paper. Cedric is stunned. Seeing how fast he pulled that off, Silas must be a veteran of 100 battles, easily on the same level as General Thorn. Our hero realizes there is a very good reason this man is a bishop. Silas just smiles and asks if he'll be able to keep up. Alaric, feeling a bit awkward now, admits that he is probably the one who will be slowing things down. Silas just laughs. Don't give me too much credit, he says. He mentions he was part of the Order of the Iron Shackle 50 years ago, but now, just a retired old soldier. Alaric freezes. He knows that name. The Order of the Iron Shackle. We are talking about the single most powerful military force on the entire continent. Hyped up, our hero says he is honored to work with him, while the bishop just chuckles and says the feeling is mutual. Silas tells them to wait in the garden while he grabs his gear. Alaric agrees, his mind racing. I mean, think about it. He is teaming up with a legend from the Iron Shackle. It is like having a whole army at his back. He starts imagining what kind of weapon an elite elven knight would carry. Maybe a legendary, glowing longbow. Cedric just looks at him. He asks if Alaric didn't notice the massive, thick calluses on the old man's hands. Before he can answer. Boom, a massive, spiked iron ball slams into the dirt. Silas appears, grinning, and he is wielding a giant combat flail. Not exactly the elegant elven bow Alaric expected. The bishop decides to give them a quick little demonstration. He swings that heavy chain from side to side, gathering terrifying momentum. And then wham, he smashes a cluster of nearby boulders into fine dust. He just smiles gently and says, "Oh, that feels right." It has been a long time since he felt this weight. He says he will never forget the feeling of crushing skulls with this thing. Yeah, that definitely catches Alaric and Cedric off guard. Silas adds that it's all to destroy evil and repent for his own sins. He is sure the goddess will bless their holy massacre. I mean battle. He asks Alaric if he agrees. Alaric just stammers out a probably, and they head out. By late afternoon, they are deep in the dark, grimy streets of the slums. He whispers to Cedric, asking if the bishop is actually following them. Cedric nods. He is there. Alaric had asked Silas to wear something casual since a bishop in full robes sticks out like a sore thumb in a criminal den. But something feels incredibly weird. Alaric can sense the man's presence through his aura, but his eyes and ears, they detect absolutely nothing. Cedric explains it's a high-level stealth technique that erases one's presence. It is insanely hard to pull off while moving, but Silas is clearly a master at it. Suddenly, a drunk guy stumbles right into the invisible bishop. The drunk starts screaming, telling the air to watch where it's going. His buddy asks who he is talking to because there is literally nobody there. Silas is a ghost. He must have done a lot of Black Ops missions back in the day. Alaric is impressed. Even though he can feel the aura, everyone else is treating the bishop like he is invisible. Cedric explains that normally, Alaric shouldn't be able to sense him at all. But there is a loophole: elemental attributes. From the way their energies react, Alaric has the sun attribute, while the bishop is likely moon. Because Alaric carries the power of the sun, the bishop's moon-based stealth just doesn't work on him. Talk about a perfect match. The sun and the moon. Our hero can't help but wonder, is this just a coincidence, or is it the hand of destiny at work? A short while later, Alistair announces they've finally arrived. Welcome to the grimy streets of the 23rd Ward. The Blade notes that the bandit's dagger was a massive help, and Alistair agrees. He still remembers those rough-looking men tracking their every move. But once he flashed that gang's blade, every thug they encountered along the way stepped aside with obedient, terrified respect. Cedric can't believe they crossed the slums that easily. He admits the boy is every bit as impressive as the rumors suggested. Thanks to him, he can now bring swift judgment upon those heretics, vile men who insult life without any gratitude for the lady's grace. Both our boy and Elric feel a heavy tension, radiating from the intense elven night. Cutting a path through the dirt, Alistair warns that they're entering Malice territory. Staying above ground is far too dangerous now. Their only choice is the sewer route Chan mentioned. They descend into the dark, the elf's magic lighting their path through the tunnels. Suddenly, the elf kills the light. He signals for absolute silence. Something is coming. Voices echo through a nearby passage. "That's it for today," one says. They missed the quota because the sacrifices actually started resisting. But honestly, 70 people a day is madness. Even with non-stop disposal, the work won't end until the ritual is complete at midnight. The bastards actually have the nerve to complain about being stuck with the cleanup duty. Unbelievable. Our hero's mind is reeling. A ritual, 70 people in one day. They've been slaughtering at this rate for an entire month. It's absolutely unforgivable. As rage builds within him, he sees the elf drawing his weapon, whispering that he's going in first. With a sudden leap that shatters the floor, he appears right behind them. In an instant, his blade is pressed against a throat. Pure, lethal skill. The elf takes down both of the men in a single, flickering flash of steel. Alistair climbs out of the hole, his voice shaking slightly as he calls out. The elf simply reminds him this was supposed to be an infiltration. Another man emerges ahead wearing a haunting mask and releasing strange smoke. But without hesitation, the elf strikes him down instantly. Something about the attack seems to catch the dark prelate completely by surprise. Then he realizes the blade didn't hit. It's stopped by a shimmering magical barrier. The villain laughs, mocking their useless attacks against his armor. Agitated, he screams at them for daring to enter this place. He thinks they've truly lost their minds to come here. He sneers that they arrived just in time to fill their empty sacrifice slots. But in the next heartbeat, the man is split in two. Our hero finishes the job with one precise, devastating strike of his own weapon. As he glares at the survivor, the man stammers in terror, demanding to know who they are. Suddenly, the elf is behind him, gripping his skull. The duo systematically eliminates the rest of the cultists. Silence returns as they look down at the bodies littering the floor. Looking satisfied, the elf remarks that Brother Alistair has already taken care of the men quite efficiently. Awkwardly, Alistair replies that his lordship shouldn't say such things so loudly. He notices the villains were carrying some top-tier blades. Cedric mentions he swiped one of their weapons, which is likely how he managed to ignore their heretical dark arts. Discreetly, he checks if 𝒓𝒄 is doing okay. He is. Everything is going to plan, especially with the unique cloaking spell on his form. To any observer, he should look like nothing more than a standard, regular sword, just like the ones the guards carry. Our hero knows this sacred, holy blade would draw far too much unwanted attention if it weren't disguised. Still, if someone truly knowledgeable about the church or the order saw it, they might realize what it actually is. He admits this wasn't exactly a successful stealth mission, but they've uncovered the enemy's true nature. That's the best proof they could get. The elf agrees, but adds a cold truth. An infiltration only fails if you don't succeed in your goal. Just like how it's not an assassination if there are no witnesses left alive. If you kill everyone, it counts as stealth. 𝒓𝒄 and Alistair share a tense, awkward smile. The boy suggests they keep searching, and Cedric gives Alistair a sharp nod of agreement. They heave open a heavy metal door and find a literal nightmare. The room is overflowing with bodies, bone heaps, and torture tools. Covering his mouth, Alistair is horrified. It's a scene from hell. How many people suffered and died in this God's forsaken place? 𝒓𝒄 speaks up, telling him he needs to endure this sight. He knows the boy isn't used to such tragedy, but warns him not to look away. Even if the world forgets, a hero must remember. The sword whispers that this horror is the true face of the enemy, the darkness he has dedicated his entire life to fighting. Alistair asks if he means the Demon King, but 𝒓𝒄 scoffs. A mere Demon King. The world isn't simple enough to be saved just by defeating one villain. 𝒓𝒄 continues, his voice grim. He explains that for the poor, the true disease they face is poverty. For the sick, the disease is the Demon King himself. He asks Alistair, "Do you really think there's any logic behind this massive disaster?" He asks himself, can a holy sword truly slay poverty? Can steel alone wipe out a plague? Compared to the weight of those questions, a Demon King is easy prey. A true hero. He's the one who carves out a better tomorrow. That's the burden, the duty. And that's exactly why Leon has to keep fighting, no matter how grim things get. He can't look away, not now. Only by staring tragedy, right in the eye, can he finally rip evil out by the roots. Finally catching his breath, our hero steels himself and looks ahead with total focus. Leon wonders what he was even rambling about earlier. But honestly, seeing how the elf bishop pulls himself together in seconds after witnessing this nightmare, that's some legendary willpower. Leon calls out to His Excellency, and the bishop confirms it. This is the real deal. Those other places, they were just dumping grounds for the bodies. And from this point on, things are about to get crowded. We're talking dozens of enemies, at least. Charging in blind would be a death sentence. He remembers Duke Sterling's words. Consider this an advance payment. Do whatever you want with it. Leon didn't want to play this card yet, but he's out of options. He pulls a glowing scroll from his pouch and unfurls it. Lord Alistair looks on, asking, "Wait, Leon, what kind of scroll is that?" Our hero focuses every ounce of his spirit on the artifact, and suddenly, boom, he triggers a divine sight spell. The ancient blade explains that this magic temporarily grants vision far beyond human limits. It's literally augmenting his eyes. In an instant, the world shifts. Leon starts seeing right through the stone walls and heavy floors of the citadel. The scroll hits the dirt. Leon staggers, clutching his face in pain as the elf bishop rushes over. "Leon!" But the boy just waves him off. "I'm fine, it's nothing." He gasps out the details. The place isn't massive. 24 guards. He maps out their positions one by one, but then his voice trails off, right at the heart of the facility. There's a blind spot, a room he can't see into, though the entrance is on the eastern side. Leon figures that's the prize. The bishop nods. Could be the key, or it could be a classic trap for anyone who thinks they've found the shortcut. Catching the enemy off guard is strategy 101. Think about it, he warns. The oldest trick in the book is making the strongest point look like the weakest link. It's possible this whole area is just a hollow shell to bury their secrets, and the real business is happening deeper in the lower vaults. Leon tenses up at the thought. You're probably right, he admits, but we only move when we're certain. Besides, security isn't going to get any lighter if they come back later. Today is the day. Their only shot. Alistair draws his blade. Target identified, so we do this the old-fashioned way, fast, quiet, and deadly. Not far away, two cultists are mid-conversation when, snatch, a heavy chain wraps around their necks. They're gone before they can even scream. Moving through the dark corridors like ghosts. Another guard falls to the bishop's chains. "Number 12, he whispers. He actually looks excited, says his blood is finally pumping, even if he's getting a bit too old for this kind of chaos. Alistair stops. Is this it, the wall you couldn't see through? Leon studies it. No handle, no mechanism. He tries a shoulder tackle, nothing. It doesn't budge an inch, push, or pull. Strange inscriptions cover the surface, glowing with a faint, sickly red light that looks more like an open wound than magic. The bishop spins his weapon with a grin. "Leon, boy," mind stepping aside for a second. He slams his weapon into the wall with everything he's got. But, clank, no effect. Leon watches, stunned, as the blow just bounces right off. Even the bishop looks rattled. That shouldn't have happened. Leon remembers seeing him smash boulders back at the cathedral. That weapon usually turns solid rock into fine dust. He's seen this man tear through enemies, yet this wall doesn't even have a scratch. The ancient blade speaks up. This is irregular material. We're talking about a door made from an extra-dimensional substance, a material that literally ignores the laws of our world. It's a paradox. It freezes when you blast it with heat and burns when it touches the cold. This door nullifies any outside interference. Leon realizes that's why his scroll failed too. Magic just slides right off it. So physical force is out. Magic is useless. If those fail, there's only one thing left. Suddenly, the bishop begins a low prayer to his deity. "Grant me," he whispers, "the light of rectification." Leon's eyes widen. "Is that a sacred art?" The blade confirms it. "See, this isn't something you can just train like aura or research like magic. It's about pure faith and accumulated karma. The natural laws of the world answering a soul." The sword's voice is grim. Heretical tricks can never overcome a true sacred art. Finishing his prayer, the bishop presses his hand against the stone. Instantly, the unbreakable wall begins to spiderweb with cracks. Leon cheers. It's actually breaking. The bishop grins, pours in one last surge of divine power, and throws his entire weight against the crumbling door. Julian turns to his mentor, Lord Alistair, wondering if dark sorcery was always meant to be weaker than the holy arcana. Alistair confirms he's right. It should be. But here's the problem. If this gate is actually resisting a bishop's divine power, then this door is way more reinforced than they first suspected. In other words, this isn't just some simple trap, it's something much worse. Alistair tells the boy he'll have to be the one to deliver the final strike, and he'll provide the opening. Julian just nods. Got it. Our hero starts focusing his will, his aura flaring bright. Sir Tristan looks on, totally confused. "Sir Julian," he asks, but then 𝑊HOOM. Julian charges, letting out a massive shout as he slams a heavy strike right into the center of the gate. A blinding arc of energy slashes through the air, biting deep into the wood. A second later, the entire thing just crumbles into 1,000 splinters. Julian blinks, shocked. Did it just disappear? Alistair explains that since it was made of forbidden magic, it shouldn't even have existed in this world to begin with. Tristan is floored. "Splendid," he breathes, admitting he totally underestimated Sir Julian's raw power. Julian rubs the back of his head, feeling a bit awkward. "Honestly, you're making me blush, sir. His Excellency did all the heavy lifting anyway." The bishop steps forward, frowning. He doesn't sense anything alive behind the threshold. It looks like a ghost town, empty, save for when they're performing their dark rituals. Julian squints into the darkness. It's pitch black, but that smell, iron and rot, the unmistakable scent of blood. The elf, 𝒂𝒐𝒓𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔, snaps his fingers and ignites a magical light to clear the gloom. What they see next, well, it's enough to make your stomach turn. Right there in the doorway sits a pulsing, organic mound of something. Julian stammers, his voice shaking. What even is that? Suddenly, he loses his cool. What the hell is that thing? He yells, while even 𝒂𝒐𝒓𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔 struggles to keep his composure. Inside the room is a formless, throbbing mass of raw flesh, covered in multiple blinking eyes and twitching mouths. A small piece of it breaks off, crawling across the floor with a sound that'll haunt your nightmares. Julian's eyes well up with tears of pure horror. They're all still alive, aren't they? Alistair's voice goes cold. I see it now. These monsters are slicing up intelligent beings, extracting their lifeblood, and processing them into these vitality-infused chunks of meat. And looking at the sheer scale of this pile, their endgame is terrifyingly obvious. This is a forbidden rite to summon a legendary beast using a mountain of human sacrifices as bait, a creature famous for swallowing an entire city in a single bite. This nightmare was once called, but Julian cuts him off. Called what? The city swallower, Alistair answers. It takes ages of gruesome preparation, but once the gears start turning, there's no stopping it. It's an extra-dimensional terror. We're talking about something so powerful even a transcendent warrior wouldn't dare face it head-on. It'll arrive, gulp down the city, and vanish back to its own dimension. Julian thinks of the free port of Bridgewater. Is my home? Is it just gonna be dinner for that thing? Alistair notes that rituals this big usually fail 99 times out of 100 because they draw so much heat. But here's the kicker. If that 1% chance happens, it's game over for everyone. Terrified, Julian asks if it's ever actually succeeded. The blade's voice is grim. If it hadn't, there wouldn't be any records of it happening. He explains that the terrifying thing about dark sorcery is that you never know what's going to happen until the spell is already cast. By the time the church develops a counterspell, it's usually too late. Julian's heart is racing. Then what's the plan for the city swallower? We can't just walk into this without a strategy, right? Alistair goes quiet, his energy tense as he thinks. Julian calls out to him again. Alistair realizes this place is just a processing plant for the bait, but even so, it's not enough meat for the full ritual. Plus, the security here is way too light for something this important. Julian's eyes widen. Does that mean they've already gathered enough people? Alistair confirms it. At least 90%. There's nothing left for the heretics to do but pull the trigger. He explains the ritual will likely begin the moment the citizens are evacuated, which is just a nice way of saying cleared for consumption. Julian is absolutely paralyzed with shock. Alistair decides it's time to stop playing games. We're going with a direct tactic. Julian blinks. Direct. The plan: gather every soldier in the city and storm District 25. A ritual this massive needs a huge setup. If they crush them all now, the whole thing falls apart. So, all-out war? Julian asks. Alistair confirms it. Once they're cornered, those heretics will cling to their last resort like rats. And that's where things get tricky. The scariest part of this dark sorcery is its defense. It's anchored in another dimension and shrugs off anything that isn't holy power. But Alistair reminds him of one tiny detail. Julian is carrying him, the all-powerful holy blade. The strategy is simple. Bleed their forces dry in the war, then move in for the instant kill. As long as the enemy doesn't know the holy blade is here, they're walking straight into a checkmate they can't possibly escape. Julian starts to feel a bit better. That actually sounds like a plan. But he realizes if the enemy isn't stupid, they'll know they've been compromised and send an ambush. He's actually starting to get hyped for the gamble. Suddenly, 𝒂𝒐𝒓𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔 the elf turns to him. Sir Julian. He warns they need to move. Fast. It seems the facility's alarms have been tripped, and they know they've got intruders. Julian crouches down, grimacing as he picks up a piece of that throbbing meat. Right, he whispers, wondering what kind of hell it is to be alive like this, before tucking the sample into his pouch and heading for the exit. The high elf readies his heavy flail. the cold iron chain rattling as he lunges toward that mountain of a beast with a fierce war cry. In a whirlwind of steel and fury, he begins shredding the monstrosity apart, while Alaric stands his ground, calm and steady amidst the absolute chaos. No time to linger. The two of them break into a dead sprint, desperate to claw their way out of that hellhole before it collapses. "Move now," Sir Cedric barks, and Alaric doesn't need to be told twice, nodding as they push their pace to the limit. Shadowy cultists swarm the area, shouting that the rats are escaping. One of them even starts wailing over the ruined ritual sacrifices they spent months preparing. "Forget them," someone screams. "The secret is out, seal the gates." Above them, the night sky opens up, hauntingly beautiful despite the madness below. Lungs burning and exhausted, Alaric gasps that they've finally stopped chasing. Cedric nods, sensing the heavy, murderous presence of their hunters starting to fade into the distance. The night chuckles darkly. "Reminds me of when I was a boy and poked a hornet's nest. Honestly, this is exactly the same feeling. Back then I just dived into a pond to save my skin," he says. "But here, there's no pond to jump into, just certain death if we trip. And since this place is literally crawling with things far more lethal and unpredictable than any swarm of insects." He's got a feeling the church's cavalry won't be showing up for a long, long time. He glances at young Alaric. "Well, lad, what's going through that head of yours?" Alaric is silent, lost in thought. He's realizing that the initial strategy they discussed needs someone with serious political weight to actually work. He'd considered unsheathing the sunsteel blade as a last resort, but even though the High Bishop is a good man, Alaric wanted to avoid revealing that kind of power to the world. He figured Cedric might have caught a glimpse of his true potential during the fight, but he still hesitated to come clean about everything. If the High Bishop really wants an answer, then fine, he'll go with the flow. "Actually," Alaric says, "I've just thought of a brilliant plan." Cut to some time later. The two are seated in the quiet of the cathedral, nursing tea and dissecting the grim reality of their situation. Sir Cedric looks deep in thought, his brow furrowed as he weighs every word Alaric has laid out on the table. "It's a gamble," the knight admits. "A lot of unknowns, but it beats doing nothing. You serious about this?" Alaric just gives a firm, steady nod. Inside, Alaric is just relieved. Thank God. It's incredibly difficult to explain the truth in a way that doesn't sound like the ramblings of a madman. He's honestly surprised Cedric didn't just laugh in his face when he heard the strategy. He probably would have if the roles were reversed. Since the lore about the sunken citadels is a closely guarded church secret, Alaric will just play it off as a clever guess to avoid any awkward suspicion. And as for breaking the enemy's magic barrier, since he absolutely cannot mention the sunsteel blade, he'll just spin a yarn about how his solar essence is naturally superior to their dark sorcery. It's the only excuse he has left. Meanwhile, Cedric mentions that within the Holy Order, solar essence is practically the gold standard during recruitment. He explains it's so rare he's never seen anyone but Alaric wield it. Now, seeing the boy in action, he finally understands why it's so prized. "It's settled then," Alaric says. "We get the Adventurers Guild and the Royal Army to march, while a small strike team of elites handles the infiltration." The knight leans back. "In that case, there are two big requirements we have to meet for this to work. First, moving the army and the guild. Second, picking the team. The first part is simple," Alaric notes, "since you have the authority to make them listen. The real problem," Cedric counters, "is finding people who can survive those dark mages. We need A-rank warriors at the very least." A rank, Alaric chews on that for a second. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it hits him. Excited, he asks, "What if we recruit the heavy hitters from the slums?" Cedric looks skeptical. "The slums? You want to hire street thugs for a holy mission." "Trust me," Alaric insists. "There are two legends down there who are easily A-rank. The Hunter and the Grave Guardian, they'd be perfect additions." Cedric sighs, thinking it over. Setting their skills aside for a moment, why on earth would those two ever agree to help us? Alaric smirks. They won't have much of a choice once a High Bishop of the Order pays them a visit personally. Cedric's eyes light up as he sees the vision. I get it. A formal recruitment they can't refuse, right? Exactly, Alaric says. We're giving them a chance to be heroes, to do a great service for the Holy Order. And once you show them the bishop's signet, they'll fall in line, Cedric chuckles. I'm pretty sure they'd rather stab me than follow that seal. Alaric flashes back to a certain powerful punch he took. And for the record, he mutters, I am definitely not doing this as revenge for my bloody nose. The next morning at the Adventurers Guild, the air is thick with tension. Every hunter in the room is visibly shaking, terrified of what just walked in. Rose, the receptionist, is pale with fright as she welcomes Lord Alaric, though it's clear she's actually terrified of the shadow looming right behind him. A massive figure in gleaming plate armor approaches the desk. That armored man stares directly at the poor girl, his presence absolutely suffocating. The whispering starts immediately. Is that the legendary knight captain of the Iron Chain? What business could he possibly have here? Alaric clears his throat. We aren't here for a standard contract today. This is official church business, high-level stuff. The knight removes his helmet, revealing the face of Sir Cedric. I am a bishop of the High Order, he declares, and I am here to requisition your support. Suddenly, a roar of pure, unadulterated disbelief echoes from outside the guild doors. Wait, what? A short time later, in the quiet of a private study, a man introduces himself as Barnaby. He's the head of the local guild branch, and despite being new to them, he's taking full charge of the operation. Leon realizes this guy is a beast, even bigger than Kaelin, and recalls rumors of him being a legendary A-ranker before a leg injury forced him into retirement. Barnaby doesn't mince words. He knows things are dire if a paladin of the Order is calling for an emergency summit. Leon figures his own reputation as a former guild master must have helped smooth the way. The talk is fast, but the deadline is even faster, making everything 10 times more complicated. According to the guild lord, only one of the city's 4 elite adventurers is actually free to move right now. While Barnaby handled the logistics, Sir Cedric and Leon headed straight into the slums to draft Kaelin the Butcher. That meeting, way more intense than anyone expected. Cedric basically accused Kaelin of treason just to corner him, leaving the gangster with 0 options but to enlist. Cedric's ultimatum was brutal. Refuse, and you're on the Inquisition's blacklist, hunted to the very edges of the continent. Leon watches Kaelin fold, realizing the man fell headfirst into his own trap. Kaelin thought he could play the cultists against the guild, but the tables just turned. Cedric then drops another bomb. This request includes the coffin keeper too, and Kaelin better send for him if he doesn't want to suffer alone. Kaelin is stunned. Is it really just going to be him and that assassin? Cedric just shrugs. 2 elites are enough for the heavy lifting. The plan is a surgical strike. Cut off the snake's head with a small group while the citizens flee. Cedric admits the gangster is actually pretty sharp for a common thug. Leon knows they have no choice. They either unite against the City Eater, or they all perish in the dirt. 2 days later, looking down from a high balcony, Leon is speechless at the sheer number of soldiers gathered. All guild members ranked C or higher were called in, and almost every single one showed up for the fight. Barnaby surveys the 1,500 fighters below. This isn't a skirmish, it's total war. Leon managed to flip the count of the city by showing him every scrap of evidence he'd saved. Now, the royal garrison has District 25 completely boxed in. The plan is set. Adventurers and mercs handle the bloody close-quarters fighting, while the army provides long-range cover from the rear. Sir Cedric nods. Charging in blindly against dark magic is just suicide. Better to pick them apart slowly than to let the enemy feast on reckless soldiers. Leon is impressed, especially since the lord of the city sent his personal heavy hitter to lead the charge. The man steps forward, Sir Conrad, senior knight of the House of Valois. He bows to the guardian of the goddess, though Cedric humbly claims he's unworthy of the praise. Leon recognizes the name instantly. Conrad is a war hero with a massive reputation. Kalen grumbles about not fitting in with these shiny knights, but Leon just reminds him he's the king of the slums. Suddenly, a shadow flickers right behind Leon's shoulder. Am I late? Conrad reaches for his sword, demanding to know who the intruder is. Kalen just sighs. It's the coffin keeper, the man they literally just summoned. The assassin makes it clear he doesn't play well with others. He moves in the dark, separate from the light. Cedric doesn't care about his attitude, as long as the job gets done. But he warns the killer. Try to hide from the order, and the goddess's radiance will burn you out of the shadows. The assassin just mutters, "How scary," before vanishing into thin air once again. Leon is shaken. Even with his aura sense active, he can't feel the guy at all. Just as things settle, a tall, imposing woman strides in. "Hope I didn't miss the party," she says, introducing herself as Karen, the guild's final hired gun. The mood in the room turns ice cold the moment she speaks. Leon can't help but stare at this insane group. A slum lord, a legendary knight, a vanishing assassin, a paladin, and this mysterious woman, the most dangerous team ever assembled. Alistair knows this group is a mess. Unity? Not happening. They were hired for their blades, not their teamwork, so friction was guaranteed from the start. It's go time. Our hero gives the signal, and suddenly, boom, a massive firestorm rips through the corner of the district. Catapults launch hellfire. The streets turn into an inferno. Panicked soldiers scream about an ambush, desperate to alert the high command. But wait, one of the cultists spots something in the sky. He looks up, and it's a rain of glowing death. Arrows of pure light hammer down, pinning the enemy where they stand. Terrified, the man bellows to unleash the abomination immediately. The district is gone, nothing but ash and ruin now. Then it appears, a colossal beast crushing everything in its path. "Open fire," someone roars. Archers rain steel on the freakish monster. But in a heartbeat, the creature swings, smash. The entire wall where the archers stood is reduced to rubble. On the ground, bleeding and broken, one survivor gasps the truth. Their arrows didn't even leave a scratch. Suddenly, the mercenaries swagger in. "Out of the way, weaklings," they sneer. It's their turn to play. They order the charge, telling everyone to kill or be killed. The elites realize this is turning into a brutal stalemate. Valerius sighs, noting they did well, but that abomination, that's a whole different level of nightmare. He estimates 10 minutes at least. If they follow the plan, the enemy will realize they're losing and retreat into their defensive shells. Exactly, the Lord's Knight agrees, but just then something shifts. A massive tornado erupts right in the heart of the city, a perfect, swirling wall of death as the knight nods. Alara watches, unsettled. This isn't natural. Alistair frowns. Is this some kind of forbidden dark art? Silas shouts that it's their turn and bolts. Our hero tries to keep pace, but man, these guys are fast. Or maybe he's just really slow. They reach the eye of the storm. Alistair catches up, gasping for air. The knight just grins. "Oh, sorry, we kind of forgot you were behind us." Then his face goes cold. Time to see just how tough this dark magic barrier really is. He ignites his fire aura. Flames spiral around the wind. Alistair watches, stunned. Sir Cedric's power is as legendary as they say. After a moment, the knight admits it's strong. Kale scoffs, tells the weakling to move, and charges the barrier head-on. He throws a devastating punch, pouring everything into the strike. But the group just stares. The barrier didn't even flicker. Cedric steps back in, genuinely impressed. "Wow, that's actually incredible." Silas mentions his sacred art could probably crack it, but they need to save their strength for whatever's waiting inside. Rolling his shoulder, our hero steps forward. "Sorry you had to see that pathetic display," Alistair mutters. The others watch him, intrigued by the boy's sudden shift. He asks Valerius if the power is ready. The sword pulses with energy. More than enough. It's gorged on the souls of the heretics he killed earlier. Apparently, one dark priest is worth 1,000 common monsters. "Don't hold back," the sword urges. Alistair warns it to stay steady. He doesn't want the transformation breaking mid-swing. He centers himself. drawing in every ounce of power for one massive strike against the barrier. Alara's eyes widen in recognition, while Kale looks genuinely floored. Boom, Alistair unleashes hell. The barrier shatters, the tornado vanishes, and the group realizes the path is finally open. They drop down into the breach, entering a world of damp, lightless stone corridors. Silas ignites a light. Alara whispers, asking if the guardian of the sarcophagus is lurking nearby. "Right here," a voice says, right in Alistair's ear. He freezes. Okay, all 6 of them are inside, but that was too close. He notices something chilling. 2 of them are in heavy chain mail, yet they move with absolute, ghostly silence. Valerius notes their fundamentals are on a different planet. Alistair realizes he's still got a mountain to climb. Kaelin stops the group. "There," she points, an entrance leading even deeper underground. Alara doesn't like it. Sir Cedric agrees it smells like a trap, but they can't just turn back now. Kaelin insists it's the only way forward. Still, something feels off. It's all a bit too easy. Silas turns to the rogue. "Kaelin, can you spot any traps from here?" She shakes her head. The area past those stairs is a different realm entirely. She won't know for sure until their feet hit the floor. "We're going in," Silas declares. "Wasting time here only makes things worse." The knight nods, his hand on his hilt. "Then let's move, no more waiting." All right, here we go. The elite squad begins their long descent, heading deep into the bowels of the stone staircase. But Arthur's got a bad feeling. He still can't sense the sentinel of the crypt. Is the guardian following them? He's got no clue, and that silence is deafening. Then disaster. Arthur's foot hits a pressure plate, a magical trap. The floor literally vanishes into thin air, and he lets out a startled scream as he plummets. Our hero shuts his eyes tight, bracing for a bone-shattering impact. He waits for the pain, but it never comes. He opens his eyes and finds himself on solid ground, but the stairs, gone. He's alone in a massive chamber, and he can't feel a single familiar aura nearby. Sir Alistair chimes in. It's a labyrinth formation. Classic high-tier magic. It warps and stretches space to turn a simple basement into a sprawling maze. The rest of the knights must be scattered across the ruins. With any luck, he'll stumble into them before something else finds him. Speak of the devil, Scarlet appears out of the shadows, calling him Junior with that smug grin. Looks like they regrouped the second the trap triggered. Alistair calls it a stroke of luck. Scarlet teases him, asking if he was getting scared being all alone in the dark. Arthur? He's just annoyed by that Junior nickname. Arthur asks if she's solo too, but Scarlet freezes. "Not quite," she whispers. "There's a creepy guy literally stuck to me." "Who you calling creepy?" a voice growls from the darkness. A shadowy man steps out, and Arthur's just thinking, "Wait, there's an assassin in her shadow." Scarlet doesn't miss a beat. She tells the Shadow Walker to get lost and stop being such a freak, acting like his presence is just an annoying fly. She asks why he's squirming around in there like some kind of weirdo. The guy just huffs. He goes where he wants, and clearly he wants to be right there. Arthur realizes he's actually in a good spot. Grouped with a rogue and a shadow assassin, he doesn't need to worry about babysitting anyone here. "In that case, let's move," Arthur says, taking charge. Scarlet smirks. She likes that fire. "Ooh, look at the confidence on this one." She flashes a sharp smile, asking if she can really count on her Junior. Arthur looks her dead in the eye. "I won't let you down." They push forward through the twisting corridors, Scarlet's eyes scanning every corner. Finally, they reach a massive hall lined with dozens of identical doors. Without a second of doubt, Scarlet points. "That way." Arthur feels his stomach drop. Is she really that sure? She's moving way faster than simple instinct would allow. Arthur starts to wonder, is it actually safe to keep following her lead like this? Alistair tells him to trust her. She hasn't been wrong once. Her tracking skills, better than the most elite forest rangers in the kingdom. Arthur's skeptical. Is she really that good? Alistair thinks it's her unique mana. The darkness of this crypt is basically her home turf. Suddenly stop. Scarlet throws her arm up, signaling a halt. "Wait," she hisses. She's caught the scent of an enemy. She scouts the path ahead, 3 targets and no way to sneak past. She turns to Arthur with a playful glint in her eyes. "So, Junior, what's your move?" Arthur can feel their power. These guys are way stronger than the thugs from the Shadow Fiefs. Even with his holy blade, victory isn't a sure thing, but he's done hiding. "We eliminate them." Scarlet raises an eyebrow. "Bold words," she mutters. She calls him pretty brave for a third-tier squire, warning him that asking for help later will be super humiliating. Arthur just fires back. "Maybe you should worry about yourself." The rogue lets out a sharp laugh and draws her twin blades. Game on. "Let's make it a contest then," she yells. Suddenly whoosh. She leaps into the air and literally clings to the ceiling like a spider. Arthur's jaw drops. Is that a mana ability? Alistair confirms it. That's top-tier physical reinforcement. She's been through hellish training to move like that. Alistair warns him, if he wants to keep pace with her speed, his footwork needs to be absolutely flawless. Arthur knows. He's already focusing. 3 cultists are just minding their business in the hall. Then, one of them looks up. There's Scarlet, hanging from the ceiling, literally waving at them. "Intruder," he bellows, but the warning comes way too late. They're confused for just a split second, but that's all Scarlet needs. 2 of them are skewered instantly. Arthur is stunned. How can she throw her weapons that fast? One survivor remains, claws scratching at the stone floor. "How dare you?" he snarls, his voice sounding like grinding rocks. Then they drop the act. These aren't humans, they're beastmen. "You have no idea what kind of sacred ground you're polluting," the monster growls. Scarlet doesn't blink. What else? It's just a worthless, ownerless gutter. She dives back into the fray, raining down more steel. The creature laughs, batting the daggers aside. "Your little toys are worthless against me." But he's an idiot. He didn't notice the wire wrapping around his ankle. Scarlet yanks it, slamming him into the dirt. "That's what you get for only watching the knives, pal." In the very next heartbeat, sh-wing, a head goes flying through the air. The shadow assassin appears out of thin air, wiping his blade. Cold, precise, done. Arthur's standing there, sweating. Note to self, never get on their bad side. He's about to move on when something whistles past his face like a bullet. A thin red line appears on his cheek. Alistair sighs. "Talk about bad luck, Arthur. Out of the 3, you just drew the alpha of the pack." A massive, towering monstrosity looms over him. Arthur groans internally. "Alistair, you really could have told me that before he tried to decapitate me." He flares his aura to the max, eyes sharp. But then he stops. What was that thing the beast just hurled at him? The creature lets out a guttural roar, and its chest plate slides open, revealing a terrifying array of jagged, poison-tipped spikes. Oh, this is about to get messy. Alaric trembles, the shadow of the beast looming over him. He's seen this before, memories of the stone slimes flash in a cold sweat. Then, silence. The creature unleashes a lethal storm of jagged spikes right at his chest. But our hero moves. He's a blur of steel, slicing through the barrage before charging the monster head-on. "Impossible," the beast hisses. It can't believe its defense failed. One clean strike later, and it's split perfectly in 2. Alaric exhales. Without his mystic sight, he'd be dead. Without the blade of Ethelred, that dark magic would have swallowed him whole. But Alara isn't having it. She reminds him that it's his own sweat and blood that fueled that power, incomplete as it is. "Finished already," Catherine chirps, looking far too relaxed. She teases him, only a few seconds slower than her. Not bad for a silver rank kid taking down a high-level heretic. "Are you just a total rookie?" she asks. "Or do you just lack the killer instinct to match your skill?" He ignores the jab, focusing on a snack. But then, a chill, something hits his senses like a physical weight. He looks at the blade marks they both left. 2 fighters, supposedly worlds apart. But the depth, the precision, they're identical. His blood runs cold. Could it actually be? Then Alara speaks up. "Finally realized it, haven't you? Yeah, your gut is right on the money." Catherine sheathes her daggers with a sharp click. "Damn," she smirks. "Looks like I can actually take a breather with him around." She didn't think the kid could keep up. A mistake, she admits. But hey, a good one for once. Alaric is vibrating with tension. "Alara, show me." He forces open the girl's digital record. The truth hits like a hammer. Lady Catherine, the Shadow Warden of the Grave, elite assassin. Alaric is absolutely floored. And the girl, she just smiles, her voice sweet as honey. "That's right. Time to move on, Squire." "Yes, Senior," Alaric stammers. In the sunlight, she's a bright-eyed adventurer. But in the shadows, one of the 3 Night Kings of the slums, a legendary tomb raider and elite killer. She's dangerous, lethal. How could this bubbly girl be a ruthless underworld boss? Nobody would believe it. Lord Kent clearly had no clue. The Archmagus definitely would have warned him if he did. But forget that. If he messes this up, he'll never survive the fallout with the Duke. That means he's the only one who knows Catherine's deadly secret. And if there are others, it doesn't matter. There's no way she lets him walk away now. For an assassin, identity is everything. Anyone who knows too much usually ends up in a shallow grave. Alaric keeps his face stone cold. One flinch, and she'll know. He has to play it perfectly while she watches his every move. "Focus," she snaps, bringing him back. Another horror waits around the corner, a multi-eyed, twitching nightmare. The beast snarls, black bile melting the stone floor where it drips. Pure corrosion. Catherine grimaces. "Ugly thing, definitely not my type." Alaric knows it's more than just an aesthetic issue. Alara warns them. Daggers won't cut it against a beast summoned by the forbidden arts. It'll just regenerate. "Can we go around?" Alaric asks, searching for any other way. "Sure, if you want to waste 30 minutes, she retorts. No guarantees the other paths aren't crawling with more of these. Alaric grips his hilt. "Fine, we fight, no other way out." The cult is trying to buy time to wake the siege blight. If they manage to activate it, the city is finished. "In that case, Shadow Warden," Alaric calls into the gloom. From the darkness, a voice answers. "Yeah." Alaric asks if he can land the killing blow. The Shadow Guardian just scoffs. "And what if I can?" "Get ready," Alaric orders. "Catherine and I will pin it down. We're in this together, so let's act like it." Catherine stays quiet, eyes narrowing as she watches him. Then a sharp nod. "All right, I'm in." His lungs burn, but his stamina is back. Now, it's all or nothing. The beast senses them. Alaric doesn't wait. He screams a battle cry and lunges forward. The multi-eyed horror roars, unleashing a wave of dark energy to crush him. "Alara," he shouts. The blade of 𝑬𝒂𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 erupts in a blinding, holy light. It worked against the cursed armors, and it'll work now. This sword exists to burn away the rot of the world. The beast screams, blinded by the radiance. Alaric takes flight, blade raised for the killing blow. Alistair manages to slash the beast, but immediately realizes the cut was far too shallow to do any real damage. Then, out of nowhere, several objects fly toward him. He skillfully weaves through the creature's strikes, but he's sweating now. He knows he won't dodge the next one, so he triggers his spirit vision. He realizes he has to at least block one of these incoming attacks, or he's finished. From behind, Lady Catherine calls out to the young squire, shouting, "Now one more time." As Alistair watches her, he's torn. Can he actually trust her in this moment? He makes his choice. Charging toward the beast, he yells, "Let's go!" The monster lashes out at Alistair again with those massive tentacles. But this time, Catherine's daggers appear right alongside him like guided bolts of steel, neutralizing the beast's strike while our hero keeps pushing forward. Alistair lands a brutal series of strikes, making the monster roar in pure rage, but even now, the cuts are still too shallow. He bites his lip, thinking he should have been faster, or at least stronger than this. The monster is absolutely livid now, with daggers buried in its tails. But suddenly, something bizarre starts happening to the creature. It's struggling to even move. The beast looks back, completely startled, and Alistair notices its movements have become incredibly sluggish and wrong. Then, right out of its own shadow, something dark begins to emerge. Across the creature's entire shadow, spikes made of pure energy manifest. Sir Malachi, the Shadow Keeper, rises from the darkness and gives one simple, cold command. "Die." Just like that, countless shadow spikes erupt, piercing through the beast and pinning it completely. The monster lets out one final, pathetic roar before collapsing. It's over. Alistair is in total shock, thinking, "This is insane." So this is the power of a gold rank knight. Lord Elric points out that the wounds aren't healing. He concludes that the attack was so powerful it actually overwhelmed the monster's legendary regenerative abilities. Alistair realizes that was a lethal technique designed for one thing only: total annihilation. Meanwhile, the assassin just stands there, perfectly controlling his aura. Our hero is seriously impressed, thinking that was a true killing blow. Someone approaches, praising them for doing such a great job as a makeshift squad of youngsters, and asks if Alistair agrees. Looking at the girl, he nods. He hadn't expected her to go for the tails with those daggers. It was a move that caught him completely off guard. Catherine just shrugs it off, saying it was nothing compared to that kill-stealing shadow user over there. She admits she didn't expect a shadow keeper to pull off a move like that, calling it a technique worthy of a master assassin. She adds with a smirk, "Well, he isn't called one of the kings of the Warrens for nothing, right?" Pointing ahead, she asks if they're ready to move. There's no time for a breather in a place like this. Alistair agrees. This whole mission is a race against the clock. Everything depends on whether they reach the inner sanctum before the ritual starts. A little while later, deeper into the dark corridors, Catherine spots something. She starts counting under her breath, 8 cultists up ahead. She mutters that they might have arrived a bit too early, and this fight is going to be tricky. Alistair thinks to himself that, when it comes to judging strength, no one on the team has a sharper eye than her. And right now, every single one of those enemies is strong enough to send a cold shiver down his spine. Even the ones they fought before would have been a nightmare if they had to face more than one at a time. He suggests that since they've made it this far, they should either wait for the rest of the squad or go find them. Catherine shakes her head. Both options suck. They'll either be too late or end up wandering around and missing their allies entirely. Frustrated, she groans about having to take a gamble after coming all this way. Alistair is still confused by her. She seems so normal. But suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the area. He's thrown forward by the blast. Dust falls as the ceiling cracks, and he realizes the source was incredibly close. Lord Elric narrows his eyes, sensing it was a shockwave from 2 massive powers clashing head-on. Alistair knows someone is fighting nearby, and Catherine's thinking the same. The cultists hear it too, and half of them immediately start moving toward the noise. Alistair notices 4 of them have left. Suddenly, they have a choice to make. Should they help the allies who are fighting, or take out this smaller group first? He's tense, his mind racing with indecision. But then he speaks up. They need to find their friends. If the enemies win that fight, they'll just come back and crush what's left of their team. He insists they need to regroup and pull their strength together as fast as possible. Catherine agrees, though she notes that even with only 4 left, these guys won't be easy to put down. Suddenly, she drops to the floor. "Wait a second," she says, pressing her ear against the cold stone to listen. Her senses reach out through the castle foundations. She points down a dark hallway and says, "That way." Alistair is floored. Her 6th sense is almost inhuman. It's a completely different league compared to his own vision or movement skills. Just then, a deafening noise thunders from the corridor right in front of them. Boom! Suddenly, the wall shatters into dust as something nightmarish erupts through the stone, catching Alistair and his companion completely off guard. Down the corridor, it's a total massacre. Huge, jagged spikes have someone pinned like a trophy. It gets worse. Squinting through the dust, they see it. The monster is clutching the mangled, nearly lifeless body of a royal knight. The man is hanging there, broken and coughing up blood, but he manages to choke out Lord Cedric's name. Hearing that, Alistair doesn't hesitate. He charges straight into the chaos. One enemy, try 2. Out of nowhere, a hooded apostate steps from the shadows, claiming he'll take care of this pest himself. Alistair glances back, checking his surroundings. He's got one freak in front of him, but looking over at Lady Alara, he realizes she's being cornered by 2 more. It looks like 𝑺𝒐𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 managed to take out the trash on the floor before going down. Elara shouts for Alistair to keep his head in the game. She can handle her own. Here's the problem. This new guy, he's on a different level. Alistair knows he has to give this fight 100% of his focus or he's dead. Then the apostate starts chanting, drawing in this sickening, swirling power. And get this, the guy actually shouts, "In the name of love and justice." Talk about crazy. He flings his arms wide and this thick blue mist floods the entire hallway. Alistair's eyes narrow. Is that a blue fog? The apostate just smirks, telling him to feel honored to witness this. "One touch," the freak adds, "and you'll be nothing but a pile of ash on the floor." He's using his wandering fury art, basically a fancy way of saying he's gifting Alistair a generous death. Elara screams that he's a summoner, and Alistair's just like, what now?" "Okay, quick lore drop. These cultists are split into two groups. You've got the mutants, who twist their own bodies with dark magic. And then you have summoners, lunatics who pull nightmare creatures from other dimensions. The common thread, every single one of them is absolutely out of their mind." Alistair just draws his steel, a cold look in his eyes. "A generous death, huh?" he repeats, his voice low and dangerous. "Funny," he adds, "that's supposed to be my line." He lunges, a brutal strike aimed straight at the apostate, who just laughs. The guy thinks he's safe, convinced a physical blade can't possibly touch an astral spirit. Big mistake. The sword bites deep, carving right through the blue energy as if it weren't even there. The apostate's jaw hits the floor in pure shock. Alistair isn't surprised. There are always exceptions to the rules. He knows his hallowed blade can shred astral forms like paper. The villain is literally shaking now, stammering that it's impossible for a regular aura to break his dark art. Desperate and furious, the guy snarls that he won't let this slide. He's doubling down. He summons a massive, hulking beast from another plane of existence, a real nightmare. But Alistair, he doesn't even blink. He charges the monster head-on. He's got the terrified summoner backed into a corner now. With one clean, lightning-fast swing, he connects, a direct hit. The creature actually tries to catch Alistair's blade, mockingly asking if he really thought such a simple attack would work. But then, the smug look vanishes. Fear takes over as it realizes its wounds aren't closing. Wait! An attack that nullifies dark arts. The guy starts stammering, finally realizing who he's up against. It can't be, "You're the..." But Alistair's sword cuts him off mid-sentence. Permanent silence. That's it for the monster. It's gone. Alistair wipes his blade and moves away, turning to the girl. "So, what did I miss?" Elara just stares at the carnage, sighing, "What a complete mess." Alistair looks at her two defeated foes and figures his fight was probably the easy one. No time for jokes, though. 𝑺𝒐𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 is the priority. Elara points him out. He's slumped over just a few feet away. They find him, and the veteran knight just looks ashamed. He apologizes for letting them see him in such a pathetic state. He's done. He tells them he can't keep up and begs them to leave him behind and finish the mission. He promises he'll catch up once he recovers, but they both know he's in bad shape. Elara isn't buying the tough guy act. 𝑺𝒐𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅, she says softly, her voice serious. "How long do you actually have left?" Silence, then a heavy sigh. "So you figured it out," Cedric whispers. Elara knows, if a warrior of his rank can't stop his own bleeding with battle spirit, the end is close. Alistair's heart sinks. He checks the wound, it's deep. Cedric thinks he might have an hour, but after that, it's over. 1 hour. Alistair's mind is racing. Can they really do this? If they can purge the corruption from the city within 60 minutes, there might be a chance to save him. He wouldn't even gamble on this if he didn't have an ace up his sleeve. But he does. He has the holy sword. He turns to Elara, his voice firm. He tells her she needs to repeat his words exactly. He's going to use a forbidden healing art to stabilize the wound using the sword's stored power. Elara just watches him, completely stunned. Then Alistair begins the prayer. "O great goddess of light, bring solace to those who fight for the crown. Let them not falter against the freezing winds of the abyss." Suddenly, his hands erupt with a blinding, sacred glow. Cedric is frozen in disbelief. Alara can't believe her eyes either. This isn't just basic magic. This is high bishop-level divine power. Within seconds, the massive hole in the knight's stomach just vanishes. Cedric looks up, realizing Alistair is the one who masterminded this whole operation. Now he sees why the church higher-ups trust him so much. "Are you a candidate for the cardinal seat?" he asks. Alara can't help but chuckle, noting how he went from a paladin to a cardinal candidate in minutes. Cedric is visibly shaken, feeling the massive weight of this debt. He's not fully healed for a fight yet, but he knows he will be soon. Alistair tries to speak. "Wait, But Cedric cuts him off immediately, his eyes full of respect. The knight insists that he understands Alistair wants to keep his true identity a secret, and he won't get in the way. Cedric drops to one knee, swearing to keep his mouth shut until he's given permission to speak. Alara just stands there awkwardly, thinking that the misunderstandings are just getting more ridiculous by the second. Julian offers a shy word of thanks, while Lady Catherine prepares a potent vial for the wounded man before they push further into the depths. Sir Cedric bids them a final farewell, and Julian knows they're officially out of time. The two dive back into the corridors, senses heightened. Suddenly, Catherine spins around, eyes shimmering. She pins Julian right against the stone wall, catching the poor guy completely off guard. She leans in, asking if what Sir Cedric claimed was actually the truth. Was he really a candidate for the High Council at his age? In this kingdom, that's basically unheard of. She lists his talents. The sun-blessed aura, high-tier divine grace, it all fits. But those sword skills, she demands to know where he learned to fight like that. Julian just sighs. "Sorry to disappoint, but I'm definitely not a High Council candidate." Catherine isn't convinced. An apprentice of the Iron Order, then? She's practically begging for an answer now, her curiosity redlining. Julian watches her, thinking, if I didn't already know your true identity, I might have actually fallen for this act. "Maybe I'll tell you when we're closer," he smirks, noting her mental defenses are as solid as a cathedral vault. She twirls a lock of her hair, acting playful. "Usually men tell me everything I want to know, usually." Nice try. Julian isn't some starry-eyed amateur about to walk into such an obvious trap. "Drop the games," he says. "We need a plan. Do we hunt for the others or finish this ourselves?" Catherine just winks. "Don't sweat the small stuff. You'll see exactly what I mean once we arrive." They press on together, arriving at the next corridor just in time to see a body thud heavily against the floor. Elias the elf stands over the fallen foe. "Julian's here," he notes, while Lord Thorn just grumbles about annoying brats arriving late. Julian almost feels bad for the cultists. Almost. Meanwhile, Bishop Alistair is just relieved to see everyone is still breathing. Out of nowhere, the Shadow Guardian phases through the wall. Alistair is startled, but the silent assassin just stares him down until the bishop backs off. Julian delivers the update. Sir Cedric is too battered to join the final push, but he'll pull through eventually. They can't wait for him. Alistair accepts the grim reality. It's down to the 5 of them to end this nightmare. Thorn turns his venom on Catherine. "Don't you have some useful adventure trinkets in that bag, girl?" He's brutal. "Hurry up and contribute, unless you want to die while I'm busy saving your skin." Catherine snaps right back, calling Thorn a greedy parasite who sucks the life out of the poor. Thorn looks ready to draw blood. Alistair steps in before a brawl breaks out. "Enough, calm down. I'm explaining the final phase of the plan now." The bishop takes point. He's got the strongest resistance to dark arts. Thorn and Catherine will hold the center. He points to Julian. "You're our hidden ace, stay in the rear." Thorn just snorts. "This brat our ace, really." "Whatever," Thorn mutters. "But what are we doing about the creepy guy in the coffin?" Julian vouches for him. "Leave him be. He'll do his job if we stay out of his way." Catherine blushes, nodding quickly. He's right. She's trying way too hard to agree, and Julian can see her desperation clear as day. "Fine," Thorn grumbles. "Let's move." The group vanishes into the suffocating darkness of the lower halls. Thorn stops cold, staring ahead. The air is thick with a stench of pure, concentrated evil. A massive ring of void energy blocks the path. Alistair doesn't hesitate. He begins chanting high-tier holy magic immediately. "We're going in," he roars, charging straight into the portal with the rest of the group hot on his heels. Inside, it's a nightmare. Julian's senses are totally wiped. No sound, no aura, just a heavy, suffocating void. It feels like drowning in thick, oily swamp water. He reaches out blindly, desperate to find the edge of the darkness. Finally, he breaks through the veil, gasping for air. Elias is already shouting, his voice tight with pure tension. Ambush. Red eyes glint in the dark from every single direction. Julian knew this was too easy. A voice sneers from the shadows. "Wow, I was practically dying of boredom just waiting for you lot." The figure steps forward. "You certainly made things difficult, but I didn't think you'd take this long to die." He smiles, a cold, terrifying look, and extends a hand. Alistair pales. "A herald of despair, here." "Bingo," the man purrs. Julian watches closely. "So the shadow has a hierarchy too." Elias explains the grim truth. The shadow is structured. Devotees are just low-level puppets using borrowed tricks. Then there are congregants who rot themselves from the inside seeking power. But heralds, they're the executives, the spreaders of the plague. On the church's scale, these guys are absolute heavyweights, at least equivalent to a bishop in raw power. The herald laughs. "It's a glorious day, the ritual is a success, and every single life we sacrificed has finally paid off." Sir Cedric glares with lethal intensity, but the high priest just keeps ranting, completely unfazed. "Most importantly," he sneers, "I shall show this servant of a foolish, weak goddess the path to the one true God." The rest of the group is convinced he's lost his mind. The guy is a total freak. Sir Kalen even wonders if the ritual actually worked, because honestly, nothing has happened yet. The cultists just sneer back, calling the knights a pathetic race that's far beyond any hope of salvation. Their leader claims the plan is already in motion, and once it's finalized, these heroes will realize all their struggling was for absolutely nothing. Prince Leo panics, asking if everything is already lost, but Lord Eldric's voice echoes from the sword. "Not yet." He explains that this city-devouring ritual is basically like fishing. The life essence they stole, that's just the bait to lure an eldritch horror from the void. Our hero is just confused. Fishing, seriously. Eldric continues, explaining there's still a tiny window of time before that nightmare from the beyond actually takes the bait. Leo realizes that means nobody knows exactly when the monster will strike, and the sword confirms he's spot on. It could be an hour from now, or it could happen in 5 seconds. Either way, it's a desperate race against the clock. Leo calls out for His Excellency to take action, and the old man begins channeling his most powerful sacred magic. He begs the goddess to flood this abyss with her warmth so they don't lose their way. Suddenly, a massive sphere of light erupts, illuminating every dark corner. One of the shadow creatures looks absolutely terrified by the sudden brilliance. They're screaming and shielding their eyes, trying to hide from the burn. Eldric notes this technique perfectly blends holy arts with raw aura. It's not quite the sun, but it's enough to jam their summoning circles and mess with their dark magic. He mentions that his own light would have been way more effective, but this should still block any heretical summoning spells for now. Lady Catherine seizes the moment, hurling enchanted daggers, but the coward high priest grabs one of his own minions to use as a human shield. Meanwhile, the elf swings his iron flail with a vengeance, while Sir Kalen smashes through the other cultists. It's total chaos. Leo jumps into the fray, but he notices the high priest is hanging back. He's definitely guarding the heart of the ritual. He realizes they have to smash that altar right now, while the enemy's dark arts are still being suppressed by the light. The high priest doesn't stop grinning, calling them idiots. "You really think a little light can stop my enchantments?" Suddenly, twisted, profane circles erupt all around Prince Leo. Nightmarish creatures start crawling through the portals, and in the next heartbeat, a whole horde of monsters is standing right in front of him. Leo is disgusted. These things are hideous. Eldrick explains that since their main magic is blocked, they're using these chimeras instead. They're unstable, incomplete monsters created through forbidden arts. They might explode at any second, but they're still a massive problem. Leo realizes they're just being used to buy time. He wonders if the main ritual is about to activate at any moment. 𝒂𝒐𝒓𝒅𝒎𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓'𝒔, calling the monsters worthless small fry as he prepares to bash some heads. He throws a punch with such insane force that his fist goes right through the monster's chest. Talk about a power move. But wait, he immediately senses something is wrong. He looks at his arm and sees a dark infection spreading fast. Another beast screams as Catherine's daggers hit home, but she realizes her poison isn't working at all. Worse, they don't even feel pain. Sir Cedric warns that this is becoming a war of attrition. The longer they're pinned down here, the closer they are to certain death. Leo knows he's right. They need a breakthrough fast, but he still can't risk revealing the sword's true, god-tier power. Eldrick warns that if the cult realizes who Leo actually is, it's game over. They would literally sacrifice every single life they have just to make sure he never leaves this place alive. You have to catch them off guard, Leo. Our hero nods. It's time for one final all-or-nothing attack. While the gate continues to stabilize, the high priest is practically vibrating with excitement. Suddenly, the air gets heavy. Everyone feels a shift in energy. Something massive is changing. A terrifying wave of pure evil erupts from the portal. The high priest is moved to tears, claiming the apostle of God has finally arrived. The pressure coming from that portal is intensifying exponentially now. It's heavy, dark, and absolutely suffocating. Leo clutched his chest, his heart hammering against his ribs. Where the altar used to be, there's now just a gaping, bottomless abyss. This is pure terror, fear like he's never felt before. This has to be the city devourer. Leo desperately calls out for Eldrick. Don't use the holy sword yet, Eldrick commands. They need to buy time first, so they'll use a sacred art at half power. Leo's skeptical. Will a sacred art even scratch that thing? But Eldrick says he's got a brilliant plan. He noticed the moon Cedric created earlier. To truly recreate the goddess's seal, you need both the sun and the moon. And luckily for them, they have knights with both solar and lunar auras ready to go. Perfect timing. Honestly, pairing a high bishop's complex magic with a legendary hero. Total nightmare for Malice. Talk about a bad day for the villains. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the hero summons a glowing golden terminal, commanding Leon to read the ancient script appearing before them. He begins to recite, "Behold the sun and moon, the twin eyes of the goddess who watches over all. To her, we offer our eternal gratitude, for her gaze is divine love itself. Her 6 closed eyes are her kindness." Sir Scissor freezes. That's the opening verse of the sacred scripture. Meanwhile, Khan spots another massive orb of energy gathering on the vaulted ceiling. And then, in the very next heartbeat, right next to the shimmering moon that had already appeared, a second sun blazes into existence. Lady Karen gasps in excitement, feeling the sudden, overwhelming warmth washing over them. Leon's voice rings out. "On the day the sun and moon rise as one, let all who look upon the heavens fall to their knees in humble prayer." Boom, pure holy energy erupts, rippling through the hall and obliterating every monster in sight. Lord 𝒂𝒏𝒆𝒅 just smirks. The sanctuary is the ultimate middle finger to that heretical magic. This holy ground literally rejects anything that doesn't belong in this realm. It's like the universe itself is saying, "Get out." Scissor roars, "Now, everyone!" The entire group lunges forward, tearing those nightmares apart. But looking at the villain now, yeah, I'm not laughing anymore. The evangelist is fuming, screaming about blasphemy and calling our heroes nothing but mindless cattle of the goddess. He snaps his fingers. "Fine, I'll just massacre every last one of you." Suddenly, something horrific starts happening to the creatures around him. Something grotesque bursts from their chests, shredding their bodies as it flows into the evangelist's hands. He actually starts weeping. "Oh, it breaks my heart." Truly. Can you believe this guy? He's actually anguished because he had to sacrifice his loyal cultists just to deal with a few cattle. He clutches a pulsating heart, crushing it slowly in his grip. "Look closely, you fools. Behold the true, terrifying grace of my God." And just like that, the evangelist starts warping. This foul, profane energy wraps around him like a dark cocoon. His muscles bulged, massive horns sprout from his head. It's a total nightmare transformation. Our hero and his elven ally, yeah, they're definitely feeling the pressure now. The transformation finishes, and the evangelist just sneers. "Tell me, insects, how does it feel to see the power a god can gift to a mere mortal like me?" Lord 𝒂𝒐𝒍 drops the bad news. The sanctuary effect at Leon's current level won't last much longer. We're on a serious clock here. Here's the kicker. If the evangelist is this terrifyingly strong inside the sanctuary, Leon is absolutely toast once the spell fades away. Without a second thought, Khan and Caesar sprint past our hero, charging straight for that mountain of a monster. The elf swings with everything he's got, and Khan unleashes a barrage of heavy-duty punches. The result? Absolutely nothing. It's like hitting a brick wall. The monster just laughs. "Is that all you've got? My turn." Then those disgusting, elongated limbs come swinging with blinding, grotesque speed. Khan takes a direct hit, hard. He's down and hurting. Caesar is barely holding on, throwing up every defense he has just to survive the onslaught. Leon sees it clearly now. The gap isn't just large, it's a canyon. This guy's strength, his defense, his healing. It's all completely off the charts. He starts thinking, maybe the only way is to put everything, and I mean everything, into one final, desperate strike with the sacred sword. But man, the pressure is insane. If he misses, if he doesn't kill him in one shot, that's it. They lose their only chance at stopping this nightmare. The evangelist is basically drunk on power at this point, bragging about how much energy is coursing through his veins. "You really do look like pathetic bugs from up here," he mocks. Leon looks back and it's grim. Caesar is buried under a pile of debris, completely defeated. Khan is out cold nearby, badly injured. Leon is panicking inside. Damn it! He needs that one perfect shot, but is it even possible to drop this guy? Lady 𝒂𝒅𝒏𝒆𝒅 staggers to her feet, clearly battered but not out of the fight just yet. Our hero rushes over to her. "Senior, are you okay?" She just shrugs it off with a probably, but yeah, she knows they're in deep trouble. Not even her attacks or the Coffin Guardian's powers could leave a scratch on this guy. Then, something catches Leon's eye. He flashes back to that terminal, the girl's hidden abilities. One specific skill jumps out at him from the shadow step ability. He turns to the Guardian, desperate. "Please, Miss Guardian, I need you. I need your strength to pull this off." She's caught completely off guard. "Wait, you actually have a plan, something good." Leon explains he wants to slip behind the monster and smash the altar to kill the ritual. Stopping the spell is the priority. But 𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒏, she's not having it. "You're going to get behind him. How?" she asks sarcastically. "What do you think you're some high-tier mage who can just teleport?" Leon doesn't blink. "We're not just moving, we're going to leap through the fabric of space itself." He looks tense, but he's dead serious. He's so flustered he almost calls her senior again, but catches himself. "Listen, Coffin Guardian. If you help me just this once, I swear, your secret is safe with me." Poor girl. She looks like she's about to have a total meltdown from the sheer tension of the moment. Leon doubles down. "I don't know what your circumstances are, but if we fail here, it's over. For you, for me, and everyone in this kingdom." Suddenly, she leaps back, her face going dead serious. Honestly, it even gives our hero a little bit of a chill. Finally, she sighs. "Fine, you're right, I'll help you, damn it all." But then she turns bright red. "Wait, how long have you known? You should have told me sooner." She buries her face in her hands, literally dying of embarrassment. But our hero brushes it off. He jokes that she'd have ended him if he leaked her secret, and honestly, that gets a laugh out of her. Suddenly, cold steel. A dagger at Lady Alina's throat. She just smirks. A lady's secret is a sacred thing, after all. Nearby, Julian is a total mess, battered and broken. Sir Galahad walks up, mocking him. "Hey, Bishop, how long are you going to nap there?" Then he drops the weakling bomb. That sets the high elf off. He's fuming, swearing he's going to murder that bastard. Meanwhile, Alistair and Lady Seraphina move toward the beast. She stops. "This is it," she says. "I can't go any further." He's on his own now. She explains the Dark Herald would spot her in a heartbeat if she stayed. Alistair's response: "Don't you dare die." That actually catches Seraphina off guard. Like, wait, what? She scoffs, activating her shadow coffin. "Never thought I'd see the day a church knight actually worried about me." Archmage Eldrick explains that Shadow Step is insane. It's space leaping, hard even for master mages. But he's sure she can drop him exactly where he needs to be. Alistair knows this is more than enough to get behind the enemy. 1 second later, boom, our hero emerges from the darkness right behind the creature. He approaches that massive, gaping hole, the heart of the ritual of the Forsaken. Alistair feels the tension. Is this the essence of life? Eldrick confirms the horror. Over 10,000 lives sacrificed to make this happen. Absolutely sickening. Alistair draws the holy blade, pure rage in his voice. "Unforgivable!" Suddenly, Arthur screams for him, and Alistair realizes something is dead wrong. Before he can react, the creature's grotesque limb skewers him right through. He coughs up blood. It's bad. Eldrick screams his name in despair while the monster just laughs. "Give up, dog of the goddess." It hoists him into the air. "You're out of chances, Alistair. Game over." It tells him to embrace death as a final blessing. Arthur yells for him, and Galahad charges in like a madman. "You idiot." But with one casual flick, the monster swats them both away like flies. The herald isn't even bothered. He tells them to stay calm. They'll all be joining Alistair in the dirt soon enough. The monster laughs, thinking it's won. Alistair's mind is racing. Death! Am I really going down here without stopping this evil? He sees Eldrick shouting, but the sound is fading. Everything's going quiet. He thinks about their promise, reaching the great northern peaks together. Now it looks like a promise he can't keep. But as his life slips away, the word promise echoes. He remembers someone believing in him, because he never, ever breaks his word. Suddenly, Alistair grips that disgusting limb, hard. With one precise flash of his blade, he cuts himself loose. The creature is stunned. It didn't see that coming. Alistair hits the ground, rolling away, bleeding out. Rising is agony, but he forces himself up. He knows the odds are 0. But a hero's destiny, it's to always keep your eyes on the win. That's what his master taught him, to always move forward. Eldrick watches, heart in his throat. Alistair declares he'll finish this and save everyone. A true hero's vow. The monster laughs, calling him cursed, but impressed he can still hold a sword. "Fine then," it sneers. "Let's see if you can endure this too." It launches a new wave of attacks, but then the spirit of Lord Roland speaks. "Seems I've got no choice." Appearing at Alistair's side, he admits the kid did his best. "This time, I'll help you." He tells his foolish disciple to watch and learn. Alistair smiles. Sacred energy explodes as he calls out, "7-star blade." The constellations appear, the grand Ursa. In a flash, Alistair tears right through the monster's core. The creature is baffled. It looks behind, wondering how on earth Alistair moved that fast. And then slash, the monster's head goes flying. It rolls across the ground, still screaming about how he dared to strike back. It mocks Alistair, thinking it's fine. "You think a missing head stops me? I can regenerate in seconds." But then, silence. The monster panics. It's not growing back. Nothing is happening. Alistair just smiles. Still talking without a head. Disgusting. He asks if this pathetic state was what it really wanted. He tells it to go serve Morgath in the abyss. They're used to walking around headless there. The creature is absolutely livid. It screams that his disrespect can't even be repaid with his lifeblood. Roland warns him he's too weak, too injured. A second strike might literally shatter his body. "Are you really doing this?" Our hero just nods. Roland sighs. "Very well, but this is going to cost you dearly." The stars return. High above, the great chariot blazes as our hero, Sir Alistair, delivers a savage strike against the nightmare creature once again. The beast screams in agony, its mind breaking. How? Why? What is happening to it? His regeneration is failing. That dark, heretical magic, it's literally crumbling to pieces right before his eyes. Desperate and cornered, the heretic makes his final move. He's taking everyone to hell with him. He screams, unleashing a massive, swirling vortex of pure malice to swallow the entire kingdom. But Leon just smiles, cold. "I knew you'd try something like this," he says. "Turns out our boy was actually holding back. Now he's going to erase this thing from existence." The monster's eyes go wide. It's actually terrified. Lord Alistair barks out a warning. "Leon, now, do not waste a single heartbeat." The true secret of the star-forged blade is finally revealed. It's all about the links, the way the constellations connect. Master Alistair admits Leon is still way too green to handle the full power, but he might just pull off one legendary final strike. The stars align once more. "Holy Cross!" The sacred light erupts, charging forward and slamming straight into that foul, unholy abomination. Leon flashes through the beast like lightning. Behind him, nothing but shattered remains. That corrupted life core finally snaps and dissolves into nothing. The monster claws at the air, terrified of the abyss opening beneath it. It realizes its suicide move failed because the core was destroyed. "Impossible!" it howls. "This can't be." The pressure of the void is too much. It's crushing everything. It screams as the darkness pulls it in. Absolute despair. It refuses to let things end this way, but it's too late. Suddenly, the shadow of the World Eater looms. Those massive jaws unhinge, and in one swift motion, it swallows the heretic like he was nothing but a light snack. The beast slams into the stone floor, the portal snaps shut, and just like that, it vanishes into thin air. Lord Alistair exhales. "Too close for comfort," Leon gasps, asking if it's finally over. His master nods. Seems the World Eater was satisfied with that small appetizer once the core was gone. Sir Roland stands there, completely shell-shocked by what he just witnessed. Alistair drops a truth bomb. If they had been even a few seconds slower, every single one of them would have been dessert for that monster. The crew starts to pick themselves up. Alistair turns to praise his student, but Leon just collapses. He hits his knees, drops his sword, and lets out a gut-wrenching scream of pure exhaustion. Prince Cedric rushes over, shouting Leon's name. Our hero tries to look up, whispering, "Your Excellency." "Don't you dare speak," the prince commands. He doesn't waste a second, immediately channeling sacred magic to seal Leon's wounds and stop the bleeding. Cedric is covered in blood himself, but he still manages a weak grin. "Man, that was a close one." He's just relieved they made it, but Leon tells him to worry about his own injuries first. Then Lady Catherine pops up, looking totally dazed. "Wait, did we actually win?" She saw a massive flash of light right as she arrived. "Was that you, Leon? Did you really take that thing down by yourself?" Sir Gareth is fuming, pacing back and forth. What the hell happened with that ritual? Someone better start explaining things right now. Leon keeps it simple. They stopped the World Eater and the heretic got swallowed whole. He's 100% dead. Then he looks at the prince, his eyes heavy. "I'm done, Cedric, I'm passing out now." He leaves the rest to the prince and blacks out, hitting the dirt hard. Catherine screams out for him, but Leon is already deep in the dark. Master Alistair watches from above, looking genuinely proud. He looks at his unconscious student and whispers, "Rest now, Leon. You did a hell of a job." And that is where we leave our heroes. If you want to see the aftermath of this insane battle, make sure to hit that notification bell. See you next time on the channel. Outro music.